Chapter 1, Chapter 1 The Wrong Granger. The air inside the tiny New York shawarma shop was a suffocating blanket woven from the heat of the vertical rotisserie, the sizzle of frying potatoes, and the sharp, savory scent of garlic sauce. Outside, the city screamed its usual symphony, a frantic orchestra of blaring taxi horns, the distant wail of a siren, and the low, earth-shaking rumble of a subway train passing beneath the worn linoleum floor. It was a sensory assault, one that left a permanent film of grease on the skin and the taste of exhaust fumes on the tongue. Shawarma, oh shawarma, oh shawarma. Behind the stainless steel counter, a girl of about 12 hummed a tuneless song, her small body a whirlwind of relentless motion. Dressed in a simple, sauce-splattered shop assistant's uniform, she moved with a preternatural speed that bordered on the impossible. Her hands were a blur, a coordinated storm of activity that never ceased. One hand would slice a perfect, paper-thin sheet of spiced lamb from the spit while the other was already scooping a cascade of golden fries. A flick of the wrist sent a zigzag of white sauce across the filling before her fingers, a flurry of dexterity, wrapped the entire steaming concoction in a warm, pliant flatbread. The finished product was slipped into a paper bag, and the process would begin again without a single wasted movement. Her speed was hypnotic, mesmerizing the long line of impatient New Yorkers who watched, dumbfounded, as she churned out orders faster than a machine. "Yours, take it," she said, her voice crisp and clear, carrying a surprisingly sharp British accent that cut through the city's din. She slid the paper bag across the counter without looking up, her other hand already sweeping the scattered coins and crumpled bills from the previous customer into the open register with a single, practiced motion. "Next." The man who stepped forward began speaking in a torrent of rapid-fire Spanish. The girl's brow furrowed for a split second, the only break in her fluid, trance-like concentration. "English, please," she stated, her tone firm but not unkind. There was no time for language barriers. The line snaked out the door and curled onto the pavement, a testament to the quality of the food and the spectacle of its preparation. To the hungry, jostling crowd, she was just a prodigy, a savant of the street food arts. No one in that bustling, noisy shop noticed the subtle impossibilities that made her speed achievable. No one saw the gleam of the carving knife as it hovered just below the counter, trimming the meat spit with invisible, precise strokes. No one's eyes were sharp enough to catch the way the pale, raw fries seemed to tumble into the bubbling oil of the fryer a fraction of a second before her scoop arrived. And no one could explain how the stack of flatbreads always seemed to have a perfectly warmed one waiting on top, as if floating into place on a cushion of hot air. Finally, as the setting sun began to bleed through the canyons of steel and glass, painting the sky in fiery shades of orange and purple, the last customer departed. The frantic energy of the shop floor drained away, leaving a ringing silence broken only by the hum of the drink cooler. "Hey-ah!" The girl sagged against the counter, a long, shuddering sigh escaping her lips. She let her head fall forward, the cool metal a welcome relief against her sweaty brow. Every muscle in her small body ached with a deep, soul-crushing weariness. She flexed her fingers, which felt stiff and swollen from hours of repetitive motion. A small, triumphant smile touched her lips as she took a mental inventory. The confusion spell held up all day. No one's eyes even glazed over, she thought, a spark of pride warming her chest. And the levitation charms were much smoother. The knife barely wobbled at all. Definite improvement. "Hermione." A warm, familiar voice broke her reverie. A kind-faced, middle-aged man in a tall chef's hat and a flour-dusted apron emerged from the back kitchen. He was Sal, the owner, and the closest thing she had to a friend in this loud, overwhelming new world. "You were a whirlwind today, kid." "Great work," he said, his voice laced with genuine admiration. He held out a thick, white envelope. "Here's your pay." Hermione's tired face lit up with a brilliant, sunny smile that seemed to push back the encroaching evening shadows. She took the envelope and, without even glancing at its contents, tucked it securely into the pocket of her jeans. "Thank you, Uncle Sal. See you tomorrow, he called after her as she hopped off her stool and waved. Bye-bye. She skipped out the door and into the warm glow of the setting sun, a small, anonymous figure swallowed by the vastness of the city. Yes, the girl's name was Hermione. Hermione Granger. And she was, for lack of a better word, a transmigrator. The man she used to be didn't have a name anymore. He was just a collection of fading memories, a ghost from a life that felt like it had belonged to someone else. As she walked, the adrenaline of the workday faded, leaving room for the familiar, crushing weight of her reality to settle back in. She caught her reflection in a grimy shop window and stopped, staring. The face looking back was not her own. It was the face of a 12-year-old girl with bushy brown hair and startlingly intelligent eyes. It was, impossibly, the face of a young Emma Watson. A bitter, humorless laugh escaped her lips. Why? The question echoed in the hollow space where her old identity used to be. Why did I die and wake up as Hermione Granger? I was a perfectly happy, 20-something guy. And the crueler, more terrifying question followed right behind it. Even if I had to become Hermione, why am I in the wrong goddamn universe? The first few days after she'd woken up in this new body had been a blur of pure, unadulterated panic. When she had finally, begrudgingly, accepted the absurd fact that she was now a character from her favorite childhood book series, she'd actually started to feel a flicker of excitement. She'd begun looking for the signs: an owl tapping at the window, the crisp weight of a Hogwarts acceptance letter in her hand. Instead, she'd woken up in a cheap motel room in Queens. The first time she'd ventured outside, she found herself in Times Square, a sensory nightmare of flashing lights and towering billboards. And there, looming over it all, was an image of a man with a smug grin and a perfectly sculpted goatee, his face identical to Robert Downey Jr.'s. Underneath it, 2 words, Stark Industries. The world had tilted on its axis. Her memories, Hermione's memories, which were now tangled up with her own, were of a quiet life in a London suburb in the 1990s. Of 2 loving, Muggle parents who were dentists. She could feel the memory of receiving her Hogwarts letter, the thrill of the magical words on the parchment. That was real. That had happened. But her reality was here, in New York City, in the summer of 2008. She was a ghost, an undocumented child with no records, no family, and no identity. She'd spent days sorting through the 2 sets of memories, trying to make sense of the impossible. The conclusion was as simple as it was insane. The universe had managed to get her soul into the right body, but had shipped the whole package to the wrong address. There was, however, one saving grace. In a moment of pure, abject despair, huddled in that lonely motel room, she had found it. Her consciousness turned inward, and an image slowly formed in her mind's eye. It was an ancient, hardcover book, bound in dark, cracked leather and etched with intricate, silver runes that seemed to shift and writhe in her peripheral vision. With a simple thought, the grimoire opened. Hovering on the first page was a status screen, clear as day. Hermione Jean Granger. Magic level, LV1, 132/1000. Below it were 7 icons. She had spent hours exploring them. Spells. Dark arts. Ancient magic. Alchemy. Potions. Magical creatures. Wondrous items. Only the first 2 categories had any content. When she focused on spells, the book's pages turned, revealing a short list. Spells. Levitation charm, LV.1, 453/1000. Repairing charm, LV.1, 148/1000. Ignition charm, LV.1, 65/1000. Confusion charm, LV.1, 388/1000. Then came the second, more ominous category. Dark arts. Dark harvest, talent, harvest souls and gain energy. The other 5 categories were empty, their pages blank and waiting. This book was her system, her cheat code, her only lifeline in this terrifying new reality. Its function was beautifully simple and brutally effective. It could scan spells from books, or even copy them directly from other magic users, adding them to her mental library. She could learn them instantly, with no study required. Her only limit was practice. The more she used a spell, the more its proficiency increased, which in turn leveled up her own magical core. She wasn't bound by talent, only by effort. It was a ridiculously overpowered ability, the kind of cheat you get when the universe screws you over so completely it feels guilty. In a world of superpowered individuals, aliens, and literal gods, power was the only currency that mattered. From her past life, she knew what was coming for this version of Earth. She knew about the Chitauri invasion, about Ultron, about Thanos. This planet wasn't just a random sphere of rock, it was the universe's favorite punching bag. And she was standing right in the middle of the ring. This book was her only chance to survive. Still, the starting arsenal is a bit weak, she muttered to herself, her eyes returning to the single, chilling entry under Dark Arts. Dark Harvest. The description was as simple as it was unnerving. Harvest souls and gain energy. It didn't sound like a good guy ability. The book offered no further explanation, but she had a few unsettling theories she was in no hurry to test. Another time, she decided, pushing the thought away. Right now, school should be starting soon. It's time to go. She flipped to the very last page of her mental grimoire. Two icons waited there. One was a stylized, capital M, which was grey and dim. The other was the silhouette of a castle, glowing with a warm, welcoming light. Her consciousness reached out and selected the castle. The world dissolved around her in a nauseating, vertigo-inducing swirl. She felt like she was being pulled through a straw, her senses twisting and folding in on themselves. When Hermione opened her eyes again, the grimy, neon-lit streets of New York were gone. She was in a familiar, cozy, and distinctly British-looking bedroom. On the windowsill, an owl was perched, tilting its head and staring at her with large, intelligent eyes. A slow, determined smile spread across her face. So what if you end up on the wrong side of reality? You just have to find a way to break back through. Chapter 2, The Castle and the M. Hermione's room was a quiet sanctuary, a world away from the grime and chaos of New York. It was tidy, filled from floor to ceiling with books, and smelled faintly of old paper, lavender, and the comforting scent of a home she barely remembered. She gently took the crisp envelope from the owl's beak, rewarding the bird with a small treat from a jar on her desk before it launched itself back into the cool English morning. From the foot of her bed, a low, guttural hiss vibrated through the floorboards. Crookshanks, the squat, ginger cat she'd acquired on her trip to Diagon Alley, flattened his ears, his bottle-brush tail twitching in fury at the feathered intruder who had dared to invade his territory. "Hush, you," Hermione murmured, reaching down to scratch the cat's squashed face until the growl subsided into a rumbling purr. She turned her attention to the letter, her fingers breaking the elegant wax seal. The handwriting inside was a sharp, slanted cursive, written in emerald green ink. "Dear Ms. Granger. Thank you for your correspondence. It is a pleasure to hear from an eager new student. I wish you a happy start to your term at Hogwarts. Sincerely, Minerva McGonagall." A small, surprised smile touched Hermione's lips. After receiving the original Hogwarts acceptance letter, a memory that felt like it belonged to another person, she had, on a whim, penned a brief, polite thank you note and sent it back with the bewildered owl. It was a simple courtesy, an echo of the manners from her past life. She never imagined the notoriously stern deputy headmistress would actually take the time to reply. It was a small, human touch that made this impossible reality feel a little more solid. That reality was something she was still struggling to comprehend. Being here, in this room, was only possible because of the impossible artifact living in her mind. After her initial, week-long panic attack upon waking up in the Marvel Universe. A terrifying and practical problem had surfaced: how was she supposed to attend Hogwarts from another dimension? More pressingly, how was a 12-year-old girl with no identity, no family, and no legal status supposed to survive in New York City? The Ministry of Magic's trace on underage sorcery was another issue entirely. Practicing magic would be impossible in Britain. In a moment of pure desperation, convinced she was trapped, she had scoured her mental grimoire, searching for any function she might have missed. And there, on the very last page, she'd found it: two strange, simple icons. One was a stylized, capital M, grayed out and unresponsive. The other was the silhouette of a castle, glowing with a warm, inviting light. With nothing left to lose, she had focused her will on it. The world had dissolved into a nauseating swirl of color and sound, and she had found herself standing right here, in Hermione Granger's childhood bedroom. A quick check of the book confirmed her theory. The castle icon was now grey, while the M was lit up, a thin progress bar slowly filling beneath it. After a few frantic, disorienting experiments, she confirmed the rules. The book allowed her to travel between the Marvel and HP worlds, but on a strict 12-hour cooldown. It was the perfect loophole. Her mind, the mind of a cynical adult who saw systems to be exploited, had immediately formulated a plan. She'd made a trip to Diagon Alley, bought a proper wand and a mountain of spellbooks, and used her grimoire to instantly copy every piece of magic she could find. Then, she'd jumped straight back to New York, a place far beyond the Ministry's jurisdiction, and practiced non-stop, working a grueling job at a shawarma shop to blend in and earn untraceable cash. It was a brutally efficient training montage, fueled by desperation and a deep-seated fear of what she knew was coming for the Marvel world. Now, with her luggage packed and a brief, slightly awkward farewell to the kind, befuddled couple who were her parents in this reality, Hermione made her way to King's Cross Station. The station was a roaring cathedral of mundane chaos: the screech of train brakes, the echoing voice of the announcer, the hurried footsteps of 1,000 muggles rushing to their destinations. She navigated the crowd with practiced ease, her destination a solid brick pillar between platforms 9 and 10. She watched a wizarding family ahead of her, a plump mother and 2 red-headed sons, walk directly at the barrier and simply vanish. The muggles rushing past didn't even blink, their eyes sliding right over the impossible event. A powerful muggle-repelling charm, then, she mused. Or maybe a mass confusion charm. Taking a steadying breath, she tightened her grip on her luggage trolley and walked straight at the wall. For a terrifying, heart-stopping second, all she could feel was the unyielding solidity of brick and mortar. Then, a cold, tingling sensation washed over her, the roar of the station abruptly cut off, replaced by a sudden, echoing silence. She burst through into a different world. Platform 9 3/4 was bathed in the warm, hazy light of late morning. A magnificent, deep red steam locomotive, the Hogwarts Express, hissed impatiently on the tracks, billowing clouds of white steam that smelled of coal and something else, something wild and magical. The platform was a joyous, chaotic scene of robed students, hooting owls in cages, and families embracing in tearful goodbyes. It was exactly like the books, so perfectly realized that it brought a strange ache to her chest. After handing off her trunk, she boarded the train, the scent of polished wood and old velvet filling her senses. She found an empty compartment, slid the door shut, and settled into a seat by the window. As the English countryside began to blur past, she stared at her own reflection, the face of a 12-year-old girl, but with eyes that held the weary, ancient weight of a different life. The two worlds swirled in her head. Dumbledore, Voldemort, Death Eaters, they all seemed like characters in a story, a manageable, contained threat compared to what she'd left behind. Shield, Hydra, alien invasions, purple genocidal titans. One world was a fairy tale teetering on the brink of war, the other was a cosmic slaughterhouse waiting for the main event to begin. And she was stuck, somehow, with a foot in both. Just as she was sinking into her grim thoughts, the compartment door slid open with a rattle. "Excuse me," a hesitant voice said. "Sorry to bother you, but everywhere else is packed. Would it be all right if I sat in here?" A boy with unruly black hair, a lightning bolt scar, and glasses held together with tape stood in the doorway, looking deeply uncomfortable. Hermione recognized him instantly. She gave a short, single nod, not trusting herself to speak. "Thanks," Harry Potter said, looking relieved as he slid onto the seat opposite her. A few minutes later, he was joined by a lanky, red-headed boy with freckles and a smudge of dirt on his nose. Ron Weasley. The scene played out exactly as she remembered it from her past life, a bizarre moment of pop culture déjà vu. "That scar." Ron breathed, his eyes wide with awe. You're Harry Potter." The trolley came by soon after, and Harry, bewildered by the strange currency, simply bought the entire lot. Ron's eyes nearly popped out of his head at the sight of the mountain of chocolate frogs, cauldron cakes, and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. A revolutionary friendship was forged right there, over a pile of sugar. Through it all, Hermione remained silent, watching them from her corner. It was like watching a movie she'd seen 100 times. They kept stealing glances at her, a silent question in their eyes. They had finally noticed that this strange, cold girl hadn't reacted at all to the most famous name in the wizarding world. Feeling their gaze on her, Hermione finally looked up, her eyes landing on the sad-looking tape on Harry's glasses. It offended her sense of order. "Reparo," she said quietly, giving her wand a small, almost imperceptible flick. The tape vanished and the cracked frame fused together seamlessly. A tiny notification pinged in her mind's eye. "Repairing charm proficiency +1. Harry and Ron stared, their mouths agape. They hadn't even had a single lesson yet, and she was already casting flawless, non-verbal spells. Hermione just turned back to the window. She had no interest in fawning over the boy who lived, she'd already read his entire life story. And besides, she was an adult trapped in a child's body. The last thing she wanted to do was play house with a bunch of 11-year-olds. Night had fallen by the time the train finally arrived at Hogsmeade Station. The first years were led by the enormous silhouette of Hagrid down a dark, winding path to the edge of the Black Lake. As they clambered into a fleet of small, enchanted boats, the clouds parted, and she saw it. Hogwarts Castle. It rose from the cliffs across the lake, a breathtaking fairytale of soaring towers and glowing, lantern-lit windows, all reflected perfectly in the still, black water below. Even after seeing countless skyscrapers in her old life, the sheer, impossible beauty of it made her breath catch in her throat. For the first time since this whole nightmare began, she felt a flicker of genuine, unadulterated wonder. "It's more real than the movies," she murmured to herself. They climbed a massive stone staircase that led to the castle's entrance hall, where Professor McGonagall was waiting, her stern presence radiating an aura of no-nonsense authority. Just behind them, the sneering voice of Draco Malfoy cut through the air as he insulted Ron's family, a petty squabble that Hermione pointedly ignored. As the students filed past McGonagall into the Great Hall, the professor's sharp eyes found hers in the crowd. "Miss Hermione Granger." Hermione froze. She had deliberately hung back, trying to blend in. How had she been noticed? She turned. "Good evening, Professor McGonagall." McGonagall's severe expression softened into a rare, almost imperceptible smile. "I simply wanted to thank you for your letter, Ms. Granger. I wish you a happy start to your term." "So that was it." "Thank you, Professor," Hermione replied with a polite, practiced smile. "I wish you a successful year of teaching." She walked into the Great Hall, her eyes adjusting to the light of thousands of candles floating magically in mid-air below an enchanted ceiling that mirrored the starry night sky. At the front of the hall, the staff sat at a long table. In the center, in a grand golden chair, sat Albus Dumbledore. The ancient headmaster stood to address the students. His gaze swept across the hall, his twinkling blue eyes pausing for a moment on Harry Potter. Then, his gaze continued, moving past the rows of other students, until it landed directly on Hermione, hidden away at the back of the crowd. He held her gaze for just a second too long, and it felt like he was looking right through her, past the face of a 12-year-old girl, and seeing the old, weary soul hiding inside. Hermione's polite smile faltered. What? Chapter 3, The Sorting and the Secret. Chapter 3, Slytherin? Gryffindor. The headmaster's gaze felt like a physical weight, a pair of focused, analytical probes attempting to drill directly into her mind. Hermione's blood ran cold. Her polite, carefully constructed smile felt stiff and brittle, like a china mask about to crack. Oh, hell no! Not on the first day. Compared to the overt, world-ending threats of the Marvel Universe, the dangers at Hogwarts were far more insidious. She could dodge a laser beam or a flying car, but how did you defend against a wizard who could peel back the layers of your mind and read your secrets like an open book? The very thought of someone like Dumbledore discovering the truth of her existence, the reincarnation, the magic book, the memories of a different world, the brutal murder she had committed just last night sent a wave of pure, icy terror through her. She had to be here. Hogwarts was the most efficient and comprehensive source of magical knowledge on the planet. But it was a castle filled with Legilimens, masters of mind reading. It was a den of lions, and she was a gazelle trying to pretend it was just a particularly clever sheep. A second later, which felt like an eternity, Dumbledore's eyes slid away, his expression softening back into one of grandfatherly benevolence. It was so seamless, she wondered if she had imagined the whole thing. Did I overthink it? Or was that a warning? She forced herself to take a slow, steadying breath, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. Shaking off the lingering paranoia, she focused on the present. As was tradition, Dumbledore gave a short speech, his eyes twinkling as he cheerfully recommended that all students steer clear of the Forbidden Forest, a place full of delightful and deadly wonders. Then, he announced the start of the sorting. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, unrolling a long scroll of parchment. The great hall fell into a hushed, anticipatory silence, broken only by the flickering of thousands of floating candles. One by one, the names were called. Abbott, Hannah. A nervous girl with blonde pigtails stumbled forward and was quickly sorted into Hufflepuff. Malfoy, Draco. The boy with the pale, pointed face swaggered to the stool, and the hat had barely grazed his platinum blonde hair before it bellowed, Slytherin. Weasley, Ron. The red-headed boy from the train shuffled forward, looking green. After a tense moment, the hat declared him a Gryffindor. Potter, Harry. The hall erupted in a tidal wave of whispers. Every head turned, every eye straining to get a look at the living legend. Harry walked to the stool, his steps hesitant, and sat down. The sorting hat was placed on his head, and then, nothing. A long, tense silence stretched on as the hat presumably engaged in a fierce internal debate. Finally, after what felt like an age, the brim opened wide. Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table exploded in triumph. We got Potter! We got Potter, the Weasley twins chanted. Granger, Hermione. At last. She ignored the slight alphabetical anomaly and walked forward, her posture exuding a calm confidence she did not feel. She sat on the stool, and the dusty, frayed brim of the sorting hat fell over her eyes, plunging her world into musty darkness. An ancient, raspy voice echoed not in her ears, but directly in the center of her consciousness. Well now, what have we here? A difficult mind. Walls within walls. And two lives burning where there should be one, fascinating. Hermione's blood froze. It knows. I see courage, yes, enough for Gryffindor, the hat continued, its voice a dry whisper. And a mind sharper than any I have seen in decades. Ravenclaw would welcome you. But underneath it all, oh, my! There is ambition here. Cunning. A ruthless pragmatism born of great loss. I see a soul that has already made choices that would make grown wizards tremble. There is only one place for a soul like yours. No. It must be Slytherin. Shut up, Hermione commanded in her thoughts, her will a blade of cold, hard steel. Gryffindor. The hat seemed taken aback. Child, you misunderstand. Your potential for greatness in Slytherin is nearly limitless. The power you crave, the knowledge you seek, it could all be yours. And be surrounded by a pack of inbred, bigoted morons who would try to kill me in my sleep the second they learned my parents were dentists, she retorted mentally. No, thank you. I've done the analysis. Slytherin is a tactical dead end. It breeds enemies, not allies. You see allies as mere tools, the hat observed shrewdly. And you see children as labels to be slapped on a jar, she shot back. My choice is Gryffindor. There is another, more important reason. I need to keep an eye on Harry Potter. Where he goes, trouble follows. And in the shadow of that trouble, there are opportunities for someone who knows how to look. That is an advantage no other house can offer me. My decision is final. There was a long pause. The hat felt less like an object and more like an ancient, weary intelligence. You would use the boy as a shield, as a diversion. Cunning indeed. Very well. You have the courage of a lion, but the heart of a serpent. If you are so certain, then you had better be. To the waiting hall, it bellowed its decision, Gryffindor. A wave of applause, slightly less enthusiastic than the one for Harry, came from the Gryffindor table. As Hermione walked over, Ron nudged Harry. Look, it's that girl from the train. I thought for sure a genius like her would be in Ravenclaw. Ron patted the empty seat beside him and waved her over. Hermione gave a slight nod and sat down, her mind still reeling from the mental battle. Only then did she allow herself to properly survey the staff table. Snape, in his billowing black robes, looked less like a man and more like a vampire that had lost its way. The shortest professor was surely Flitwick. And Dumbledore. God, what happened to you? She thought, a spark of her past life's meta-humor breaking through her tension. How do you go from looking like Jude Law to Gandalf's older, more disappointed brother? Her eyes scanned down the line, past the nervous-looking woman who taught flying, and finally landed on the last person. He was a twitchy, pale man in a ridiculous purple turban. Quirinus Quirrell. And nestled on the back of his head, she knew, was the spectral, parasitic form of Lord Voldemort. He was the first boss battle of the game. A pathetic, doomed creature who would lose his life to a first-year student while trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Miserable, Quirrell. Truly miserable, she thought with a dark, detached amusement. I look forward to your performance. The feast appeared with a flash of magic, and the hall filled with chatter. Dumbledore raised his goblet in Harry's direction, but Hermione could feel his gaze slide over to her for a split second. She kept her head down and focused on her food, forcing herself to act like a normal, hungry child. The next morning, Hermione was awake before the sun, the snores of her new dorm mates echoing in the circular Gryffindor tower. Her world-hopping ability had recharged overnight, but she had no intention of leaving. She had a role to play. Marvel is the training ground, she thought, pulling on her robes in the pre-dawn gloom. But Hogwarts is the armory. Her plan was simple. She would establish a persona, brilliant, studious, and intensely private. The Library Witch, as she'd already been dubbed in a future she hadn't yet lived. It was the perfect cover, giving her a built-in excuse to spend countless hours alone, researching in the library, while explaining away the social awkwardness that came from being an adult trapped in a child's world. She was the first to arrive at the Transfiguration classroom. True to form, she chose a seat in the back corner and opened the book she'd borrowed from the library, Hogwarts, A History. It wasn't for idle curiosity. The ancient magic category in her grimoire was still blank. She had a hunch, a wild theory based on a video game from her past life, that clues to forgotten, powerful forms of magic might be hidden not in spellbooks, but in the very history of the castle itself. As she read, other first years began to trickle in, already forming the small, tentative cliques that would define their school lives. A few glanced her way, but the aura of intense concentration she projected was as effective as a shield charm. She was deep in a chapter about the four founders when a flicker of movement caught her eye. A sleek, silver tabby cat with spectacle markings around its eyes had leaped silently onto the professor's desk. It regarded the room with an unervingly intelligent gaze, then hopped to the floor and began to pad elegantly, silently, down the aisle. Straight towards her. Chapter 4, A Point to Prove. Hermione looked up from her book, her eyes meeting the intelligent, unervingly focused gaze of the silver tabby cat. It was perched on the edge of her desk, its tail giving a slow, deliberate flick. For a split second, her mind registered it as just an animal. A cat? Then, the context clicked into place, and a jolt of recognition shot through her. No. Not a cat. Professor McGonagall. The realization came not from some vague memory of the books she'd read in a past life, but from a sudden, powerful vibration deep within her consciousness. The mental grimoire, her secret weapon, hummed with activity. A torrent of complex magical theory, anatomical knowledge, and pure, instinctual understanding flooded her mind. It was the complete, intricate knowledge of the animagus transformation. She could feel the mechanics of it, the way a wizard's bones could shorten and shift, the way human thoughts could be funneled into the simpler, more elegant mind of a cat. The infodump was so massive, so dizzyingly complex, that it almost made her gasp. A notification glowed brightly in her mind's eye. Spells. Transfiguration, animagus, cat, copied/learned. It took every ounce of her self-control to keep her expression neutral. Outwardly, she allowed her eyes to widen for just a fraction of a second in mild surprise, but inwardly, her mind was racing. It works on sight. It actually works on sight. It can copy even the most advanced, unspoken magic just by observing it. The implications were staggering. This grimoire wasn't just a learning tool, it was a weapon of magical appropriation. She quickly slammed down her mental shields, forcing a look of bored indifference onto her face. "Hey," she muttered to herself, pitching her voice just loud enough for magically enhanced feline ears to hear. "Is that Mr. Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris? Did she get lost?" With a dismissive little shrug, she looked back down at her book, pointedly ignoring the professor in disguise now sitting less than a foot away. McGonagall, in her cat form, was not surprised by the lack of affection. This strange, solitary girl didn't seem the type to be interested in furry animals. The brief flicker of surprise was, she assumed, simply confusion at finding a cat in her classroom. The professor would never have imagined that her flawless, decades-perfected disguise had been utterly compromised in an instant. Still, her curiosity was piqued. She padded closer, her movements silent and graceful, and peered down at the open book on the desk. Her very human-like confusion was visible in the slight tilt of her feline head. Hogwarts, a history? While the book was required reading, most first years, especially the brilliant ones, were far more interested in practical spellbooks or potion ingredients. They wanted to do magic, not read about its dusty origins. What an interesting, peculiar child, McGonagall thought. Seeing that Hermione was completely absorbed in her reading, the cat professor left her be, leaping silently onto the podium and settling into a watchful, loaf-like position as the rest of the students filed in and the classroom bell rang. A quiet, studious hush fell over the room, broken only by the scratching of quills on parchment as students prepared for the lesson. Then, the door burst open with a loud bang. Harry and Ron stumbled into the classroom, panting and disheveled. Seeing no professor, only a calm-looking cat on the desk, they both let out an audible sigh of relief. "Phew, we made it," Ron whispered loudly, his voice echoing in the silent room. "Can you imagine McGonagall's face if she caught us being late? Terrifying." The other students stared, a mixture of second-hand embarrassment and pity on their faces. Even Draco Malfoy, from across the room, gave a theatrical roll of his eyes. The next second, in a movement that defied physics, the cat on the podium launched itself into the air. Mid-flight, its form began to ripple and stretch, fur receding into emerald green robes, its spine lengthening, its limbs elongating into those of a tall, severe-looking woman. She landed silently on 2 feet, not a single hair out of place, her stern gaze already fixed on the 2 horrified latecomers. A collective gasp went through the classroom. Ron and Harry were frozen, their faces pale with shock and dawning horror. Only Hermione remained completely calm, as if she were merely watching a mildly interesting bit of theatre. "That was brilliant," Ron stammered, the awe in his voice warring with the sheer terror on his face. "Thank you for that assessment, Mr. Weasley," Professor McGonagall said, her voice dangerously devoid of any emotion. "Perhaps I should transfigure you and Mr. Potter into a pocket watch. That way, at least one of you might be on time." "We were lost," Harry whispered, his voice barely audible. "Then perhaps a map," she retorted instantly. "Now, go sit down." Looking as though they'd just been granted a stay of execution, the 2 boys scurried away and, seeing the empty seats in the back corner, made a beeline for Hermione. They slid onto the bench beside her, their relief palpable. She didn't even raise her head from her book. The rest of the class was a master class in transfiguration theory. McGonagall lectured on its various branches: summoning, vanishing, cross-species transformation, and the incredibly difficult art of the animagus, her voice sharp and commanding. To demonstrate a basic principle, she tapped her desk with her wand, turning it into a grunting, hairy pig, and then back into a desk again with another flick. The class erupted in gasps and applause. When the bell finally rang, the students poured out into the hallway, buzzing with excitement. "Did you see that? Her desk turned into a pig!" Ron exclaimed, his earlier terror completely forgotten. Harry was just as thrilled. This was real magic, more incredible than anything he could have imagined. He glanced over at Hermione, who was packing her bag with the same calm, detached expression she always wore. "Hermione, wasn't that amazing?" he asked, genuinely curious. "How are you not freaking out right now?" He couldn't understand her. She was their age, a Muggle-born, yet she acted as if this was all perfectly normal. "Are you sure you're not from a wizarding family?" Hermione finally looked up, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes. "No. My parents are both Muggles." Ron's face fell. He, a pure-blood wizard, was acting like a slack-jawed tourist, while this girl, who had supposedly never seen magic before, was acting like she'd seen it all. Hermione mused, pausing for a moment. "It was very impressive, yes. A masterful display of the art. But once you understand the principles behind it, it's actually quite simple." Harry and Ron exchanged a look of disbelief. "You say that as if you could do it," Ron challenged, his pride stung by her casual dismissal of something so miraculous. Hermione met his gaze and gave a simple, confident nod. "Yes. I can." The 2 boys just stared, dumbfounded. Ron had just been trying to knock her down a peg, he never expected her to so calmly call his bluff. He was left sputtering. Even Harry looked deeply skeptical. Hermione saw their doubt and a slow, mischievous smile spread across her face. It was the first time they had ever seen her look anything but cold or serious. "What will you do if I prove it?" Ron, feeling backed into a corner, puffed out his chest. "Fine. If you can do it, I'll eat Harry's quill. How about that?" Harry shot him a look of utter betrayal. "Hey! Leave my quill out of this." "Deal," Hermione said, her smile widening. She pulled out her wand and pointed it at the magnificent eagle feather quill in Harry's hand. She spoke the incantation with a crisp, clear confidence that was worlds away from the hesitant muttering of the other first years. Vera Verto. A silvery light shimmered at the tip of her wand. Before their astonished eyes, the quill began to transform. The elegant feathers softened and clumped together, turning into fine, brown fur. The sharp shaft thickened and grew 4 tiny, scrabbling legs and a long, pink tail. The ink-stained nib shrank and sharpened into a twitching, whiskered nose. In seconds, it was no longer a quill, but a small, perfectly formed field mouse. The mouse blinked its beady black eyes, squeaked, and then leaped from Harry's stunned grasp. It scurried across the stone floor and, in a flash, climbed right up Ron's robes, perching on his shoulder. Ron was frozen solid, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated horror. His mouth was so wide open you could have fit a whole egg inside. Hermione's smirk turned predatory. She leaned forward, her eyes glinting with amusement, and uttered a single, devastating word. Eat. Chapter 5, More Than Just History. Ron was paralyzed. The mouse, a living, breathing creature that had been a quill pen just seconds before, was now perched on his shoulder, its whiskers twitching against his cheek. His face had gone a pale, sickly green. He swallowed hard, a wave of nausea rolling through his stomach as he shot a desperate, pleading look at Harry. Harry, for his part, immediately took 2 large steps back, holding his hands up as if to ward off any association with the bet. His expression was a perfect mask of blameless neutrality. Nope, his look clearly said. You're on your own, mate. The good ship Friendship has officially left the harbor. The very thought of putting the tiny, squirming animal in his mouth made Ron's throat clench. It wasn't just the idea of eating something raw, he genuinely liked mice. He had one as a pet scabbers. A familiar, if rather useless, companion. To eat one felt like a grotesque betrayal. Hermione watched his internal crisis with a glint of detached amusement. The point had been made, and dragging it out was inefficient. With a lazy, almost bored flick of her wand, she reversed the spell. The mouse shimmered, its form blurring, and in an instant, it was an eagle feather quill once more, clattering softly onto the stone floor. Ha! A single, soft chuckle escaped her lips. Without another word, she turned and walked away, her back straight and her pace unhurried. Ron and Harry were left staring at each other, the same look of pure, unadulterated shock mirrored in their eyes. They both knew, with absolute certainty, that the spell she had just performed wasn't in any of the first-year textbooks. They'd scoured the lists at Flourish and Blots. This meant she hadn't just studied ahead. She had seen Professor McGonagall perform a similar, far more advanced piece of magic once, and had somehow replicated a version of it minutes later. It wasn't just genius. It was impossible. How? Harry breathed, finally breaking the silence. I don't know, Ron whispered back, still looking a little green. My brothers are prefects, and they can't do stuff like that. They looked down the corridor at Hermione's receding back and, as if moved by a single thought, broke into a jog to catch up. Hermione heard their hurried footsteps behind her but didn't slow down. She had already dismissed them from her mind. The little demonstration had served its purpose, it had established a clear hierarchy. They wouldn't bother her with trivial challenges again. Now, her focus was turned inward, on the humming presence of her grimoire. 2 new entries were solidifying in her consciousness. Transfiguration, LV1, 2/1000, Spell Learned, Vera Verto, Object to Animal. Animagus Transformation, Cat. She analyzed the data with a cool, detached logic. The Vera Verto spell she had just used had added a single point to her core transfiguration skill. At level 1, the applications were clearly limited to small, non-sentient objects for short durations. It was a neat party trick, but hardly a game changer. She theorized that leveling up the core skill would be necessary to unlock more powerful applications, larger objects, more complex animals, perhaps even human transfiguration. It was a skill tree, and she was on the very first branch. The animagus ability, however, was something else entirely. The book had listed it as a permanent state, with no proficiency bar to grind. This implied it was a toggle, an innate ability she now possessed. The implications of this were staggering. The transformation was famously difficult and dangerous, with only a handful of registered animagi in the entire century. Yet, she had acquired it instantly, just by being in the presence of someone else performing it. A thrilling thought sparked in her mind. If it works by copying, does that mean I can collect other forms? If she ever encountered Rita Skeeter or Sirius Black, could she copy their beetle and dog forms as well? The potential for a witch who could become any animal at will was limitless. It was the ultimate tool for infiltration, espionage, and escape in both this world and the far more dangerous one she'd left behind. Her mind raced with the strategic possibilities. "Hermione, wait up!" Ron called out, finally catching up to her, with Harry right behind him. She was pulled from her thoughts as they fell into step on either side of her, like a pair of confused, newly recruited bodyguards. They were descending now, leaving the bright, airy upper levels of the castle for the cold, damp chill of the dungeons. The air grew heavier, smelling of stone, mildew, and something faintly chemical. Their footsteps echoed ominously in the gloomy corridor. Their next battlefield awaited. The potions classroom was exactly as miserable as she had imagined. It was a cold, dark chamber, the only light coming from the flickering torches that cast long, dancing shadows on the stone walls. Lining the walls were glass jars containing slimy, pickled creatures, their dead eyes staring out into the gloom. The air was thick with the bitter smell of herbs and the sharp tang of unknown potions. It was less a classroom and more a mad scientist's forgotten laboratory. Hermione, true to form, had claimed the corner seat in the very back row, a piece of prime real estate for any student wishing to remain unnoticed. Today, however, her inconspicuous corner was the unwilling center of the entire class's attention. Professor Snape had swept into the room moments before, his black robes billowing behind him like the wings of a bat, and had immediately begun his reign of terror. Now, he was looming over their table, his gaze fixed on Harry with a look of pure, unadulterated loathing. "Mr. Potter," Snape began, his voice a low, silky drawl that was somehow more menacing than a shout. "Our new celebrity. Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry blinked, completely blindsided. I don't know, Professor." Ron, seated beside him, had slumped so low in his chair he looked like he was trying to melt into the floor. Snape's lips curled into a sneer. "Let's try again. Where, Mr. Potter, would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "I don't know, sir." "And what is the difference?" Snape hissed, leaning closer, between Monkshood and Wolfsbane. I'm sorry, I don't know." "Clearly," Snape said, straightening up with an air of triumphant disgust, "fame isn't everything." The classroom was deathly silent. Harry, who already had a bad feeling about Snape, felt his temper flare at the public humiliation. "But Hermione knows," he retorted, his voice sharp with defiance. "It seems you're just asking me because you know I don't know the answer." A collective, silent gasp went through the Gryffindors. The Slytherins, on the other hand, began to smirk. Arguing with Snape on the first day was a new level of Gryffindor recklessness. Every eye in the room swiveled to the back corner, landing on Hermione. A flash of pure, white-hot annoyance shot through her. "Are you kidding me?" She had carefully cultivated her persona as a quiet, unapproachable loner, and Harry had just shoved her directly into the spotlight in front of the most feared and vindictive professor in the entire school. Snape's black eyes shifted slowly, locking onto her. "Ah, yes," he sneered. "Since Mr. Potter is so certain of his friend's encyclopedic knowledge, perhaps you would care to enlighten us, Miss Granger." "Answer incorrectly, and Gryffindor will lose 5 points for." "What?" He stopped mid-sentence, his eyes narrowing at the book open on her desk. "Are you reading?" He glided over to her table, his presence sucking all the warmth from the air. He looked down, his lip curling in disbelief. "Hogwarts, a history." He was silent for 2 long, terrifying seconds. Then, he let out a short, sharp laugh devoid of all humor. "Miss Granger, you are reading a history book in my potions class," he said, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "Tell me, are my lessons so beneath you that you feel they are no longer worthy of your attention?" He was right, of course. She had already copied every single potion from the first-year textbook into her grimoire. For her, potion making was no longer a finicky art, it was a simple science of following instructions. This class was, quite literally, a waste of her time. The Slytherins began to snicker, sensing blood in the water. Hermione looked up from her book, her expression calm, and met Snape's furious glare. She didn't hesitate. "Powdered root of asphodel and an infusion of wormwood make the draught of living death, a sleeping potion so powerful it can mimic death," she said, her voice clear and steady. "A bezoar is a stone taken from the stomach of a goat, and it acts as an antidote to most poisons. And monkshood and wolfsbane are the same plant, which is also known as aconite." She paused, holding his gaze. "Am I correct, Professor?" Her perfect, textbook answers, delivered with an air of bored indifference, hung in the dead silent classroom. All of Snape's follow-up insults, all of his planned humiliations, were completely and utterly disarmed. Chapter 6, The Prince and the Plateau. The silence in the dungeon was absolute. For a long, frozen moment, the only sound was the faint bubbling of a forgotten cauldron. The Slytherins' mocking sneers had vanished, replaced by slack-jawed disbelief. The Gryffindors were staring at Hermione with a mixture of awe and terror. She had not only answered the unanswerable questions but had done so with the bored indifference of someone reciting a grocery list. Snape's face was a pallid mask of fury, but underneath it, Hermione could see a flicker of something else, a flash of grudging respect for her talent, warring with his deep-seated prejudice. "Correct," he finally hissed, the word tasting like poison in his mouth. Then, as his gaze shifted from her to the boy sitting beside her, his expression changed. The anger momentarily vanished, replaced by a haunted, faraway look. For a split second, he was no longer seeing the boy who had survived, but the ghost of a green-eyed girl from a life-long past. Hermione, with the memories of an adult who knew his tragic story, understood completely. He wasn't looking at her. He was looking at Lily Evans's eyes. The moment of vulnerability passed as quickly as it came. Snape snapped back to the present, his sneer returning like a familiar cloak. 5 points from Gryffindor, he snarled, a desperate, petty attempt to regain control. "For your insufferable arrogance." He didn't mention the history book again. The rest of the class was a tense, silent affair. Snape pointedly ignored Hermione, but she could feel his dark, brooding gaze returning again and again, not to her, but to Harry. It was an unnerving, constant pressure that made the very air around their table feel heavy and cold. In the days that followed, Hermione's reputation as a terrifying genius was cemented. She settled into a ruthlessly efficient routine. Mornings were for classes, where she would absorb every piece of magical theory with frightening speed. Afternoons and evenings were spent in the vast, silent sanctuary of the Hogwarts Library. She devoured the first-year curriculum in a matter of days. Charms, transfiguration, herbology, it was all child's play. Her grimoire copied every spell, and a few hours of practice was enough to master what took other students weeks to learn. Even defense against the dark arts, taught by the stuttering and perpetually nervous Professor Quirrell, became a valuable resource. While the man himself was a pathetic wreck, she could sense the faint, foul aura of dark magic clinging to him like a shroud. She played the part of the diligent student, all while her mind's eye was busy copying his spells and analyzing the vessel of the Dark Lord. Her relationship with Harry and Ron solidified into something resembling a friendship. They were her associates, her followers, her link to the main plot. She remained aloof, but they seemed to gravitate toward her anyway, drawn by her quiet confidence and undeniable power. They would often find her in the library, where Ron would complain about a difficult essay, and she would provide a perfect thesis statement without even looking up from her book. Or Harry would struggle with a wand movement, and she would demonstrate it flawlessly, leaving them both speechless. They were, as the rumor mill had dubbed them, the Library Witch and her two followers. One dark and windy night, armed with the knowledge of the staff's patrol schedule, she slipped out of the Gryffindor common room under a flawless disillusionment charm. She moved through the moonlit, sleeping castle like a ghost, her destination the cold, empty potions dungeon. "Alohomora," she whispered, and the heavy oak door swung open with a low groan. The classroom was even creepier at night, the pickled creatures in their jars casting long, distorted shadows on the walls. In a dusty corner cabinet, behind a stack of cracked cauldrons, she found her treasure, an old, heavily annotated copy of Advanced Potion Making. On the inside cover, a line of elegant, spidery script declared, "This book is the property of the Half-Blood Prince." A slow, triumphant smile spread across Hermione's face. This was a gold mine. As she flipped through the pages, marveling at the brilliant, often dangerous, handwritten modifications to the standard recipes, her grimoire buzzed with activity. 2 powerful, non-standard spells were copied directly from the prince's notes. Dark arts. Spell learned, Sectum Sempra. Spells. Spell learned, Levi Corpus. She could feel the creative genius and the chilling cruelty behind a spell like Sectum Sempra. It was a work of art, and a tool of brutal efficiency. Half an hour later, having copied every curse, hex, and potion from the book, she carefully returned it to its hiding place and slipped away into the darkness. A month passed. The initial wonder of Hogwarts began to fade, replaced by a gnawing impatience. She had hit a plateau. She'd mastered the entire lower school curriculum, and the professors, while impressed, could no longer teach her anything new at a pace she found acceptable. She started skipping classes, attending only the bare minimum to maintain her persona. The one exception was History of Magic, where she would often stay late to have long, detailed discussions with the ghostly Professor Binns, mining his centuries of knowledge for any clue about the nature of ancient magic. The other professors were at a loss. She was their star pupil and their biggest headache, a prodigy who was simply too advanced for their curriculum. They tolerated her eccentricities because they had no other choice. Marvel Universe, New York. With a sickening lurch, the world twisted. One moment, she was in a drafty stone corridor that smelled of history and magic. The next, she was standing in a filthy New York alley, the overwhelming stench of garbage and rain-soaked pavement hitting her like a physical blow. She took a deep, shuddering breath, her lungs burning with the toxic air. "Home sweet home," she muttered sarcastically. She had spent nearly a month at Hogwarts, absorbing knowledge like a sponge. But her core magic level was still stuck at LV1, which was capping her spell progression. Worse, her experience gain had slowed to a crawl. Grinding basic spells now yielded diminishing returns, and she could feel the mental and physical exhaustion that came from casting too much magic, the wizarding equivalent of a drained mana bar. Her grimoire was a cheat code, but it still had rules. Her own magical core was the bottleneck. She could wait, letting it grow naturally as she aged, but she didn't have that kind of time. Both worlds she now inhabited were ticking time bombs. Voldemort was a known, almost comfortable threat, but the Marvel Universe was a chaotic horror show of cosmic gods and alien armies. She felt a deep, gnawing insecurity, a primal need to get stronger, faster. Voldemort himself had said it, there is no good and evil, there is only power. And she needed more of it. That was why she was back. Hogwarts was the armory, but Marvel had to be the training ground. She stepped out of the alley, pulling her cloak a little tighter. The city was a roaring, neon-lit beast. She was an alien here, a stranger in a strange land, with no money and no plan. Her thoughts drifted back to the one person who had shown her kindness. Sal. The barbecue restaurant. It was a small, insignificant anchor in the overwhelming chaos of her life. As she turned the corner onto his street, the sound of panicked shouting cut through the night air. It was coming from inside the shop. Hermione's eyes narrowed. She felt a flicker of something cold and protective. Sal was a good man. And more than that, this chaos, this violence, it was an opportunity. She quickened her pace, her hand already reaching for the wand hidden up her sleeve. Chapter 7, The First Harvest. The cheerful jingle of the bell above the shawarma shop's door was absent. The warm, inviting glow that usually spilled onto the pavement was replaced by a single, flickering fluorescent light that cast long, dancing shadows within. Through the grimy front window, Hermione could see movement, sharp and erratic. The shouting she'd heard from the street was panicked and raw. Something was very wrong. "Alohomora," she whispered, her voice barely a breath of air. With a soft click, the lock on the front door gave way. She pushed it open a crack and slipped inside, the disillusionment charm already settling over her like a second skin, blurring her form into a mere shimmer in the thick, greasy air. The shop smelled of stale beer and fierce sweat, a foul combination that overpowered the familiar scent of spices. Near the counter, two figures stood in a tense standoff. One was Sal, his kind face pale and beaded with sweat, his hands raised in a gesture of terrified surrender. Opposite him stood a gaunt, twitching man, his eyes wide and bloodshot, fixed on Sal with a terrifying intensity. A cheap pistol was clenched in his trembling hand. A nearby window had been pried open, the clear entry point for this desperate, violent intrusion. "Stick up. Don't shoot, man, please, don't shoot," Sal pleaded, his voice cracking. "The money's in the register. Just take it. Take it all." He started to inch sideways toward the counter, his movements slow and deliberate. "Don't move. I said don't move," the gunman shrieked, his voice a high-pitched, frantic squeal. He gestured wildly with the pistol. "Now get the money. Go on, get the damn money." Hermione watched from the shadows, her expression cold and analytical. The man was high, paranoid, and holding a loaded weapon. His contradictory, panicked screams were the ramblings of a mind on the verge of snapping. He was a powder keg, and Sal was standing right next to the fuse. As Sal froze, caught between the impossible commands to don't move and get the money, the robber's agitation peaked. His finger tightened on the trigger, his knuckles white. He was going to shoot. Hermione didn't hesitate. Her decision was not born of heroism or anger, but of cold, brutal efficiency. She raised her wand, her movements economical and precise. Depulso. An invisible battering ram of pure force slammed into the robber's chest. The air was driven from his lungs in a sharp, whooshing gasp. He was lifted off his feet and thrown backward across the room, hitting the far wall with a sickening, wet crunch of breaking bone. The dry wall behind him spider-webbed with cracks as he slumped to the floor in a boneless heap, his pistol clattering across the linoleum. He lay there, groaning, a low, guttural sound of pure agony. "Ah, my ribs, help me." "He's not dead yet," Hermione observed, her mind a placid lake of calm calculation. He was wounded, but he was still a threat. A loose end. A potential witness who had seen Sal's face. Leaving him alive was an unnecessary complication. She raised her wand again. Diffindo. The whisper of the incantation was lost in the hum of the drink cooler. A shimmering, almost invisible wave of energy shot through the air. It struck the man's exposed neck. For a second, nothing happened. Then, a perfectly straight, dark red line appeared, bisecting his throat. It widened, and a torrent of hot, crimson blood gushed out, pooling on the floor. The man made a final, gurgling sound and then fell silent, his wide, surprised eyes staring at nothing. Sal was trembling so violently his teeth were chattering. He stared at the dead man, then at the cracked wall, his mind struggling to process the impossible, invisible violence he had just witnessed. It was like a scene from a horror movie, and he was the sole, terrified survivor. He looked around wildly, his eyes wide with a terror that was beginning to border on madness. Hermione stepped out from behind the counter, her disillusionment charm fading away, revealing the small, serious figure of his one-time child employee. She ignored Sal's horrified, uncomprehending gasp and pointed her wand at the fallen pistol. Oxio pistol. The gun flew through the air and slapped neatly into her waiting hand. She gave the shop one last look, then turned and walked out the back door without a word, leaving Sal alone with the dead man and his shattered reality. In a dark, garbage-strewn alley a few blocks away, Hermione finally allowed herself a moment of triumph. She focused her consciousness inward, on the humming presence of her grimoire. A new notification glowed on the Dark Arts page. Dark Harvest. Current Soul Energy, 1. A slow, deeply satisfied smile spread across her face. It had worked exactly as she'd theorized. Death was a resource, and she had just learned how to mine it. She could already feel the single point of raw, spiritual power waiting for her, a cool, potent energy she could absorb to permanently increase her own magical core. So, she whispered to the empty alley, her voice laced with a dark, delighted humor, "The book wants me to be a dark witch. I can live with that." This was her purpose in returning to Marvel. Not to work, not to hide, but to test the limits of her most powerful ability. Her moral framework, a relic from a different, safer life, had already been recalibrated. She was not a psychopath, she would not hunt innocents for sport. But criminals? Predators? They were fair game. They were walking bundles of experience points. She had already constructed the perfect justification, a story she could tell herself and, if necessary, the world. She wasn't a murderer, she was a vigilante. She was cleaning up the streets. In a world of heroes like Black Widow and the Punisher, her methods weren't just acceptable, they were efficient. She was simply applying a magical solution to a mundane problem. She focused on the soul energy, willing it into herself. A cool, invigorating sensation washed through her, sinking deep into her bones and making her magical core hum with newfound strength. She checked her status. Hermione Jean Granger. Magic level, LV1, 988/1000. One soul was worth a full day of grinding basic spells. The feeling of instant, tangible progress was intoxicating. This violent, chaotic world wasn't a prison, it was the perfect training ground. 3 hours later, she stood on a rooftop in Hell's Kitchen, the distant sounds of sirens a constant, mournful song. Her magic level was now just 2 points shy of leveling up. The driver who had dropped her off had stared at her in the rearview mirror, his face a mask of disbelief that a lone child would ask to be taken to the city's most dangerous neighborhood. The place had not disappointed. Under the constant, shimmering cover of her disillusionment charm, she had moved through the night-shrouded streets like a ghost, a predator hunting predators. She had witnessed drug deals, muggings, and turf wars, all while the few law-abiding citizens on the streets walked by with the dead-eyed apathy of people long accustomed to living in a war zone. She had practiced her more lethal spells, honing her skills and reaping the rewards. During one particularly bloody shootout between rival gangs, she'd made a crucial discovery: she didn't even have to be the one to do the killing. As a man bled out on the pavement, she felt the same pull, and her grimoire pinged with a new soul. The world's inherent violence was now a passive resource for her to exploit. But now, she was tired. Her legs ached, and the mental strain of holding the charm for hours was beginning to take its toll. Her incredible magic was still housed in the frail, growing body of a 12-year-old girl. Apparition would be nice right about now, she thought, stifling a yawn. She dismissed the idea of seeking out the kingpin. Why would a wizard bother with a mundane crime boss? Her focus was on the bigger picture. From the billboards, she knew this was the MCU, and the year was 2008. There was no Iron Man yet. She paused, her tired mind connecting the dots with a sudden, electric clarity. Wait a minute, she thought, her breath catching in her throat. If it's the summer of '08, and Iron Man hasn't appeared, doesn't that mean some genius, billionaire, playboy philanthropist just got kidnapped in Afghanistan? Chapter 8, The Weight of a Soul. The thought was so sharp and clear it felt like a physical blow. Tony Stark is in a cave in Afghanistan right now. For one breathtaking second, Hermione saw a golden path unfurl before her. She saw the headlines, the panic on Wall Street, the nosedive of Stark Industries stock as the world believed its genius figurehead was gone forever. She could leverage that knowledge. She could buy in when the company was on its knees and ride the wave all the way to unimaginable wealth when Iron Man emerged and changed the world. Money was power. It was resources, legitimacy, a shield against the cosmic horrors she knew were coming. Then, just as quickly, the vision crumbled into dust. A bitter, humorless laugh escaped her lips. Who was she kidding? She was a 12-year-old ghost with no identity, no birth certificate, and no legal right to even exist in this dimension, let alone open a brokerage account. The cash in her pocket was stained with the blood of last night's work. She was a phantom, and phantoms couldn't play the stock market. Damn it all, she hissed, the frustration so intense it made her teeth ache. Repeating the hollow mantra that money was a worldly illusion did nothing to soothe the fiery anger in her gut. She stalked through the grimy, pre-dawn streets of Hell's Kitchen until she found what had to be the most dilapidated motel in the borough. The neon vacancy sign sputtered and buzzed, casting the entrance in a sickly, pulsating green light that made the peeling paint and cracked pavement look even more decrepit. The air inside was a foul cocktail of stale cigarette smoke, industrial-strength bleach, and the quiet, lingering smell of human misery. She slapped the crumpled, blood-flecked bills onto the sticky counter. The night manager, a gaunt man with the haunted, hollowed-out eyes of someone who had seen too much, gave the cash a weary look. His gaze drifted from the money to her small, childlike frame and back again, a flicker of something hesitation, maybe even a shred of concern in his expression. Hermione let her hand rest on the wand hidden up her sleeve, her mind cycling through a list of potential spells. A simple confusion charm if he asked too many questions. A memory charm if he saw too much. Or, if he had any predatory thoughts at all, something far more permanent. To her profound disappointment, the man just sighed, a rattling wheeze that seemed to take all the fight out of him. One night, he mumbled, his voice raspy. Keys on the counter. Don't make a mess. Boring, she thought, a flicker of irritation crossing her mind. She had been hoping for an excuse to practice. The room was a small, square box of despair. The single flickering bulb cast long, distorted shadows across the stained wallpaper. The mattress was a lumpy landscape of broken springs that groaned in protest as she sat down. Through the thin walls, she could hear the sounds of the city that never sleeps, a couple shouting, a distant siren, the rumble of an early morning garbage truck. She locked the door, wedged a rickety chair under the knob, and finally allowed the bone-deep exhaustion from her night's work to pull her into a restless sleep. The next morning, a pristine black sedan, so out of place in this neighborhood it might as well have been a spaceship, slid to a halt in front of the motel. 4 men in identical, immaculate black suits stepped out, moving with a synchronized, unnerving efficiency. Their leader, a man with a disarmingly calm face and a receding hairline, flashed a badge at the terrified motel owner. Room 107, Agent Phil Cowlson said, his tone polite but leaving no room for argument. He led his team down the hallway, their polished shoes silent on the threadbare carpet. He knocked once, a precise, 3-tap rhythm, then stepped back, listening intently. There was no response. After a moment, he took the master key and unlocked the door, slipping inside with the fluid grace of a seasoned professional. The room was empty. "Clear," he announced, his voice low. He began a meticulous examination of the space. The bed was unmade, the window still locked from the inside. There was no luggage, no clothes, no personal effects of any kind. A forensic sweep would later confirm there were no fingerprints, no stray hairs, no DNA evidence at all. It was as if the room's occupant had been a ghost. He reached out and pressed his palm against the sheets. They were still faintly warm. "She was here less than an hour ago," Cowlson stated, his professional calm unwavering. "Sweep the area. I want to know how she left this room without using the door or the window." Minutes later, his agents returned, their expressions grim. "Negative, sir," one reported. "No sign of the asset on any camera. It's a complete ghost. In and out without a trace." Cowlson's frown deepened. He pulled out a secure satellite phone. "Cowlson," he said. "The asset has vanished. No physical or electronic signs of egress. I'm theorizing an unknown transport ability." He listened for a moment. "Yes, sir." "Understood." High above the world, in the sterile, circular office of the SHIELD helicarrier, Director Nick Fury hung up. He swiveled in his chair, his one good eye staring out at the endless expanse of clouds. The door chimed. "Enter." Agent Maria Hill walked in, her posture ramrod straight, and placed a thin, grey folder on his desk. "The preliminary report from the shawarma shop incident, sir. It's anomalous." Fury opened the folder. He'd already read it 3 times. A robbery homicide with 2 dead assailants. The first had died from what the coroner could only describe as a localized, high-velocity impact that had pulverized his internal organs, despite there being no bullet. The second had his throat sliced open by a wound so fine and deep it couldn't have been made by any conventional blade. The sole witness, the shop owner, was under psychiatric observation, babbling about invisible forces and ghosts. And clipped to the top page was a grainy, pixelated security photo. It showed a small, unassuming girl with a riot of bushy brown hair, standing in the middle of the carnage. Fury's gaze hardened. He wasn't just looking at a child. He was looking at a new, unknown, and extremely dangerous variable in a world already full of them. The Hogwarts lawn was damp with dew, the crisp autumn air carrying the scent of freshly cut grass and the distant, loamy smell of the forbidden forest. The first-year Gryffindors and Slytherins stood in 2 neat, hostile lines, a flying broom resting at each of their feet. Hermione stood rigid, already annoyed. The tension between the 2 houses was a palpable thing, a low hum of animosity in the air. Across the lawn, Draco Malfoy was sneering at Ron, who was scowling right back. It was pathetic. This whole system is a joke, she thought, her mind starting to dissect the problem with the cold precision of a surgeon. Forget Voldemort, the real, systemic villain of the wizarding world was the Sorting Hat. It was an institutionalized disaster, a pedagogical nightmare. On their very first day, a group of impressionable 11-year-olds were irrevocably branded and segregated into ideological camps. It wasn't a schoolhouse system, it was a recruitment drive for 4 rival gangs. You're brave? Go join the other reckless glory hounds. You're ambitious? Here's a dungeon full of junior elitists for you to network with. And for what? They all attended the same classes. There was no specialized curriculum. It was a system that served no purpose other than to breed prejudice and ensure that petty childhood rivalries could fester into lifelong, blood-soaked conflicts. Good afternoon, students. Madam Hooch's sharp voice cut through the tension. After a brisk speech, the lesson began. Now, place your right hand over your broom and say, up. A wave of voices, a mix of hopeful whispers and demanding shouts, swept across the lawn. Hermione held out her hand. Up, she said, her voice laced with quiet confidence. The broom gave a lazy roll. She frowned. This was supposed to be simple. Magic was about will, and her will was absolute. Up, she commanded. It wobbled, but remained stubbornly grounded. A hot flush of anger crept up her neck. This magic felt different. It wasn't responding to her cold, precise intent. It wanted something else, something she didn't have. Next to her, Harry's broom had already smacked into his palm. He shot her a look of pure surprise. It was the first time he had ever seen her fail at anything. Gritting her teeth, she glared at the inanimate object. Up, she snarled. It finally shot into her hand. Excellent. Madam Hooch eventually called out. Now, mount your brooms. Grip them tight. Hermione stared at the thin, polished shaft of her broom. A phantom memory, a ghost of a feeling from her old body, made her hesitate. She instinctively thought about the logistics of straddling such a narrow object. Isn't that going to be incredibly uncomfortable? Won't it hurt? The thought died as a wave of cold, hollow sadness washed over her. Oh! Right. The realization was a sudden, sharp pang of grief for a part of herself she hadn't even realized she still missed. That specific problem was no longer one she had to worry about. The loss was so unexpected and so intense that it instantly curdled into pure, white-hot anger. Damn it all! Furious, she swung her leg over and sat on the broom side saddle, her back rigid with indignation. Ron, already wobbling precariously on his own broom, leaned over. Hermione, he whispered, Madam Hooch said we have to straddle. Shut up, she snapped, her voice cracking like a whip. Oh, Ron squeaked, shrinking away. Okay. PLS support me and throw power stones. Chapter 9, A Necessary Push. Ron, thoroughly chastised, snapped his mouth shut, a wounded and angry expression on his face. Harry shot Hermione a worried look, opening his own mouth as if to say something, but then thought better of it and wisely remained silent. In the short time they'd known her, Hermione had been a pillar of cold, unshakable calm. This sudden, sharp burst of anger was something new and unnerving, a crack in the icy facade that hinted at a deeper, more turbulent current running beneath the surface. Fortunately, Madam Hooch seemed not to notice the small drama in her ranks. Her attention was on the entire class. All right now, listen closely, she barked, her voice echoing across the lawn. When I blow my whistle, you will kick off from the ground, hard. Keep your broom steady, rise a few feet, and then lean forward slightly to come back down. On my whistle, 3, 2. But before she could get to 1, a panicked yelp cut through the air. Neville Longbottom's broom, seemingly with a mind of its own, had lurched off the ground. He was already several feet in the air, clinging to the handle for dear life, his face a mask of pure terror. Mr. Longbottom, what are you doing? Madam Hooch shouted, her eyes wide with alarm. Get down here this instant. I'm trying. Neville wailed, his voice trembling as the broom continued its uncontrolled ascent. He was pulling back on the handle, trying to force it down, but the rogue broomstick paid him no mind. It shot upward like a champagne cork, climbing 10, 20, then 50 feet in a matter of seconds. The students below gasped, scattering as the broom began to buck and weave through the sky like a wild horse trying to throw its rider. It was completely out of control, ignoring Neville's terrified screams as it embarked on a chaotic, self-destructive flight path straight toward the castle. It sideswiped a stone turret with a sickening scrape, the jolt nearly unseating Neville and sending a shower of dust and grit down onto the lawn. Finally, after another wild loop, the broom snagged on a flagpole high up on the castle wall. Neville was left dangling precariously from the end of it, his robes caught on a decorative spear point. With a final, definitive "Rieeeeap," the threadbare fabric of his robes could no longer bear his weight. It tore apart, and Neville fell. A collective scream of horror erupted from the students below. The timid ones turned away, unable to watch. From that height, even a wizard's magically reinforced bones would shatter like glass. A teaching accident on the first day. How inefficient, Hermione thought, a flicker of annoyance cutting through the chaos. The wizarding world's casual disregard for basic safety protocols was astounding. If not for their miraculous healing abilities, their entire society would have died out from sheer incompetence centuries ago. Neville's scream grew louder as he plummeted toward the unforgiving ground. Just as the crowd braced for the inevitable, sickening impact, a clear, commanding voice sliced through the panic. "Arresto momentum!" A faint, shimmering distortion, like a heat haze, appeared in the air directly beneath Neville. He hit it not with a crash, but with a soft, whooshing sound, his deadly velocity instantly arrested. His falling body was cradled by the invisible cushion of magic, his momentum bleeding away until he was left floating, limp with shock, less than a foot from the grass. Every head whipped around. Hermione stood with her wand outstretched, her expression one of intense, focused concentration. A moment later, she lowered her wand, and Neville dropped the remaining few inches to the ground with a soft thud. The broken bone in his wrist, however, still snapped with an audible crack. Hermione's mouth twitched in exasperation. "You have got to be kidding me!" Madame Hooch, who had been frozen in professional horror, finally snapped into action. She rushed to Neville's side, her face pale but her eyes full of profound gratitude as she looked back at Hermione. "Mr. Longbottom," she said, her voice shaking slightly, "you have Miss Granger to thank. If not for her quick thinking, it would have been far more than a broken wrist." She helped Neville to his feet, her expression hardening as she turned back to the rest of the class. "All of you are to stay exactly where you are while I take Mr. Longbottom to the hospital wing," she commanded. "And I mean it. If I see a single broom in the air, the rider will be expelled before they can say Quidditch." With that final, dire warning, she led the limping, sobbing Neville away toward the castle. The moment she was out of sight, the Gryffindors mobbed Hermione. "That was brilliant, Hermione. What was that spell? It's not in any of our books. You saved his life. You have to teach us how to do that." The sudden, overwhelming wave of praise and admiration was deeply uncomfortable. She was not used to this kind of attention and had no desire for it. She took an involuntary step back, using Harry and Ron as a physical buffer against the tide of her overenthusiastic housemates. "It was in a book in the library," she said curtly, her tone designed to shut down any further questions. "You can look it up yourselves." The Gryffindors, remembering her other nickname, the Library Witch, accepted this explanation with renewed awe. Across the lawn, the Slytherins watched with a mixture of coldness and contempt. A few looked intrigued, but the suffocating peer pressure of their house kept them from approaching. Hermione saw it and understood. Any other student performing such a feat would have been impressive. But for a Muggle born to display such advanced, life-saving magic was a direct insult to their entire pure-blood ideology. It wasn't the first time they had tried to give her trouble over it. But her ultimate weapon was one they were completely unprepared for. She reported them to the professors. Unlike the honor-obsessed children in the books, she had no qualms about using the system to her advantage. The teachers, who already saw her as a model student, came down on her tormentors like a ton of bricks. After a few instances of lost house points and excruciatingly long detentions, they had learned to leave her alone. Just as the Gryffindors were starting to disperse, a familiar, sneering voice cut through the air. "Well, well," said Draco Malfoy. With his sharp eyes, he had spotted something small and round on the grass where Neville had fallen. He swooped in and picked it up. Look what Longbottom dropped! He held up a small, clear glass sphere filled with white smoke. His remembrall. If the fat lump had squeezed this, he might have remembered to fall on his arse. A few of the Slytherins snickered. Bullying the formidable Hermione was out of the question, but the weak and clumsy Neville was fair game. Harry's sense of justice flared. He took a step forward, his voice stiff. "Give it here, Malfoy." Malfoy's eyes glinted with malicious glee. He had found his target. "No," he taunted. "I think I'll leave it somewhere for Longbottom to find. How about, on the roof?" With a laugh, he swung his leg over his broom and shot into the air, hovering 100 feet above them, the remembrall held high like a trophy. Harry gripped his own broom, his knuckles white, his jaw tight with anger. He glared up at Malfoy, but he was frozen. Madame Hooch's threat of expulsion echoed in his ears, warring with his desperate desire to do the right thing. Hermione watched him hesitate, her patience, already worn thin by her own frustrating ineptitude with the broom and the lingering sting of her earlier emotional turmoil, finally snapped. This was not the time for noble, heroic brooding. This was a time for action. She stepped up behind him and gave him a sharp, insistent poke in the lower back. He flinched, looking back at her in surprise. "What are you waiting for?" she hissed, her voice a low, furious whisper. "He's mocking you. He's mocking all of us. Are you going to just stand there and take it? For God's sake, Harry, get up there and knock him off his broom. Plus support me and throw power stones." Chapter 10, The Mind of a Beater. "But Madame Hooch said she'd expel us." Harry protested, his voice a panicked whisper. The adrenaline from his anger was rapidly being replaced by a cold, paralyzing fear. Hermione stared at him, her expression a mixture of disbelief and profound disappointment. This was supposed to be the hero of the story? The boy who had survived a killing curse? He was hesitating. The original Hermione in the books would have been the one urging caution, but this Hermione, the one with the soul of a cynical, pragmatic adult, had no patience for it. "And you're going to let that stop you?" she hissed, her voice a low, furious whisper. "He insulted Neville. He's mocking you in front of the entire school. And you're just going to stand there and let him?" Malfoy, seeing Harry's hesitation from his perch high above, let out a derisive laugh that echoed across the lawn. "Haha, I knew it. Potter doesn't have the guts. Looks like Longbottom will have to climb the tower himself if he wants his little toy back." The insult, so public and so smug, was the final straw. A flash of genuine, unadulterated rage shot through Hermione. For the first time, she felt the primal, childish urge to just see Malfoy get punched in his stupid, arrogant face. "Are you kidding me?" she snapped, jabbing a finger into Harry's back. "That's the boy who lived? The vanquisher of the Dark Lord? You can survive a killing curse, but you can't handle a spoiled brat on a broomstick? Don't you dare tell anyone you know me when this is over. I have a reputation to maintain, and I will not be associated with that level of cowardice." Her words were like a series of sharp, stinging slaps. Harry flinched, his face turning red with a mixture of shame and renewed anger. He looked around and saw the expectant faces of his fellow Gryffindors, all staring at him, waiting for their champion to act. That was it. The peer pressure, coupled with Hermione's scathing indictment, finally broke through his fear. His expression hardened, his green eyes flashing with a righteous fury. In that moment, Malfoy's sneering face merged in his mind with that of his cousin Dudley, the bully who had tormented him for 10 long years. "We survived the Dark Lord, Harry!" Hermione shouted after him as he swung his leg over his broom. "Don't you dare lose face to a Malfoy!" With a furious kick against the turf, he soared into the air. "Go on, Harry!" a chorus of Gryffindors yelled, their voices a sudden, roaring wave of support. Seeing Harry chasing him, Malfoy's confident smirk faltered. He turned and shot off across the grounds. But Harry's natural talent was a thing of beauty. He leaned into his broom, and it responded as if it were an extension of his own body, closing the distance with a speed that left the other first years gasping. Malfoy's initial confidence quickly curdled into panic as he realized he couldn't outfly him. Then, a cunning, cruel smile spread across Malfoy's face. He wasn't just going to run. This was all part of his trap. He banked hard, flying straight towards a high tower of the castle, directly in front of a window Hermione recognized as belonging to Professor McGonagall's office. With a final, triumphant sneer, he hurled the Remembrall straight at the window. Harry didn't think. He reacted. He dove, his body a green and black blur against the grey stone of the castle. The wind roared in his ears, his heart hammered against his ribs, but his eyes were locked on the glinting glass sphere. He accelerated past Malfoy, his fingers outstretched. The ground, hundreds of feet below, was a swirling vortex of color. Just inches from the window pane, his fingers closed around the cool, smooth glass of the Remembrall. With an acrobatic feat of flying that should have been impossible for a novice, he pulled his broom up into a sharp, spinning break, coming to a perfect, hovering halt. Inside her office, Professor McGonagall looked up from her paperwork, her eyes widening in disbelief as a green-robed student performed a world-class seeker's maneuver directly outside her window. Malfoy, his part in the plan complete, landed with a triumphant thud, a smug smirk plastered on his face. He had lured Harry into breaking the rules in the most spectacular and undeniable way possible. A moment later, McGonagall marched out onto the lawn, her face a thundercloud of stern fury. "Harry Potter," she barked, her voice echoing with an authority that instantly silenced the entire field. The adrenaline that had fueled Harry's flight vanished, replaced by an icy dread that pooled in his stomach. He landed his broom, his legs shaking, and looked over at Hermione, his eyes wide with terror and accusation. "You did this," his look screamed. "You pushed me into it." Noticing his glare, Professor McGonagall's sharp eyes shifted to Hermione. "And you, Miss Granger," she said, her tone leaving no room for argument. "I almost forgot about you. You'll come with me as well." Hermione's carefully constructed composure finally cracked. "What? Me?" She knew Harry wasn't going to be expelled, this was the moment he was recruited for the Quidditch team. But why was she being summoned? Was she being punished for inciting him? Or was this something else entirely? Confused, but not particularly worried, she followed McGonagall, who was leading a pale and trembling Harry toward the castle. The walk through the corridors was tense and silent. Harry was radiating a palpable aura of doom, convinced his magical life was over before it had even begun. "She's not going to expel you, you idiot," Hermione finally whispered, her patience wearing thin. "If she were, we'd be going to the headmaster's office, not toward the classrooms. Think, Potter." Harry seemed to realize the logic in her words, and a fraction of the tension left his shoulders. They finally stopped outside the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. "Excuse me, Professor Quirrell," McGonagall said, poking her head into the room that smelled faintly of garlic. "Could I borrow wood for a moment?" Quirrell nodded weakly, his stutter momentarily silenced. A tall, well-built older boy with a determined look on his face emerged from the classroom. "Potter, this is Oliver Wood," Professor McGonagall said, a rare, suppressed excitement in her voice. "Wood, I've found you a seeker." Harry stood there, holding his broom, his expression a perfect picture of confusion. The emotional whiplash from expecting expulsion to being offered a spot on the most prestigious team in the school was too much for him to process. Seeing his dumbfounded look, Hermione gave him a sharp slap on the back of the head. "She's putting you on the Gryffindor Quidditch team," she explained, as if to a small child. "Now thank thee, Professor McGonagall." "That was close," she thought. Almost called her a cat. Harry's eyes widened in dawning, ecstatic realization. But before he could speak, McGonagall spoke again, a triumphant smile on her face. "And Wood," she said, her gaze shifting to Hermione, "I've also found you a beater." The world seemed to tilt on its axis. "Excuse me?" Hermione blurted out, her own shock now mirroring Harry's. "A beater? Me? On what possible grounds? I can't even summon my broom properly." This was the first time her careful plans and predictions had been so completely and utterly derailed. She had become an active participant in the story she was only supposed to be observing. Seeing the incredulous look on her face, Professor McGonagall's smile widened. "Mr. Potter has the raw talent and instincts of a born seeker. But you, Miss Granger, are something different. I've been observing you. You are calculating. You see the entire field, not just the obvious targets. You used logic to win a confrontation in Professor Snape's class, and you used advanced, life-saving magic to solve a problem during this very lesson without a moment's hesitation. You are ruthless when you need to be. That is the mind of a beater. A protector and a disruptor." Hermione's face darkened. Is that supposed to be a compliment? She thought. So that was how the professors saw her, a kind-hearted but evil-minded little genius. "So, what do you think, Wood?" McGonagall asked, beaming, clearly delighted with her double discovery. "A double blessing for the team, wouldn't you say?" Wood looked from Harry, who had probably never even seen a Quidditch match, to Hermione, who was practically vibrating with confusion and annoyance. The hope that had briefly lit up his face died, replaced by a look of utter, soul-crushing despair. Chapter 11, The Mind of a Beater. Oliver Wood stood in the corridor, a living statue of consternation. "Professor McGonagall," he began, his voice strained, "with all due respect, isn't this a bit irregular?" He looked from Harry's bewildered face to Hermione's impassive one. They were tiny first years. They'd had exactly one flying lesson, during which one of them had nearly been killed and the other had refused to sit on her broom properly. As the Gryffindor Quidditch captain, he lived and breathed the sport. The crushing weight of their multi-year losing streak against Slytherin was a constant, heavy burden on his shoulders. He didn't doubt his professor's eye for talent. McGonagall was a legend, but this felt less like a strategic masterstroke and more like an act of pure, unadulterated desperation. "The rules are quite clear, Wood," McGonagall said, her tone leaving no room for argument. "First years are not normally permitted their own brooms. However, the rulebook makes no mention of them being barred from a team, provided they can supply their own equipment. I will speak to the headmaster. Potter will need a broom worthy of his talent. As for Miss Granger," she glanced at Hermione, "I trust she can handle the standard equipment." Wood's face was a mask of constipated agony. His dreams for the season, which were already bleak, were now circling the drain. But arguing with Professor McGonagall was like arguing with a thunderstorm. He let out a slow, defeated sigh. "Yes, Professor." The sun was beginning its slow, fiery descent, painting the sky in shades of orange and bruised purple as the three of them walked from the castle down to the Quidditch pitch. The evening air was cool and crisp, carrying the scent of damp earth and freshly cut grass. Harry was practically bouncing with a mixture of excitement and disbelief, while Hermione walked with her usual silent, analytical stride. Wood, on the other hand, felt like he was leading two lambs to a slaughterhouse. He had tried to be optimistic, but his hopes sank with every step. When they reached the storage shed and he unchained the massive, iron-bound Quidditch chest, reality hit him with the force of a bludger. Right then, he grunted, grabbing one of the heavy leather handles. "Harry, give me a hand with this." Together, the two boys strained to lift the chest. It was absurdly heavy, enchanted to contain the restless, violent energy of the balls within. They managed to drag it a few feet onto the grass before stopping, gasping for breath. Hermione watched them struggle for a moment, an expression of profound pity on her face. "Excuse me, Captain," she said, her voice dry. "You are aware that we are wizards, correct?" "Yes, of course, what's that got to do with?" Wood started to say, confused. "So, perhaps," she continued, as if explaining a complex concept to a very slow child, "we could save ourselves the trouble and use a bit of magic. Like this." She drew her wand with a fluid, economical motion. Wingardium Leviosa. The massive chest lifted effortlessly into the air, hovering a foot off the ground. The sudden release of weight sent Harry stumbling forward and Wood nearly fell over backward. A deep, painful blush crept up Wood's neck. He, the seasoned Quidditch captain, had been so focused on the mundane physicality of the sport that he had completely forgotten the most basic tool at his disposal. "Right," he coughed, clearing his throat. "Well, you see, it's also important to maintain physical fitness. Can't rely on magic for everything." Hermione just stared at him with her unnervingly intelligent, empty eyes. "Okay, I forgot," Wood admitted, pinching the bridge of his nose. He looked at the effortlessly floating chest, then at the small girl holding it steady with a lazy flick of her wrist. But to lift something that heavy, with such control, that's not first-year magic. This was becoming more surreal by the second. He was in the presence of the boy who lived, a flying prodigy, and the library witch, a magical powerhouse, and he was supposed to mold them into a winning team in 2 months. He led them to the center of the pitch, the floating chest trailing behind Hermione like a loyal, oversized dog. The 3 golden hoops at either end of the stadium stood like silent, towering sentinels in the fading light. "All right," Wood said, taking a deep breath and trying to reclaim some semblance of authority. He knelt and unlatched the chest. "The rules of Quidditch are simple enough." He launched into a passionate explanation, his love for the game evident in every word. He introduced the scarlet quaffle, its leather worn smooth from countless matches. He pointed out the 2 black, menacing blood jars, which strained against their iron chains, humming with a violent, restless energy. And finally, the tiny, winged golden snitch, which he released for a moment, allowing it to dart and weave through the air like a hummingbird before snatching it back. "Your job, Harry, as Seeker, is to catch that. It's worth 150 points and ends the game." Harry's eyes were wide with wonder, tracking the memory of the snitch's flight. Wood then turned to Hermione, handing her a short, heavy, club-like bat. "You, Granger, are a beater. Your job is to use this to hit the blood jars away from our players, and, toward theirs." Hermione took the bat, her expression unreadable. She tested its weight, giving it a few practice swings that cut through the air with a vicious whoosh. Wood's captain's intuition screamed at him that this was a terrible idea. "Right then," he said, his voice a little shaky. He cautiously unchained one of the blood jars. It shot into the air like a cannonball, a black blur of fury. "Remember, Granger, protect your teammates." He and Harry immediately scrambled back a good 50 feet, watching nervously. Hermione's stance was all wrong. She wasn't holding the bat like a piece of sports equipment, she was holding it like a weapon. As the bludger rocketed toward her, a flicker of something that looked disturbingly like excited anticipation flashed across her face. She swung. It was not a tap or a block, it was a full-bodied, murderous heave. Thwack! The sound was like a thunderclap. The bludger changed direction instantly, transforming into a black missile aimed directly at the 2 spectators. "Heads up!" Harry screamed, diving to the ground. The bludger shrieked past, so close he felt the wind of its passage ruffle his hair. Wood wasn't so lucky. He tried to dodge, but the bludger caught him squarely in the lower abdomen. The impact lifted him off his feet and sent him crashing to the turf. He lay there, curled into a tight ball, the air driven from his lungs in a single, agonizing gasp. Harry rushed over as Wood struggled to sit up, his face pale and beaded with sweat. Just aim, Granger. Wood wheezed, clutching his stomach. Just aim first. Harry, behind you. Hermione's voice shouted, sharp and alert. Harry looked up just in time to see the bludger, having completed its arc, coming back for another pass. He threw himself to the ground again. Hermione, without even looking, swung the bat behind her back in a brutally efficient arc. Crack! The bludger, now moving even faster, ricocheted off her bat and screamed back toward them. This time, both Harry and Wood only had time to yelp and fall flat before it whistled over their heads. She's trying to kill us! Wood screamed in his mind. She's supposed to be protecting us. Hermione, however, was staring into the middle distance, a thoughtful frown on her face. Captain Wood, she said suddenly, her voice bright with discovery, I have devised an invincible winning strategy. You have? Wood groaned from the grass. Yes. It's quite simple. We make a small roster adjustment. We eliminate the chaser and keeper positions. Instead, we field a team of 6 beaters. Their sole job will be to hunt down and incapacitate the opposing players. That leaves you, Harry, as the seeker, completely unopposed to catch the snitch. I call it the Invincible 6 Protect 1 formation. Wood stared at her, his mouth hanging open. Granger, he said slowly, as if explaining to a particularly dense troll, you can't just change the number of players for each position. It's against the rules. Hermione said, looking disappointed. A moment later, her eyes lit up again. All right, new plan. Can we use magic to knock the opposing players off their brooms? Or, more efficiently, can I just use a summoning charm on the golden snitch? Wood felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. No, Granger. Magic is strictly forbidden during a match. The balls are enchanted to resist it. I see, she said, tapping the bat against her chin. She looked up, her eyes glinting with a terrifying new idea. Well then, can I bring a few knives with me? I'm quite good at throwing them. Or perhaps I could just use this. She hefted the bat, closed one eye, and aimed it directly at Wood's head. It has a very satisfying heft to it. Wood went completely pale. The future of Gryffindor Quidditch, which had seemed merely bleak a few minutes ago, now looked like a season-long reenactment of the charge of the Light Brigade. He was doomed. He was leading a flying prodigy and a pint-sized, magical war criminal into battle against the notoriously brutal Slytherin team. He looked at Harry's excited, hopeful face. He looked at Professor McGonagall, who was watching from the stands with a proud, expectant smile. He was trapped. With the weary resignation of a man walking to his own execution, he forced a pained, brittle smile. Welcome to the team. Chapter 12, Level Up. The rest of the practice was an exercise in controlled chaos. Nearly every bludger Hermione hit seemed to acquire a homing instinct for either Harry or Wood. She insisted it wasn't intentional, but her aim was so consistently, terrifyingly bad that it began to feel malicious. Wood spent the entire time flinching and ducking, a mask of pure, unadulterated pain plastered on his face. He finally understood Professor McGonagall's logic. A person who could wield a bat with such savage, unrestrained force wasn't just a beater, she was a human deterrent. Right. That's enough for today, he finally shouted, his voice strained. Harry, this is the golden snitch. He pulled the tiny, walnut-sized golden ball from the chest. It fluttered its delicate silver wings. You're the seeker. Your only job is to catch this. Nothing else matters. Catch this, we get 150 points, the game ends. Got it? Good. He shoved the snitch into Harry's hands, spoke the last few words at the speed of light, and then turned and fled the pitch as if a dragon were on his tail. Harry was left standing alone in the center of the vast, empty stadium, staring from the tiny, fluttering ball in his hand to Hermione, who was casually leaning on her beater's bat like a battle-weary warrior. Back in the Gryffindor Tower, Hermione slipped through the portrait hole and made her way to the girls' dormitory. The circular room was empty, her roommates Parvati Patil and Lavender Brown presumably still at dinner. The last rays of the setting sun slanted through the high tower window, painting the scarlet and gold bed hangings in hues of deep orange and blood red. It was a rare moment of peace, and she intended to use it. She drew the curtains around her four-poster bed, creating a small, private sanctuary. As she'd practiced basic broom control with Harry after Wood's hasty departure, her mental grimoire had vibrated. Her magic experience bar, which had been agonizingly close to full for days, had finally ticked over the edge. Apparently, the instinct and control required to fly, even at a rudimentary level, counted as a form of magical training. Sitting cross-legged on her bed, she closed her eyes and sank her consciousness deep within herself, reaching for the wellspring of her power. The moment her mind touched it, her magic erupted. It was not a violent explosion, but a powerful, overwhelming surge, like a dam bursting. A torrent of warm, liquid energy flooded through her limbs, widening the channels of her magical core, reinforcing her very being. Her mind, which had felt clouded with the fatigue of her double life, became sharp and crystal clear. It was like a fog had lifted, revealing a world of vibrant, exhilarating detail. She could feel the ancient, dormant magic humming in the castle's stone walls, the faint life force of the sleeping whomping willow on the grounds, the very air thrumming with power. She opened her eyes, feeling refreshed, stronger, and fundamentally more than she had been a moment before. She immediately checked her internal status. Hermione Jean Granger. Magic level, LV2, 1/10,000. A slow, satisfied smile spread across her face. The experience needed for the next level was 10 times greater, but the rewards were immediate. She could feel the raw power flowing through her, more turbulent and potent than before. Her perception and control of that power had become far more delicate, more precise. She quickly checked her spell lists. As she'd hoped, the spells that had reached maximum proficiency at level 1 had evolved alongside her. Spells. Levitation Charm, LV2, 1/10,000. Knockback Jinx, LV2, 1/10,000. Bodybind Curse, LV2, 1/10,000. Shield Charm, LV2, 1/10,000. Dark Arts. Sectum Sempra, LV2, 1/10,000. Levi Corpus, LV1, 138/1000. She needed to test the difference. Pointing her wand at a spare pillow on Lavender's bed, she whispered, "Diffindo." A flash of blue light, and the pillow didn't just rip, it exploded in a silent cloud of feathers, the fabric atomized into fine, glittering dust. She nodded in satisfaction. The level 1 version of the spell made a clean cut. The level 2 version was an instrument of pure, destructive force. She could feel that its range, speed, and the maximum size of its target had all increased exponentially. She spent a few moments analyzing her new strength, comparing it to the benchmarks she knew from the books. A wizard's power grew with age. 1st through 4th years were generally in the LV1 range. 5th through 7th years, the more powerful ones, would be LV2. Most adult wizards would cap out at LV3. Powerful, elite aurors might reach LV4. And gods of the magical world like Dumbledore, Voldemort, and Grindelwald? Their level was currently beyond her ability to even estimate. So, as a first year, she now possessed the raw magical power of an older, talented student. But her true advantage, her ultimate cheat, was the grimoire. Other wizards had strengths and weaknesses. Gilderoy Lockhart was a bumbling fool at almost everything, but he was a god-tier master of the memory charm. Barty Crouch Jr. had once said that the students in his class could all cast the killing curse at him and he'd likely only get a nosebleed, because they lacked the power and intent. Their magical software was full of bugs and inconsistencies. Her software, on the other hand, was perfect. With enough time, she could max out the proficiency on any spell, making her a perfect all-rounder with no weaknesses, able to wield every spell she knew at the absolute peak of her current power level. She was a walking magical anomaly. "Reparo," she whispered, and the cloud of feathers swirled through the air, reforming into a pristine, fluffy pillow that settled gently back on Lavender's bed. Her work here was done. She closed her eyes, focused on the grayed out M in her mind, and willed herself back. The world twisted, and the warm, cozy scent of the Gryffindor dormitory was violently replaced by the cold, sterile smell of bleach and stale air. She was back in the grimy motel room in Hell's Kitchen. Good. Still empty, she thought, relieved that no new tenant had checked in. She had left Hogwarts in such a hurry she hadn't had time to secure a new, safer transport point. Note to self: find a permanent, private base of operations in this world. She pushed open the door and walked down the deserted, dimly lit corridor to the front desk. As she approached, the innkeeper, who was half asleep in his chair, saw her and jolted upright, his eyes widening in a mixture of fear and shock. "You! Little girl, what are you doing back here?" "I left something in the room," Hermione lied smoothly, not breaking her stride. "Just came back to get it." The innkeeper's face was a mess of conflicting emotions. He looked around nervously, as if worried they were being watched. "What's wrong?" Hermione asked, her eyes narrowing slightly. He made up his mind. Leaning forward over the counter, he spoke in a low, urgent whisper. "Kid, I don't know what kind of trouble you're in, but you need to disappear. A few days ago, some feds were here. FBI, they said. Suits, black cars, the whole deal. They were looking for you." "FBI?" Hermione thought, confused for a moment. Her actions had been invisible. How could they have possibly traced them to a 12-year-old girl? Unless... Her heart gave a slight lurch. The agents in her past life's movies, the ones who dealt with the strange, the alien, the impossible. They often masqueraded as federal agents. Feds. SHIELD. The innkeeper saw the flash of recognition in her eyes. "Looks like you know what I'm talking about," he said, his voice grim. "Take my advice. Whatever it is, you don't want those people in your life." Hermione nodded, her mind already racing, recalibrating. She had known there would be consequences, but she had underestimated the speed and efficiency of this world's surveillance state. She had been made. "I see," she said, her voice calm. "It's not a big deal. But thank you for the warning." She pulled a few bills from her pocket and slid them across the counter. "For your trouble." She turned and walked out of the motel without another word, a small, solitary figure swallowed by the vast, uncaring city. Half an hour later, she was sitting in a quiet, nearly empty street corner cafe, a cup of cappuccino cradled in her hands. The warm, bitter smell of coffee filled the air as she stared out the window, watching the endless stream of people pass by. She needed a new plan. Her days of operating as an unknown variable were over. SHIELD was looking for her. The game had just gotten infinitely more complicated. The bell above the cafe door jingled, and a young, laughing couple walked in, arm in arm, their faces bright with a simple, ordinary happiness that felt like it belonged to another universe. They ordered their coffee and looked for a place to sit, their eyes landing on a small table not far from hers. Chapter 13, Chapter 13 Shield appears. The cafe was a small island of calm in the roaring ocean of New York City. The air smelled of dark roasted coffee, cinnamon, and warm sugar. Hermione sat by the window, nursing a cappuccino, the warmth of the mug a small, comforting anchor in the swirling chaos of her thoughts. She was on S.H.I.E.L.'s radar. That much was certain. The only question now was how they would make their approach. The gentle jingle of the bell above the door gave her the answer. A young, handsome couple walked in, arm in arm, laughing at some shared joke. They were the picture of mundane happiness, a walking, talking embodiment of the normal life she had lost forever. They exuded such a powerful aura of saccharine romance it was almost nauseating. Hermione watched them in the reflection of the window, her eyes cold and analytical. She recognized the woman instantly. The slightly curly, burgundy-colored hair, the confident, predatory grace in her movements, the way her eyes, despite her easy smile, were constantly scanning the room. Black Widow, Hermione thought, a slow, predatory smile of her own touching her lips. They sent their best. How flattering! Natasha Romanoff and her partner ordered 2 coffees, then looked around for a place to sit, their gazes sweeping the room before landing, as if by chance, on a small table near Hermione. They were good, but Hermione wasn't playing their game. She was inventing a new one. She drained the last of her coffee, the sweet foam clinging to the sides of the cup, and stood. With a confidence that was deeply unsettling in a 12-year-old, she walked directly to their table. "Excuse me," she said, her voice polite but firm. She nudged the handsome male agent with her hip. "Move." The man, caught completely off guard, stumbled sideways. Hermione slid into his still warm seat, directly opposite a stunned Natasha Romanoff. The couple stared at her, their carefully constructed romantic facade momentarily shattering. Hermione fixed her gaze on the woman. She was beautiful, even more so in person than on screen. A sculpted face, a lithe, powerful body visible even under her casual clothes, and eyes that held a universe of secrets. "Little girl, what do you think you're?" Natasha began, her voice a perfect blend of confusion and mild annoyance. "Let's stop pretending," Hermione interrupted, her voice dropping slightly. "You're not here for the coffee. What do you want with me?" Before Natasha could recalibrate, her partner recovered, slipping back into his role as the indignant boyfriend. "Hey, what's the big idea, kid?" he said, his brow furrowed. "That's my seat. Look, I don't have any change for you, so why don't you run along?" He was trying to dismiss her, to frame her as a common nuisance. Hermione didn't even bother to look at him. She tilted her head, her gaze still locked on Natasha, and began to mutter to herself, just loud enough for them to hear. No trace of magic. Definitely not from the Ministry. Why would they send Muggles? So strange. Her words were a carefully crafted piece of disinformation, designed to seize control of the narrative. She had already decided on her persona for this world, a brilliant, powerful, but slightly naive young witch from a mysterious and highly organized magical society, with a child's sense of justice. She would be an enigma they couldn't easily categorize, a problem they couldn't solve with a simple bullet. "You," the male agent said, his feigned annoyance turning into genuine frustration. She was ignoring his script completely. "Quiet, adults are talking," Hermione said dismissively. She drew her wand from her sleeve, a simple stick of polished wood, and casually tapped him on the forehead. A tiny, imperceptible spark of light, visible only to Natasha's hyper-aware eyes, flashed at the point of contact. The agent froze, his angry retort dying on his lips as a wave of momentary, inexplicable confusion washed over him. The young man stared blankly for a second, a flicker of something like professional shock in his eyes. "What just happened? Did she just tap me with a stick?" Natasha raised a hand, her expression unreadable. "Agent Davis, why don't you wait in the car?" she said, her voice calm and even. "I can handle this." Davis's expression shifted from confusion to the grudging respect of a subordinate. The angry boyfriend persona melted away, leaving only the professional agent. He gave a single, curt nod and walked out of the cafe, muttering to himself about how a child could have possibly seen through his cover. Once he was gone, Natasha leaned forward, her warm, disarming smile back in place. "Miss Granger, may I call you that?" "Just Hermione is fine," she replied, offering a small smile of her own. "Two can play this game." A flicker of relief passed through Natasha's eyes. The target is responsive, not immediately hostile. "All right, Hermione," she said, her voice soft and friendly. "I have to admit, you have me at a disadvantage. How did you know we weren't just a couple getting coffee?" It was a genuine question. As one of the world's top spies, Natasha had absolute confidence in her ability to disappear into a role. A breach of cover this clean and this fast was unheard of. For a terrifying moment, she wondered if this child was a product of some rival agency, a new Red Room. "Oh, that," Hermione said with a dismissive wave of her hand, as if explaining something incredibly obvious. "Wizards are very sensitive to being watched. It's a survival instinct. Since you walked in, you glanced at me 6 times. Your partner over there glanced at me 11 times. You never once made eye contact with each other. Even the couples at Hogwarts who are about to break up are more convincing than you two were." Natasha's smile didn't falter, but her mind was racing. Sensitive to sight? Is that part of her ability? Hermione chuckled inwardly. It was all, of course, complete nonsense. She knew who Natasha was because she'd seen all her movies. Natasha filed the information away and decided to press on the most unbelievable part of the girl's story. "Hermione," she said, her tone gentle, like an adult correcting a child's tall tale, "lying isn't a very nice habit." She had read the file. The girl had some kind of kinetic or telekinetic ability. This talk of wizards and magic was clearly a child's fantasy, a way for her young mind to cope with the sudden manifestation of terrifying powers. But instead of getting angry or flustered at being called a liar, Hermione just frowned, her previously confident expression melting into one of genuine confusion. "Lie? But, you don't know? You really weren't sent by the Ministry of Magic to monitor me?" Her expression suddenly became serious, and she ran a hand through her hair in distress. "Oh, no. This is bad. I've told you about wizards. I've told you about Hogwarts. I've broken the international statute of secrecy. Dumbledore is going to be furious with me when I get back." Natasha watched her, her analytical mind struggling to find a flaw in the performance. There wasn't one. The girl's distress seemed completely, utterly genuine. There were only 2 possibilities: either this child was a master-class actor, the best she had ever seen, or she was telling the truth. "Oh, this is so annoying," Hermione grumbled, slumping onto the table. She began to idly twirl the small wooden stick in her hand. Suddenly, she perked up, an idea flashing in her eyes. "Wait! I know!" She sat up straight, a bright, cheerful, and utterly terrifying smile on her face. "Before the Ministry finds out, I'll just erase your memory. Then no one will ever know I told a muggle about the existence of magic." She clapped her hands together. "Yes. That's it. Oh, I'm such a genius. Erase my memory?" Natasha felt a cold, primal fear crawl up her spine. The girl leveled the small wooden stick at her, and Natasha saw the very tip begin to glow with a faint, silvery light. In that instant, every alarm bell in her head, every instinct honed by years of surviving impossible situations, began to scream. The feeling of danger was overwhelming, more potent than any gun ever pointed at her face. This was real. "Wait!" Natasha shouted, her voice sharper than she intended. She fought down the overpowering urge to draw her own weapon. "Don't you want to know who we really are?" It was a desperate gambit, an appeal to the child's curiosity. The silvery light at the tip of the wand flickered and died. The immense sense of crisis vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Hermione slowly lowered the stick, her head tilted. "You're not from the ministry," she said, her expression now one of genuine curiosity. "Then who are you? And what do you want with me?" Natasha let out a slow, imperceptible breath. She didn't know it, but her back was completely drenched in sweat. Chapter 14, Setting the Stage. 430 plus advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. "Natasha, what's your status? Report." The voice in her ear was Nick Fury's, sharp, urgent, and laced with the controlled tension of a man who had just heard his top agent threatened. "I'm stable, Director. The situation is under control," Natasha murmured, her lips barely moving as she pressed a finger to her earpiece. She kept her eyes locked on Hermione, her body a coiled spring of readiness, but her expression was one of practiced, disarming calm. She turned her full attention back to the small, terrifying girl sitting opposite her. "My name is Natasha," she said, her voice smooth as silk. "I'm with the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. I'm here today because we need to ask you a few questions." Even though this body's native language was English, Hermione's mind, still wired from a previous life, briefly short-circuited trying to process the ridiculously long, bureaucratic name. Then she remembered. In these early days, the agency hadn't yet adopted its much catchier acronym. "They, what division?" she asked, tilting her head with a look of perfect, childlike confusion. Natasha's professional smile didn't waver, but a flicker of annoyance passed through her eyes. She'd told Fury a dozen times they needed a better name. "The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division," she repeated patiently, enunciating every syllable. "The Strategic Homeland, what now? Enforcement and Logistics Division. Division of what?" Natasha fell silent. She stared into the girl's wide, clear, and seemingly innocent eyes and, for the first time in a very long time, felt completely and utterly out of her depth. "Perhaps you could write it down for me," Hermione suggested helpfully, seeing the flicker of frustration on the agent's face. "Right. I'll just have my colleague bring in a pad and—" "Oh, don't bother," Hermione interrupted. She raised the simple wooden wand she'd been holding and gave it a gentle wave at the half-empty coffee cup beside her. The next second, under Natasha's incredulous gaze, the hard ceramic seemed to melt like warm clay. It twisted and flowed, the brown color leaching out, the form reshaping itself with an unnatural fluidity until, in a matter of seconds, it was no longer a coffee cup, but a crisp, white piece of parchment and a sleek black fountain pen. "Here you go," Hermione said, pushing the impossible objects across the table. Natasha stared. Her first, second, and third reactions were all rooted in years of training. Sleight of hand. Advanced technology. Nanites. Hallucinogens. She reached out, her fingers hesitating for a fraction of a second before grabbing the paper and pen. The paper felt real, its texture a fine, fibrous grain. The pen was cool and solid. She uncapped it and a drop of real, wet ink welled at the nib. It was all real. "How?" Natasha breathed, her voice barely a whisper. "How did you do that?" Hermione shrugged, a small, proud puff of her chest. "It's just a simple transfiguration spell. We learn it in first year. Watch. Wingardium Leviosa." The pen and paper lifted off the table, hovering in mid-air. She sent them spinning in a slow, lazy circle before letting them drop. They clattered onto the floor. "Reparo," she commanded. The small crack in the pen's casing instantly fused together, leaving no trace of damage. It was a violation of every law of physics she had ever known. After witnessing this series of quiet, reality-shattering miracles, Natasha felt a strange sense of vertigo. The solid, predictable world she operated in, a world of spies, soldiers, and science, suddenly felt thin and fragile, like a painted curtain with something vast and incomprehensible lurking just behind it. She had seen superpowered individuals before, people who could control fire or lift cars, but their abilities, while impressive, could still be quantified, studied, and eventually explained by science. This was different. This was not science. This was magic. It took all of her formidable willpower to suppress the tremor in her hands and rebuild her shattered worldview around this new, impossible fact. She was a top agent. She adapted. A few nights ago, she began, her voice steady despite the chaos in her mind, a series of unusual deaths occurred in this city. We were hoping you might know something about them. She was prepared for a denial, for more games. She was not prepared for the cheerful, honest nod she received. Oh, you mean the bad guys? Hermione said, her face lighting up. Yes, of course I know about them. I killed them. Natasha's pupils contracted. Before she could form a response, Hermione continued, a look of righteous indignation on her face. You're from well, whatever that long name was. You're muggles, so I assume you're some sort of law enforcement. I did your job for you. I punished the bad guys. Doesn't that mean I should get a reward? What is wrong with this child? Natasha thought, her professional composure finally cracking. She leaned forward, her voice soft. Hermione, you're still so young. Killing people, doesn't it bother you? Why would it? Hermione asked, tilting her head with an air of pure innocence. They were bad guys. The books and the telly are very clear about it, bad guys get punished and good guys get rewarded. The hero always kills the villains who do evil things, and everyone cheers. Natasha's lips twitched. She learned her morality, from television? It was the most absurd and terrifyingly simplistic worldview she had ever encountered. Don't debate ethics with her, Romanoff, Fury's voice crackled in her ear, a sharp, strategic command. Focus on the source. Where did she learn this? Ask about the wizards. Natasha took a deep breath and forced another warm smile. You're right, of course, she lied smoothly. Can you tell me more about yourself? A clever, talented girl like you, how did you learn to do all these incredible things? I'm fascinated. How did I learn? Hermione asked, looking genuinely confused by the question. The professors at school teach you, and you practice, and then you know it. How else would you learn? School? Natasha asked, a strange, cold feeling beginning to creep up her spine. Yes, of course, Hermione said. Hogwarts. It's the best school of witchcraft and wizardry in the world. In his office on the helicarrier, Nick Fury went very, very still. A school. Teachers. It wasn't just one anomalous child. It was an institution. It was a society. He pulled up a global map on his main screen, his mind racing with the terrifying implications. A hidden civilization of superpowered individuals, operating right under their noses for who knows how long. This was the biggest intelligence failure in S.H.I.E.L.D's history. Seeing Natasha fall silent, Hermione's expression turned impatient. Hey, I've answered all of your questions. It's my turn. Natasha snapped back to the present. Ask. Hermione leaned forward, her chin resting in her hands, and blinked her large, innocent eyes. I was using a disillusionment charm when I dealt with those criminals. It makes me invisible. Logically, you shouldn't have been able to see me. So how did you know it was me? We didn't say it was you, Natasha tried, a weak bluff. Hermione's expression hardened. I may be young, but I'm not stupid. Natasha let out a slow sigh. The girl had her cornered. It was time to give up a piece of the truth. There were eyewitnesses at the first scene. Uncle Sal. Hermione shook her head decisively. Impossible. He's a muggle. He couldn't have seen through my charm. Natasha nodded, impressed despite herself. We know. But he wasn't the only witness. She leaned forward and delivered the final, crucial piece of information. The shop had surveillance cameras. PLS support me and throw power stones. Chapter 15, Chapter 15, A Promise Between Spiders and Witches. 430 plus advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. Surveillance cameras. Hermione repeated, her voice laced with a sudden, sharp-edged anger. The air in the cafe, which had been thick with a tense but manageable curiosity, suddenly felt several degrees colder. You're lying. Natasha's calm expression didn't flicker, but she felt a new, more dangerous shift in the girl's demeanor. My disillusionment charm is a level 2 spell, Hermione continued, her voice low and contemptuous. It bends light and sound. It even fools thermal imaging. And you're telling me it was defeated by some cheap, mass-produced Muggle security camera. For her, whose magic was the very foundation of her power and her only real advantage in these hostile new worlds, the suggestion of a flaw was a profound, personal insult. Sensing she had misstepped, Natasha quickly clarified, her voice placating. No, not during the incident itself. We saw nothing then. We saw you before. She laid out the methodical, painstaking process of their investigation, appealing to the girl's obvious intelligence. Based on the shop owner's testimony and the impossible physics of the crime scene, we knew we were dealing with a person with extraordinary abilities. So, we pulled all the surveillance footage from the street for the weeks leading up to the event. We were looking for anything out of the ordinary. And you found me, Hermione finished, her anger slowly receding as understanding dawned. We found a 12-year-old girl working 80 hours a week in a shawarma shop, Natasha confirmed. A child laborer, working in plain sight, and yet no one, not the customers, not the health inspectors, not the police on the beat, ever noticed or reported it. When we questioned the owner, Sal, he knew it was illegal, but he said it just never felt wrong. It was as if his very perception had been altered. The confusion charm, Hermione realized aloud. So, it wasn't that her magic had failed, it was that her magic had worked too well, creating a different kind of anomaly. Exactly, Natasha said. Two impossible events, centered on the same location, with you at the heart of both. We ran your face through every database on the planet and came up with nothing. You didn't exist. Not until you reappeared in Hell's Kitchen. We sent a team, but by the time they arrived, you were gone again. Until today. Hermione let out a slow, theatrical sigh of relief, patting her chest. Oh, thank goodness. For a moment there, I thought there was something wrong with my magic. Can you imagine the humiliation? If the other houses found out a Muggle could see through my charms, I'd never hear the end of it. She gave Natasha a small, condescending smile. You're quite capable, for a Muggle. Natasha's own smile remained fixed, but she felt a surge of professional pride mixed with deep unease. She had been praised by kings and generals, but the backhanded compliment from this terrifying child was somehow more unsettling. All right then, Hermione said, her tone bright and cheerful again, as if the last 5 minutes of tension had never happened. Now that all my questions are answered, it's time to erase your memory. She raised her wand again. No, wait, not again. Natasha screamed in her mind. We were having such a nice conversation. I thought we were bonding. Why was this child so stubbornly fixated on this one, terrifying course of action? Was she answering questions just to be polite before the execution? Even for a battle-hardened agent who had faced down gods and monsters, this was exhausting. For a moment, she had an overwhelming urge to just put her head on the table and cry. Taking a deep, steadying breath, she forced the panic down and deployed her final weapon, a full-court press of psychological manipulation. Hermione, she began, her voice taking on a warm, earnest, almost sisterly tone. I know you're a good kid. I can see it. You didn't just lash out randomly, you took down dangerous, evil people. You were protecting someone. That's what heroes do. Hermione watched her, her head tilted, an unreadable expression on her face. Ah, she thought, the appeal to heroism. Classic recruitment pitch. You have to understand, Natasha continued, leaning forward conspiratorially, we're on the same side. The organization I work for, SHIELD, we specialize in helping people like you. We fight the bad guys. We protect the world. We are, for all intents and purposes, partners in justice. Partners in justice, Hermione mused, almost choking on a laugh. She's good. Really good. This was a master at work, and it was a genuine test of her own acting skills to maintain her facade of wide-eyed confusion. If we're partners, fighting for the same goal, Natasha pressed, her eyes sincere, then doesn't it seem a bit counterproductive to erase your partner's memory? If you let me remember, I can help you. I can provide resources, support. We can work together to make the world a safer place. Helping us is helping yourself, right? Hermione bit her lip, putting on a perfect show of a tempted, conflicted child. But, the Ministry of Magic has very strict rules. Revealing the existence of the wizarding world to muggles is the highest crime. If they find out, they'll send Aurors to wipe your memory anyway. And the people they send, they won't be as nice as you. And Dumbledore, he'll be so disappointed in me. And the Oscar for Best Performance by a Child Wizard goes to, she thought, internally applauding herself. She was weaving a tapestry of lies so intricate and compelling that even she was starting to admire it. Don't you worry about that, Natasha said, sensing victory. She struck while the iron was hot. S.H.I.E.L.D's ability to keep secrets is the best in the world. If they come looking, they will find nothing. Besides, if you don't tell, and I don't tell, who will ever know? Hydra, probably, Hermione thought with a flash of dark humor. How about this? Natasha said, adding the final, brilliant touch. This can be our secret. A secret between you and me. The foundation of our partnership for justice. A shared secret. Hermione whispered, her eyes wide as if the idea were the most profound thing she had ever heard. She looked down, then back up, her face set with a look of brave, childish resolve. Okay. But we have to make a promise. A promise that we'll never, ever betray each other. A pinky promise. Natasha could have laughed out loud with relief. She's just a child, she thought, a wave of condescending affection washing over her. A powerful, dangerous, and deeply strange child, but a child nonetheless. She believes in things like promises. Natasha had her. She had figured her out. Okay, Natasha said, her smile now completely genuine. A pinky promise. She extended her little finger, and Hermione hooked it with her own. Promise for 100 years, no changing, Hermione recited solemnly. Natasha reached out with her free hand and gently patted Hermione's bushy hair, a surge of maternal, proprietary feeling rising within her. The asset was handled. She even gave her cheek a playful little pinch. Hermione endured it, her jaw tight. Just for a moment, she told herself. Just for a moment, for the sake of the mission, I will let the Black Widow pinch my cheek. I need to go and report this to my director, Natasha said, reluctantly letting go. He'll be very happy to hear about our new partnership. I'll be right back, Hermione. You wait for me. Hermione nodded sweetly. But just as Natasha stood to leave, her voice, now light and cheerful, stopped her in her tracks. By the way, she said with a grin. When we made that promise, I sealed it with a little binding curse. Just a tiny one. Anyone who breaks their promise will die. Horribly. Without a burial. Natasha froze, her back ramrod straight. Just kidding. Hermione chirped, her eyes curving into happy little crescents. I believe you, Sister Natasha. Natasha turned, a brittle smile plastered on her face. Right. She said nothing else, walked silently out of the cafe, and only allowed herself to breathe once the door had closed behind her. She leaned against the cool glass of the window, her heart hammering against her ribs. Talking to that little girl was more exhausting than a 3-day firefight. She pressed her earpiece. Director, she whispered, her voice a little shaky. You heard all that. What's our next move? PLS support me and throw power stones. Chapter 16, The Gatekeeper. 430 plus advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. A tense silence hummed over the secure COMM line for several seconds before Nick Fury's voice, low and gravelly, came through Natasha's earpiece. Agent Romanoff, you're on the ground. Your threat assessment is more valuable than mine right now. What's your read? Is she hostile? Do we need to consider a containment protocol? Natasha didn't even have to think about it. The memory of the wand's glowing tip and the primal, instinctual terror it had induced was still fresh. Absolutely not, Director, she said, her voice a low, urgent whisper as she walked away from the cafe. Forcible arrest is a non-starter. We can't contain what we don't understand, and I guarantee we do not understand this. Our only viable option is to maintain a positive relationship. Win her trust. Play the long game. Fury was not surprised. Give me your reasoning. First, and most importantly, she's our only link, Natasha explained, her mind racing as she formed the report. She's the sole point of contact to an entire hidden civilization of wizards, that has operated completely beneath our notice for centuries. She is, for all intents and purposes, the key to the biggest intelligence discovery in SHIELD history. Second, her abilities are invaluable. Matter manipulation, telekinesis, spatial reversal, these aren't just parlor tricks. If we can study her magic, if we can find a way to integrate it with our own technology, the potential is limitless. It's a paradigm shift. Third, she continued, despite her methods, her core motivation appears to be a twisted, but not entirely malevolent, sense of justice. She's not chaotic evil. We can work with that. Forcing her into a corner would be a catastrophic mistake. Her background, this wizarding world, is a complete unknown. We don't know how powerful they are, and we can't risk starting a war. And besides... Natasha hesitated, a rare note of something other than professional calculation in her voice. She's just a kid, Nick. You seem to have taken a liking to her. Natasha didn't deny it. I have, she admitted. Getting along with her is like trying to defuse a bomb that tells you riddles, but there's something compelling about her. Fury's voice came back, now firm with a decision. Then proceed as you see fit, Agent. Maintain a positive relationship. Use her age to your advantage. Influence her, guide her. Steer that simplistic worldview of hers in a direction that aligns with our interests. And when you think the time is right, extend an invitation to headquarters. I want to meet this wizard in person. Yes, sir, Natasha confirmed. Just before ending the call, she paused. Oh, and Director? One more thing. What is it, Romanoff? The name. Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. It's a mouthful. The acronym the girl used. SHIELD. It has a nice ring to it. You should consider it. This time, the silence on the other end of the line was much longer. Finally, Fury's gruff voice replied, I'll take it under advisement. Natasha allowed herself a small, triumphant smile. She turned to head back into the cafe, her mind already formulating the next phase of her approach. But when she looked through the window, she froze. The table was empty. She burst back into the cafe, her eyes scanning every corner. Hermione was gone. She walked quickly to the table. Lying there was the piece of transfigured parchment, but now, a line of neat, elegant script had appeared on it. Sister Natasha, I have classes at school in the morning. I have to go back and rest. See you another day. Hg. Natasha's blood ran cold. She pressed her earpiece. All teams, report. The asset has left the premises. Why was I not notified? A series of confused, panicked voices came back over the comms. The summary was the same from every agent stationed around the cafe: we didn't see anything. Pull up all surveillance feeds, inside and out. Now. Natasha commanded. A moment later, an agent in a black suit brought a tablet to her, his face pale. The screen showed the footage from inside the cafe just moments ago. As Natasha was on the phone just outside the door, the video showed Hermione standing up from the table, walking calmly to the door, pushing it open, and even giving a cheerful little wave in Natasha's direction. On the screen, Natasha herself, deep in her call with Fury, was seen smiling and waving back as the girl disappeared into the night. The agents on the street, the best SHIELD had to offer, had simply watched her go, their faces placid, their perceptions completely and utterly compromised. In his office, watching the same horrifying footage on his main screen, Nick Fury felt a chill crawl down his spine. This wasn't just a powerful child. This was a master of manipulation on a level he had never seen before. Hermione lay on her four-poster bed in the Gryffindor Tower, the scarlet hangings creating a warm, safe cocoon around her. She had underestimated them. To be the strongest intelligence agency in a world filled with gods and monsters, SHIELD had to have something special. They had found her far faster than she had anticipated. But in the end, she was still the more skilled player. The bait had been dropped, and she knew with absolute certainty that the big fish, Nick Fury, had taken it. The information she had carefully leaked, the existence of a mysterious, organized magical world, was too tempting for a man like him to ignore. The door to that world had been opened, and she, as the sole gatekeeper they could contact, was now the most valuable asset on the planet. Her carefully crafted persona, a brilliant but naive child, with a deep background and a simplistic sense of justice, was the perfect disguise. It made her seem non-threatening, manageable, a perfect partner to be guided and, ultimately, used. Coincidentally, she thought with a dark, satisfied smile, that's exactly what I think of them. The only question was who was truly taking advantage of whom. Her magic had advanced to the second level. Her raw power was nowhere near that of someone like the Hulk, but her versatility was her strength. As long as she was cautious, she could handle most of the threats this early era of the Marvel Universe had to offer. For now, her Dark Harvest experiments were on hold. A direct confrontation with SHIELD was unwise, and she had a feeling a much larger harvest would present itself soon enough. 2 weeks passed in a blur of intense study and practice. Hermione spent her days mastering new spells, pushing her proficiencies ever higher, and her afternoons on the Quidditch pitch, her flying skills slowly but surely improving under Wood's stressed-out tutelage. One afternoon in the Great Hall, during lunch, she found herself sitting next to Seamus Finnegan. "Eye of Rabbit, harp string hum, turn this water into rum," he chanted, giving the goblet of water in front of him a series of violent, stabbing jabs with his wand. "You're going to poke someone's eye out," Hermione thought, discreetly sliding a few inches further down the bench. Just then, Neville Longbottom, his wrist now fully healed, approached their table. He stood nervously for a moment before finally plucking up the courage to speak. Hermione," he began, his voice barely a whisper. "I just wanted to thank you. Properly. For what you did at the flying lesson. If it weren't for you, I'd probably still be in the hospital wing." Hermione looked up from her plate, gave him a faint, non-committal hum, and went back to eating. Neville didn't seem offended. By now, everyone knew this was just how Hermione was, cold, quiet, and generally unapproachable unless you were Harry or Ron. He had only worked up the courage to come over at Harry's insistence. "Right, well," he said, starting to back away. "If you ever need anything at all, just let me know." Just as he turned to leave, Hermione's voice stopped him. "Wait." Neville froze. "Actually," she said, her eyes flicking to Seamus, who was winding up for another attempt at his spell. "There is something. If you don't mind, would you please switch seats with me?" Chapter 17, The Game Begins. 430 plus advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. "What?" Neville asked, blinking in confusion, his mind clearly struggling to process such a strange and unexpected request. "Ah, okay," he stammered a moment later, quickly recovering. He was still in the phase of his gratitude where he would have probably agreed to jump off the astronomy tower if she'd asked him to. "Yes, of course." With a nod, Hermione stood, and the two students swapped places. With two quick, silent levitation charms, she exchanged her plate and goblet with his, the whole maneuver executed with a fluid, no-nonsense efficiency that left Harry and Ron watching in baffled silence. They didn't understand why she had suddenly decided to move, but they had long ago learned that questioning Hermione's strange, often inscrutable logic was a pointless exercise. The standard answer was always a variation of "because I have my reasons," delivered with a look that dared them to ask a follow-up. Across from them, Seamus Finnegan was completely oblivious to the quiet drama. He was in his own world, a world of intense, magical concentration. "Eye of rabbit, harp string hum," he chanted, his brow furrowed, "turn this water into rum." He gave his goblet another series of violent, stabbing jabs with his wand, as if trying to physically beat the water into submission. Harry watched him for a moment, a bemused frown on his face. "What is he actually trying to do?" he whispered to Ron. Ron snorted, covering his mouth to stifle a laugh. "He's been at it all morning. Trying to turn water into rum. Said his granddad used to do it as a party trick. Yesterday, he managed to turn it into weak tea, and the time before that." Boom! A loud, concussive bang echoed through the great hall, cutting through the lunchtime chatter and causing the entire room to fall silent. Every head snapped toward the source of the explosion. Seamus Finnegan sat there, his expression one of utter, dazed shock. His entire face was covered in a thick layer of black soot, his eyebrows were completely gone, and his hair stood on end as if he'd just been struck by lightning. A plume of thick, acrid smoke, smelling faintly of sulfur and burnt sugar, billowed from the now charred goblet in front of him. For a second, there was only stunned silence. Then, the entire great hall erupted in a tidal wave of laughter. Hermione, who had been watching with detached amusement, couldn't help herself. A rare, genuine smile touched her lips, and she lightly covered her mouth to hide a small, appreciative chuckle. She'd known from her past life that Seamus had a unique and explosive talent for magic, but seeing it in person was something else entirely. The boy was a natural-born demolitions expert. Her foresight had paid off. But Neville, poor, perpetually unlucky Neville, was not so fortunate. Sitting in what had been her seat, he was right in the blast radius. One side of his face was blackened with soot, and a small, smoldering patch was visible in his hair. He shot a look across the table at Hermione, an expression of pure, resentful betrayal in his eyes. Hermione expertly avoided his gaze, suddenly finding the pattern of her roast potatoes incredibly fascinating. Just as the laughter began to die down, a sudden rush of wind swept through the hall. The doors had swung open on their own, admitting a veritable flood of owls. They swooped and soared under the enchanted ceiling, a chaotic, hooting blizzard of feathers and parchment. It was the bi-weekly group mail delivery, a treasured event for students far from home. Packages and letters rained down from above, and the hall filled with the happy, excited cries of students receiving gifts and news. 2 owls, larger than the rest, swooped down toward the Gryffindor table, each carrying an identical, long and slender package wrapped in simple brown paper. One dropped its cargo in front of Harry, the other in front of Hermione. The sheer size of the parcels immediately drew the attention of everyone nearby. "Blimey, Harry!" Ron exclaimed, his own small package from home completely forgotten. "What you got there?" A crowd of curious Gryffindors gathered around as the two began to unwrap their mysterious gifts. As the last of the paper was torn away, 2 brand new, magnificent broomsticks were revealed, their polished mahogany handles gleaming in the light of the enchanted candles. "Wow!" Ron breathed, his voice filled with a reverence usually reserved for prayer. "It's not just any broom. It's a Nimbus 2000. Engraved in elegant gold lettering on each handle were the words, Nimbus 2000. A collective gasp of awe went through the surrounding students. The Nimbus 2000 was the fastest, most advanced racing broom in the world, the magical equivalent of a brand new supercar. It was an object of pure, unadulterated desire for every Quidditch-loving student in the castle. Ron reached out a hesitant, trembling hand and stroked the broom's handle as if it were a holy relic, his eyes shining with a mixture of awe and deep, soul-crushing envy. For a moment, Hermione could see the reflection of his deepest desire, the dream she knew he harbored of one day becoming a Quidditch champion. Harry was just as stunned, but his shock was mixed with confusion. "But, who?" he began. His eyes were drawn to the staff table. Professor McGonagall, who was stroking the feathers of one of the delivery owls, caught his eye and gave him a small, almost imperceptible nod. A warm, powerful feeling spread through Harry's chest. No one, in his entire life, had ever given him a gift like this. A genuine, heartfelt smile spread across his face, and he nodded back, a silent thank you passing between student and teacher. Hermione, on the other hand, stood and faced the staff table. With a grace and formality that seemed utterly alien in a first-year student, she performed a perfect, traditional wizard's salute, a slow, deliberate bow with her wand held over her heart. It was not the thank you of a child, it was the formal acknowledgement of one professional to another. An investment, she thought. She expects results. Whispers broke out around her. "Did you see that? Such elegant manners. Is she really a Muggle-born? That was perfect form." As the commotion from the 2 new brooms finally died down, Ron turned his attention back to his own mail. It was a copy of the Daily Prophet. As was typical in the wizarding world, the photos on the front page were moving, showing silent, black and white clips of the day's events. Harry, his new broom leaning proudly against the table beside him, leaned over to read with Ron. After a moment, he let out a small gasp. "Ron, look," he said, pointing to a small article at the bottom of the page. "Someone tried to break into Gringotts." Ron's attention was immediately snatched away from the Quidditch scores. "What? Where?" The Weasley family vault was nearly empty as it was, the thought of losing what little they had was a terrifying one. "Don't worry, it wasn't your vault," Harry said quickly, reading the article. "It says the break-in was at Vault 713, but nothing was stolen because the vault had been emptied earlier that same day." He paused, his brow furrowing as a sudden, dawning realization hit him. "Wait a minute. Vault 713, that's where Hagrid and I went." He murmured to himself, the words tumbling out in a rush of panicked memory. "Just before I came to Hogwarts. Hagrid took me to get the money my parents left me, and he went to Vault 713 to get a grubby little package, and he told me not to tell anyone about it." Oh, God! He finally realized he'd been speaking aloud and clapped a hand over his mouth, his eyes darting around frantically. No one seemed to have noticed. Hermione, however, had heard every word. "So much for keeping a secret, Potter," she thought with an internal roll of her eyes. But a slow, cold smile touched her lips. After 2 long months of mundane school life, the main storyline was finally beginning. She knew exactly what Hagrid had taken from that vault. The Philosopher's Stone. The legendary alchemical creation of Nicholas Flamel, the only object in the world capable of producing the elixir of life, granting immortality. Dumbledore, having received a tip that someone was after it, had moved it from the supposedly impregnable Gringotts for safekeeping. And as for where the stone was now, where else would Dumbledore hide the most valuable object in the world? There was only one answer. It was here, inside the walls of Hogwarts, the safest place in the world. The game, she thought with a thrill of anticipation, had finally begun. PLS support me and throw power stones. Chapter 18, The Man with the Kind Smile. 430 plus advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. The pieces were all moving into place on the great, invisible chessboard. Hermione stood in a deserted bathroom on the 3rd floor of Hogwarts, the distant, cheerful sounds of the school echoing off the cold tiles. Her mind, however, was focused on the game. The Philosopher's Stone was in the castle. Quirrell, a willing vessel for the spectral form of Lord Voldemort, was making his first moves to acquire it. And Dumbledore, the Grand Master himself, was carefully arranging his pawns, with Harry Potter as his unsuspecting centerpiece. Hermione had no intention of warning Harry or disrupting Dumbledore's intricate plans. Not yet. A premature intervention would be inefficient. It was far more logical to let the plot unfold, to watch from the sidelines as the players revealed their strengths and weaknesses. Chaos, after all, created opportunities, and she was certain this particular conflict would present a wealth of opportunities for someone with her unique skill set. With a final, decisive thought, she closed her eyes and activated the grimoire. The world dissolved. She reappeared in the familiar, grimy alley in New York City. The first thing she did was check her internal status. Hermione Jean Granger. Magic level, LV2, 1463/10,000. The weeks of diligent practice at Hogwarts both in her spell work and on the Quidditch pitch had yielded a steady increase in her experience. But the 10,000 point requirement to reach level 3 was a daunting wall. It was a clear, numerical representation of the vast chasm between an underage wizard and a fully matured one. Many witches and wizards spent their entire lives trying to cross that hurdle. Hermione, however, felt no such anxiety. It was merely a problem to be solved, a grind to be optimized. Her attention shifted to a new, unexpected development in her grimoire. The Wondrous Items category, previously empty, now held a single, glowing icon. Wondrous Items. Flying Broomstick, Nimbus 2000, analysis complete. Intrigued, she focused on the icon. She could feel the knowledge of the broom flowing into her, not just how to ride it, but how it was made. The specific enchantments for lift and acceleration, the subtle balancing charms woven into the birch twigs, the precise magical tuning required for its unparalleled performance. The grimoire had completely reverse-engineered it. With the right materials, she could now replicate the most advanced racing broom in the world. This was a game-changer. What else could she analyze? A time turner? The Elder Wand? A second, more immediately practical function became clear. With another thought, a familiar, polished mahogany handle materialized out of thin air in her hand. The grimoire could also serve as a personal, extra-dimensional storage space. She grinned. No more awkwardly carrying a broomstick around. She tucked the nimbus back into her mental inventory and stepped out of the alley. The streets were quieter than her last visit, the frenetic energy of Hell's Kitchen replaced by the more mundane bustle of a weekday afternoon. She bought an apple from a street vendor and leaned against a brick wall, casually observing the city's flow. There were no obvious tails, no black sedans lurking at intersections. It seemed SHIELD had pulled back their surveillance. Good, she thought, taking a crisp bite of the apple. The bait has been dropped. Now, we wait for the fisherman to decide how to reel me in. Suddenly, a sleek, black luxury car, the kind that was conspicuously inconspicuous, pulled away from the far curb and glided to a smooth halt directly in front of her. The passenger door opened, and a man with a kind, unassuming face and a neat, receding hairline stepped out. He wore a simple, impeccably tailored grey suit and a warm, disarming smile. "Miss Granger," he said, his voice calm and friendly. "My name is Phil Coulson. I'm with SHIELD." Hermione recognized him instantly. He was the friendly face of the world's most powerful intelligence agency, Fury's right hand, the seemingly harmless bureaucrat who was anything but. This was a significant escalation. She finished her apple, tossing the core into a nearby bin before turning her full attention to him. "You're not who I was expecting," she said, her tone perfectly mimicking that of a slightly wary but curious child. "Where's Sister Natasha?" "Agent Romanoff was injured during a recent mission," Coulson explained, his expression shifting to one of genuine, professional regret. "She's temporarily on medical leave from field duty. I've been assigned as your new point of contact." "My apologies." "Injured?" Hermione's mind raced. So, she's not invincible. It was a useful piece of information. For all her skill, Black Widow was still a mortal, a fragile human in a world of gods. Outwardly, her face crumpled with just the right amount of childish concern. "Is she okay? Was it serious?" Coulson's kind smile returned, a flicker of relief in his eyes. "Good," he thought. Agent Romanoff's rapport building was successful. The asset has a positive emotional connection. This was the very reason Fury had chosen him for this delicate, impossibly important mission. Among S.H.I.E.L.'s senior agents, he was the least intimidating, the most approachable. He was the good uncle. "Don't you worry, Miss Granger," he said reassuringly. "Natasha is recovering just fine at our medical facility. Her life is in no danger. In fact, our director was hoping you might agree to come and speak with us. As partners, of course. To share some intelligence." He was direct, no games, no overt manipulation. An interesting tactic. "Of course," Hermione agreed readily, her expression brightening. "I've been looking forward to meeting your director. But I have to see Sister Natasha first. To make sure she's all right." The persona, the caring, loyal child, had to be maintained. Coulson nodded, clearly expecting this. "We anticipated that might be the case. Please, get in the car. We'll take you to her right now." Hermione hopped into the back of the luxurious, silent car without a moment's hesitation. Such a naive, trusting child, Coulson thought with a sigh as he got in beside her. It was both a blessing and a curse. Her lack of suspicion made her easy to engage with, but it also made her incredibly vulnerable. SHIELD would have to ensure that no other, less scrupulous organizations could get their hands on her. As the car glided through the city, Coulson attempted to build rapport. "So, how is school?" he asked, navigating the conversational minefield. "It's fine," Hermione replied, looking out the window. "We just had our first flying lesson. It was interesting. And Quidditch tryouts are coming up. I'm trying out for beater." Every word was a carefully chosen breadcrumb, a tantalizing and utterly baffling piece of intel that Coulson knew was being analyzed in real time by a dozen linguists and cryptographers back at headquarters. The car eventually pulled up to a massive, gleaming steel and glass structure that pierced the clouds, the Triskelion, S.H.I.E.L.'s World Headquarters. As Coulson escorted her through the vast, bustling lobby, a wave of silent, curious stares followed them. Agents in sharp suits and tactical gear paused, their eyes widening slightly as they saw the director's right-hand man personally escorting a small, strangely dressed girl through their top-secret facility. They took a silent, high-speed elevator to the upper floors, arriving at a state-of-the-art medical wing that looked more like a luxury hotel than a hospital. Coulson led her to a private ward at the end of a long, sterile corridor. He swiped a keycard, and the door hissed open. The room was spacious and bright, with a floor-to-ceiling window offering a breathtaking view of the city below. And sitting up in the bed, looking very human, very bored, and very annoyed at the cast on her arm, was the Black Widow. PLS support me and throw power stones. Chapter 19, The Logic of a Child. 430 plus advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. Sister Natasha. The moment the door to the medical ward hissed open, Hermione launched herself forward. She ran across the sterile, white room and threw herself into the arms of the surprised agent, burying her head affectionately against her chest. It was a perfectly executed performance of a worried child overjoyed to see her friend, but for the soul inside, it was a moment of pure, unadulterated fanboy glee. "I'm getting a hug from the Black Widow," a giddy voice screamed in the back of his mind. A sharp, stabbing pain shot through Natasha's side from the sudden impact. Her face went pale, and her breath hitched, a pained gasp catching in her throat. She managed to bite back a cry, her lips thinning into a tight, strained line. But as she looked down at the small girl nuzzling happily against her, all the pain and irritation she felt could only melt away into a weary, bitter smile. After a moment of what she deemed a sufficient amount of affectionate rubbing, Hermione pulled back, her expression shifting to one of deep concern. "Where are you hurt, Sister Natasha?" she asked, her big, brown eyes scanning the agent from head to toe. "Let me see." Natasha gently shook her head, forcing a reassuring smile. "It's nothing, little sister. The wound is a bit messy. I wouldn't want to scare you." Hermione had to actively suppress a snort. "Scare me? You may have forgotten that you're talking to the person who killed a dozen men last night without batting an eye." But she understood. To them, she was just a child, a cute, magical little girl who needed to be protected from the harsh realities of their world. It was a perception she had carefully cultivated, and it was working perfectly. "No, I want to see it," she insisted, puffing out her cheeks in a perfect imitation of a stubborn child. All right," Natasha sighed, giving in. There was no arguing with that face. With Coulson consciously turning his back to give them privacy, she lifted the thin blanket and slowly, carefully, peeled back the edge of her medical gown. Beneath the bandages, a vicious, angry scar ran across her abdomen, a deep, jagged line of bruised flesh and black sutures that pulled the pale skin taut. It was a wound that spoke of a brutal, nearly fatal encounter. "Ah!" Hermione cried out, covering her mouth with her hands, her eyes wide with what looked like pure, horrified shock. "It's okay," Natasha said, her voice soft and comforting. "Just a minor injury, really. It wasn't entirely a lie." Compared to the star-shaped bullet wound the Winter Soldier had given her years ago, a scar that still ached on cold days, this was manageable. "How long will it take to heal?" Hermione asked, her voice a small, worried whisper. Natasha considered for a moment. "With S.H.I.E.L.D.S. advanced medical tech? 2 or 3 months before I'm back to full operational capacity. Can't it be faster?" Natasha couldn't help but chuckle at the childish naivete of the question. "I wish. But that's just how bodies work, little sister. Wounds need time to heal." "It's okay," Hermione said suddenly, her expression turning from worried to bright and confident. "I have a way." Natasha's smile turned patronizing. It was a sweet thought, the kind of thing a child would say. "Oh, you do?" she asked, deciding to play along. "And how are you going to make me heal faster?" "Please don't say drink more hot water," she thought. Hermione pulled out her wand. "First," she said, her tone suddenly all business, "those stitches are in the way. We need to get them out." This might sting a bit. Natasha's smile vanished. Wait, what? Hermione, what are you? Before she could protest, Hermione waved her wand. Relatio. The sutures on either side of the wound untied themselves as if pulled by invisible fingers. Then, with a slow, steady force, the threads began to pull free from her skin, each movement sending a fresh, sharp spike of pain through her. Hiss! Natasha's cheeks twitched, her jaw clenched as she fought back a scream. This was not the gentle hand of a surgeon, it was rough, crude, and excruciating. As the last of the thread was pulled from her body, the wound, no longer held together, split open, and fresh, dark red blood began to well up, staining the white sheets. Hearing Natasha's pained groan, Coulson spun around, his face a mask of alarm. Miss Granger, what are you doing? Vulnera sanenter. Hermione ignored him, her focus absolute. She cast the healing spell, the tip of her wand glowing with a soft, golden light as she traced it gently along the length of the gaping wound. And then, the impossible happened. As the golden light passed over the injury, the raw, bleeding flesh began to knit itself back together. Natasha and Coulson watched in stunned, silent disbelief as the torn muscles fused, the severed tissues reconnected, and a fresh, new layer of skin spread across the wound, leaving not so much as a faint pink line behind. In a matter of seconds, the entire injury was gone. Natasha stared down at her own perfectly smooth, unblemished abdomen. She quickly grabbed a towel and wiped away the blood. There was no scar. No pain. Nothing. She tentatively poked the newly healed skin. It felt completely normal. This is... Coulson stammered, his eyes practically bulging out of his head. He had seen a lot of impossible things in his career, but this was on another level. Natasha finally remembered that the girl in front of her wasn't just a sweet little sister. She was a real, honest-to-God witch. The kind that did actual magic. She looked at Hermione, her voice filled with a new, profound awe. Was that magic too? What else would it be? Hermione thought, rolling her eyes internally. Did you think you just spontaneously developed a healing factor? Realizing how stupid her question sounded, Natasha just shook her head and, with a giddy laugh, jumped out of the bed. She stretched, twisted, and felt her body. It was perfect. Strong. Whole. By the way, Hermione said, pointing to another, older scar just above Natasha's hip. Do you want me to get rid of that one for you, too? Natasha's eyes lit up. You can fix old scars. Hermione didn't answer. She simply cast a low-powered cutting spell on the old scar tissue, then followed it with the same golden healing light. The puckered, silvery skin smoothed over, leaving her abdomen completely flawless. With a joyful, uninhibited cry, Natasha swept Hermione up into another hug, burying the girl's face in her chest. For an agent of her level, scars were just part of the job. But for the woman underneath the spy, to have her skin made perfect again was a gift beyond measure. 10 minutes later, a fully dressed and miraculously healthy Natasha, along with a still reeling Coulson, escorted Hermione to the director's office. As they walked, the SHIELD medical staff they passed stared at the lively, agile Black Widow as if they were seeing a ghost. They finally arrived at a set of large, imposing doors at the end of a long, quiet corridor. The doors slid open silently, revealing a vast, circular office with a floor-to-ceiling panoramic window that offered a god's-eye view of the entire city. A single figure stood with his back to them, looking out at the sprawling metropolis below. The bald, black back of his head was an image of pure, unmistakable authority. "Welcome to SHIELD, Miss Wizard," the figure said, turning around. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Nick Fury. I'm the director." Black, bald, one-eyed, and wearing a long, black leather coat. Yup, Hermione thought. That's him. She tilted her head, her expression one of wide-eyed innocence. "Are you Sister Natasha's boss?" Nick Fury nodded, his one good eye intensely analytical. "I am." Hermione's face broke into a bright, trusting smile. "Well then," she said, her logic simple, direct, and completely unassailable, "I believe Sister Natasha is a good person. And you're her boss, and she trusts you. So that must mean you're a good person, too." Fury's eye twitched. His mouth opened, then closed. For the first time in his long, storied career as the world's foremost spy master, a man who navigated a labyrinth of lies, betrayal, and complex geopolitical strategy on a daily basis, he was rendered completely and utterly speechless. How was he supposed to respond to that? "No, you've misunderstood, I'm actually a morally grey bastard who manipulates everyone around me." Behind him, Coulson and Natasha had to physically bite their lips to keep from laughing out loud. Sincerity, it turned out, was the one weapon the king of spies had absolutely no defense against. "PLS support me and throw power stones." Chapter 20, A Game of Spy Masters. 430 plus advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. "Well," Nick Fury said, finally recovering from his momentary stupor, the word sounding a bit strained. "I suppose. I am a good person." He said it with the conviction of a man trying to convince himself as much as anyone else. Even he could feel the goosebumps rising on his arms. He quickly steered the conversation away from the treacherous territory of his own morality and onto the far more pressing matter at hand. He leaned forward, his one good eye fixing Hermione with an intense, penetrating stare. This was the reason he had brought her here. This was the question that had been keeping him up at night. "Miss Granger," he began, his voice dropping to a low, serious tone. "This wizarding world you speak of. How many wizards like you are there?" This was it. The opening move. Hermione had been waiting for it. She put on a thoughtful expression, tapping a finger to her chin as if genuinely trying to calculate an impossible number. "Oh, I'm not really sure," she said, her voice laced with the perfect amount of childish uncertainty. "Hogwarts, that's my school in Britain, has about 1,000 students, I think. Then there's Durmstrang in the north of Europe, and Beauxbatons in France, and of course, you have Ilvermorny here in America." She trailed off, letting the names hang in the air like bombshells. "Oh, there are so many more all over the world. How could I possibly know how many? That question is much too difficult." She finished with a pout, looking genuinely hurt that she couldn't provide a more precise answer. The effect was exactly what she had intended. She saw Coulson and Natasha exchange a look of pure, unadulterated shock. But Fury's reaction was more profound. He went completely still, his expression unreadable, but Hermione could almost hear the gears of his strategic mind grinding as he processed the sheer scale of what she had just revealed. It wasn't just one hidden society. It was a global, clandestine civilization. And one of their schools is on my turf. The thought was a cold knot of dread in Fury's stomach. A magic school, operating on American soil, and we never even knew. Forcing his emotions down, he pressed on, his voice dangerously calm. "And the Ministry of Magic? What can you tell me about their organizational structure?" Natasha shot a worried glance at her boss. He was pushing too hard, too fast. Their entire strategy was supposed to be based on building trust, not conducting a high-pressure interrogation. But she also understood his urgency. After she'd left the cafe, Hermione had vanished from the face of the earth. For 2 long weeks, every resource SHIELD possessed had been dedicated to finding her, and they had come up with absolutely nothing. She was a ghost who could appear and disappear at will. This was their one chance, and Fury wasn't going to waste it. "The Ministry of Magic," Hermione replied, a confused frown on her face. "Well, I suppose they're like your Muggle government. They maintain order, make sure no one breaks the international statute of secrecy. Each country has its own. The one here in America is called the Magical Congress of the United States. As for their structure, I don't know. I'm just a student. She shrugged. You'd have to ask someone important, like Professor Dumbledore, about things like that. How would I know? Her performance was flawless. She was a knowledgeable insider on things a child would know, schools, basic rules, and plausibly ignorant on things they wouldn't, geopolitics, governmental structure. Every word was a carefully chosen breadcrumb, leading them down a path she had constructed. You said, you America, Natasha interjected smoothly. You're not American, are you? Hermione looked at her as if she'd just grown a second head. I'm a student at Hogwarts. Of course I'm British, she said, her genuine London accent suddenly more pronounced. Natasha smiled awkwardly. In the whirlwind of magic and mystery, she had completely overlooked the most obvious clue. For the next hour, Hermione patiently answered their questions, painting a picture of a vast, ancient, and deeply hidden world. She explained that Muggles was the term for non-magical people. She explained that wizards required wands to focus their power, and that their society had existed for thousands of years, cloaked by powerful enchantments that made it undetectable to both ordinary people and advanced technology. When faced with a question she couldn't answer, she would simply shrug and say, "It's magic," a frustrating but oddly consistent explanation that left Fury grinding his teeth. When he asked how they could enter this world, her answer was simple and absolute. You can't. She explained that even if a Muggle knew the exact location of Diagon Alley or Platform 9 3/4, the enchantments would simply make them forget why they were there and wander off. If you are a student at Hogwarts in Britain, Fury asked, his one eye narrowing, then why do you spend so much time here, in New York? Hermione's cheerful expression suddenly vanished. She looked down at her hands, her posture becoming small and withdrawn. The British Ministry, they put me under some personal restrictions, she said, her voice barely a whisper. They won't let me leave Hogwarts. But, this place, America, is under the jurisdiction of the Magical Congress. The Ministry's rules don't apply here. Professor Dumbledore, he secretly opened a magical back door for me. So when I leave school, I'm teleported directly to New York. It's the only place I can be free. Fury already knew that Dumbledore was the headmaster of Hogwarts, but this new information was intriguing. Why? He asked, his voice softer now. Why would they restrict a child's freedom? He remembered her first question to Natasha, were you sent by the Ministry to monitor me? There was a deep, secret history here. Because. Hermione began, then fell silent. A long, heavy pause filled the room. When she finally looked up, her expression was flat, her eyes cold and empty. I don't want to talk about it. The refusal was so abrupt, so absolute, that it was more revealing than any answer could have been. The three SHIELD agents were now certain, this girl, despite being a mere student, was an extraordinarily important figure in the wizarding world, with a secret so profound it required her to flee across an ocean to escape it. Fury, a master of interrogation, knew when to back off. He had gained a treasure trove of intelligence today. Pushing further would only breed resentment. He smiled, a rare, almost paternal expression. I understand. In that case, let's change the subject. The reason I asked you here today wasn't just to talk. I wanted to ask for your help. My help. This was the one thing Hermione hadn't expected. Fury waved a hand. The massive panoramic window behind him transformed into a high-definition screen. A familiar, handsome face with a cocky grin and a perfectly sculpted goatee appeared. This man is Tony Stark, the head of Stark Industries, Fury said, his voice all business now. 2 months ago, he was in Afghanistan demonstrating a new weapon. His convoy was attacked. All of his escorts were killed, and Mr. Stark has been missing ever since. We suspect he was kidnapped by a terrorist organization known as the Ten Rings. We have no leads, no demands, nothing. He turned to face Hermione, his expression grim. So, Miss Wizard, I was hoping you might have a magical solution. Is there a way for you to find him? Hermione stared at the photo, her mind racing. Find Tony Stark? How in the world would I do that? I'm a wizard, not a psychic GPS. It was an absurd request. But then, the second, third, and fourth layers of Fury's gambit became crystal clear. He didn't actually expect her to find him. This was a test. A shot in the dark. If she failed, he lost nothing and learned something about the limits of her magic. If, by some miracle, she succeeded, he would recover America's most valuable weapons designer and gain a powerful new asset. It was a loyalty test and a power level scan, all disguised as a desperate plea for help. She looked from Stark's smiling face on the screen to Fury's one, calculating eye, and a slow, grudging smile spread across her own face. You sly, magnificent, one-eyed bastard, she thought with a newfound respect. You're good. You're really good. PLS support me and throw power stones. Chapter 21, Chapter 21, The Reluctant Client. 430 plus advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. Hermione looked at the one-eyed spy master, her head tilted in a perfect imitation of childish curiosity. The entire, complex negotiation hinged on this next moment, on her ability to maintain the persona she had so carefully constructed. Before I help you, she said, her voice small but clear, you have to tell me. Is this Tony Stark, a good person? Nick Fury's single eye held her gaze. The question was so simple, so naive, that it was profoundly difficult to answer. How did you explain a man like Tony Stark to a child? How did you explain that a merchant of death, a narcissistic playboy, and a genius who could save the world were all crammed into the same, chaotic package? In Fury's world, good and bad were luxuries. There were only assets and threats. Yes, he finally said, the word coming out with a decisive, practiced certainty. He is. Despite the weapons manufacturing, the casual arrogance, and the trail of broken hearts, at his core, yes, Fury thought. He's a good man. As the son of Howard Stark, a founder of SHIELD, and as the most brilliant scientific mind of his generation, Tony Stark's value was incalculable. He had to be saved. Hermione's face broke into a bright, trusting smile. Okay, then. I'll help you. A flicker of genuine surprise, quickly suppressed, crossed Fury's face. You have a way to find him. He had been expecting more negotiation, more demands. This was too easy. Oh, no, I can't find where he is right now, Hermione said bluntly, dashing his hopes as quickly as she had raised them. It was the truth. The movie had shown a cave in the Afghan desert, but the specific coordinates were a mystery. Then you. Fury began, his confusion returning. But, Hermione interrupted, her eyes sparkling with a new idea, I don't need to find him to know what happens to him. I can predict his future. The words dropped into the silent, sterile office like a bomb. Predict the future. Divination. It was a concept so far outside the realm of their reality that for a moment, all three SHIELD agents just stared. Every time they thought they had a handle on the scope of her abilities, she casually revealed another, even more impossible one. Fury was the first to recover, his mind already racing, calculating the immense strategic value of such a power. What do you need from us? He asked, his voice low and intense. A crystal ball, Hermione said simply. A perfect one. Clear, flawless, without a single impurity. A crystal ball, Natasha thought, a brief, absurd image of a carnival fortune teller flashing through her mind. But she quickly dismissed it. This was a real wizard. Her tools were not to be mocked. And, Hermione added, a thoughtful frown on her face, my magic isn't quite strong enough yet to see the future of someone I've never met. I'd need to be in their presence to do the reading. Fury's expression went blank. Miss Granger, are you joking? If we could bring Tony Stark here for you to do a reading, we wouldn't need you to find him in the first place. Hermione's face fell, and she scratched her head in embarrassment, sticking her tongue out in a disarmingly cute gesture. Oh, right. I didn't explain that very well. I don't need to see his future directly. I can just see the future of someone who is very, very close to him. If Mr. Stark is in their future, then we'll know he's going to be okay, won't we? The simple, elegant logic of the workaround dawned on the three master spies at once. They couldn't get a location, but they could get something almost as valuable, confirmation of survival. A faint flush of color rose on Fury's dark cheeks. He, the director of SHIELD, had just been outthought by a 12-year-old. Tony Stark's close friend. Natasha mused, her mind instantly flipping through the Stark file. His parents were dead. He had no siblings. His personality was notoriously abrasive. The list of people who could be considered truly close to him was vanishingly small. She leaned over and whispered a single name into Fury's ear. He nodded. Potts. Get her here. An hour later, an agent delivered a heavy, velvet-lined case to the office. Inside, nestled on a satin pillow, was a flawless, softball-sized sphere of pure crystal. Hermione lifted it out, its weight cool and solid in her hands, and placed it on Fury's desk. A few minutes after that, the office doors slid open and a woman with strawberry blonde hair, wearing an impeccable business suit that couldn't quite hide the deep, dark circles of exhaustion under her eyes, was escorted in by Coulson. Director Fury, Pepper Potts said, her voice strained and brittle. Agent Coulson said you had a lead. That you could find Tony. We believe we can, Miss Potts, Fury said, his tone gentle. But we require your assistance. A flicker of desperate hope lit up Pepper's tired eyes. Anything, she said, her voice cracking slightly. I'll do anything. Just please, find him. Bring him home. For the past 2 months, she had been living a waking nightmare, holding a global corporation together by a thread while fielding calls from the military and the press, all while the man she worked for was missing, presumed dead. We will do everything in our power, Fury assured her. However, the main asset on this operation isn't SHIELD. It's someone else. Who? Pepper asked, confused. The military? If they were reliable, this never would have happened. Fury simply gestured with his chin toward the small girl in the strange black robes who was quietly polishing the crystal ball on his desk. Her. Pepper stared. She looked from Fury's serious, one-eyed face to the little girl, who couldn't have been more than 12. A child. In a Halloween costume. The fragile hope in her eyes died, replaced by a cold, furious wave of disappointment. You have got to be kidding me, she said, her voice shaking with a mixture of anger and grief. You dragged me away from my work, you gave me this false hope, just to play some kind of sick joke. Miss Potts, I assure you, this is no joke, Fury said calmly. You're telling me that this little girl is how you're going to find Tony. Pepper's voice rose, her composure finally shattering. How? With a magic wand. She looked at Fury with utter contempt. I don't have time for this. The company is in crisis. I have work to do. Disappointment and sorrow radiated from her in waves. She turned on her heel and marched toward the door. Thank you for wasting my time, Director. Just as her hand reached for the handle, the massive, reinforced office doors slammed shut with a heavy, echoing boom. Pepper spun around, her heart leaping into her throat. The little girl in the black robes was now standing, pointing a small, dark wooden stick directly at her. Petrificus totalis. An invisible force slammed into Pepper. Her body went instantly, unnaturally rigid. Her arms snapped to her sides, her legs locked together. The scream that was building in her throat died before it could make a sound. She was a prisoner in her own body, her mind wide awake and screaming in pure, abject terror, but utterly unable to move a single muscle. She began to topple over like a felled statue, her eyes wide with horror. Coulson lunged forward and caught her just before she hit the floor, propping her stiff, paralyzed form against the wall. Hermione lowered her wand, her expression calm and businesslike. "Now," she said, turning to the stunned Shield agents. "Shall we begin the prophecy? PLS support me and throw power stones." Chapter 22, Chapter 22, A Glimpse of the Future. 430 plus advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. Nick Fury watched the small girl casually release the CEO of Stark Industries from a state of total paralysis, his mind struggling to catch up with the sheer, reality-bending absurdity of the last 5 minutes. He stepped forward, his voice a low, placating rumble. "Miss Potts," he began, "we apologize for the unorthodox methods. But as you can see, we are dealing with a unique situation. If you want to find Mr. Stark, I strongly suggest you cooperate." He didn't need to say another word. The terror of the body-bind curse had been a more effective persuader than any argument he could have made. Pepper, stumbling as sensation flooded back into her limbs, didn't even glance at him. Her eyes, wide with a mixture of fear and a new, desperate, irrational hope, were locked on Hermione. She scrambled forward, dropping to her knees in front of the small girl and grabbing her by the arms. "You!" she breathed, her voice trembling. "That thing you just did, it was real. You can really do it, can't you? You can find Tony." The transformation was absolute. The powerful, in-control businesswoman was gone, replaced by a desperate woman clinging to her very last thread of hope. Hermione looked down at the distraught woman, her expression softening into one of gentle reassurance. "I can," she said softly. "Now, pretty sister, I need you to just stand right there and be very still for me. And try to think about him." Pepper nodded frantically, scrambling back to her feet and standing as still as a statue, her hands clasped tightly in front of her. The atmosphere in the office shifted. The air grew thick with a tense, anticipatory silence. Hermione closed her eyes. She raised her wand, not at the crystal ball, but at the ceiling, and began to move it in a slow, intricate, circular pattern. A soft, incomprehensible chant began to spill from her lips, the words ancient and musical, a language that none of the Shield agents recognized. "Anima astra, speculum futura, oculus mentis, revela." It was, of course, complete and utter nonsense, a string of pseudo-Latin words she was making up on the spot. But the effect was immediate and profound. A soft, ethereal light began to emanate from the tip of her wand, swirling around the room. The ceiling of Fury's high-tech office dissolved, replaced by a breathtaking, swirling starscape of distant nebulae and glittering constellations. The sense of ritual, of ancient and powerful forces being summoned, was so palpable it made the hairs on everyone's arms stand on end. They watched, transfixed, afraid to even breathe for fear of breaking the spell. After a long, dramatic minute, the light faded and the ceiling returned to normal. Hermione opened her eyes, a look of serene exhaustion on her face. "It is done," she announced. Pepper, Fury, Natasha, and Coulson all looked from her to the crystal ball. It remained perfectly clear, as empty as it was before. "But, there's nothing there," Pepper said, her voice laced with a new wave of disappointment. "Was this all just an elaborate light show?" Hermione looked at them as if they were the slowest children in the class. "Well, of course not," she said. "I'm the one who performed the divination. The vision of the future is in my head. How could it possibly be in there?" The three master spies and the brilliant CEO were rendered speechless by the simple, unassailable logic. Then, what's the ball for? Coulson finally managed to ask. Hermione's serious, mystical aura suddenly vanished, replaced by a look of slight embarrassment. She put her two index fingers together and scuffed the toe of her shoe on the floor. Well, she mumbled, how else are you supposed to see what's in my mind? I have to project it onto something. The crystal ball can handle the magical transfer. Natasha, ever the analyst, was the first to connect the dots. So, the transparency, the lack of impurities, that was a requirement for the projection to be clear. No, Hermione admitted, her voice getting smaller. Actually, a television screen would have worked just fine. But I thought the crystal ball looked cooler. She paused, then added, and it had to be flawless because, well, because it looks prettier that way. The four adults just stared at her. Sensing she might be about to lose her new prize, Hermione quickly hugged the crystal ball to her chest. I don't care, she declared. I did the magic, so it's mine now. I just got scammed out of $250,000 worth of quartz for a glorified paperweight, Fury thought, a vein throbbing in his temple. He, the man who controlled black budgets that could make small countries weep, had just been conned by a 12-year-old. He took a deep, calming breath. She's a child, he reminded himself. A terrifying, manipulative, reality-bending child. Ahem, Hermione said, deciding to quit while she was ahead. Let me just get the vision out. She placed the crystal ball back on the desk, then raised her wand to her temple. She closed her eyes in concentration and then slowly, gently, pulled the wand away. A series of shimmering, silvery white threads, glowing with a soft internal light, were drawn from her head, connected to the tip of her wand. The ethereal strands drifted through the air like dandelion fluff and touched the surface of the crystal ball, sinking into it like smoke into water. The next second, the crystal ball flared with a brilliant white light, illuminating the shocked faces of everyone in the room. An image flickered into view. It was Pepper, walking through an office, then in a board meeting, then at a press conference. The images were silent and fragmented, like half-remembered dreams. Then, the scene shifted. Pepper was standing on an airport tarmac, her face etched with anxiety, wringing her hands as she stared at a plane that had just landed. The ramp lowered. A figure appeared, flanked by a burly-looking man in a suit. His arm was in a sling, his face was bruised and gaunt, but he was walking. And he was smirking. It was Tony Stark. Tony! Pepper cried out, a choked sob escaping her lips. Tears of pure, overwhelming relief began to stream down her face. The image faded, and the crystal ball went dark. Pepper looked at Hermione, her eyes shining. Does that mean? Hermione nodded, her expression now serious and kind. Don't worry, she said, her voice soft. He's going to be all right. He might be in trouble now, but he will get out of it. He will be rescued. She opened her arms in a gesture of grand proclamation. Because this is the future. For a moment, no one spoke. The relief in the room was a palpable thing. Then, as the initial joy began to fade, it was replaced by a new, more profound, and far more terrifying emotion, awe. The other magic they had witnessed was incredible, but this was on another level. The ability to predict the future. It wasn't just a powerful ability, it was the ultimate ability. With this power, what intelligence would Shield not possess? What threat could they not preempt? Fury stared at Hermione, his mind ablaze with a new, paradigm-shattering idea. It's a pity only wizards have this ability, unless... A sudden, intense heat flashed in his one good eye. What if Shield could have wizards of its own? Of course, it was all a magnificent lie. There was no prophecy. Hermione had simply used a rudimentary form of legilimency, a spell called Aspectus Memoria, to extract specific scenes from the Iron Man movie from her past life's memory and project them. It was a simple, if flashy, application of a complex art. But to these muggles, it was indistinguishable from an act of God. And since their future was the plot of the movie, her prophecy was, in a way, completely accurate. Pepper, her initial euphoria giving way to a new wave of anxiety, turned to fury. We know he'll be okay, but what do we do now? How do we save him? You do exactly what you were doing before you walked into this room, Hermione said suddenly, her voice dropping, taking on a tone of grave, ancient authority that seemed utterly alien coming from a child. You pretend today never happened. You must not, under any circumstances, allow this glimpse of the future to alter your actions. She looked each of them in the eye, her expression deadly serious. The future is a river. You have seen one possible current. But throwing a stone into the water creates ripples, and ripples can change everything. Never let a prophecy affect reality. She leaned forward, her voice a conspiratorial whisper. You must understand. The future is not set in stone. Plus support me and throw power stones. Chapter 23, Chapter 23, The Price of a Glimpse. 430 plus advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. The future is only fixed when the prediction has little to no correlation with the actions of those who hear it, Hermione explained, her voice taking on the weighty, solemn tone of an ancient oracle. The moment a future is known by those who can influence it, that future begins to change. The three SHIELD agents and the CEO of Stark Industries stood in the silent, sunlit office, processing the profound, paradoxical warning. They were intelligence operatives and strategic thinkers, they understood the concept instantly. The observer effect, on a cosmic scale. So we do nothing, Fury concluded, his mind already mapping out the new, frustratingly passive strategy. We proceed with the conventional search and rescue protocols for Mr. Stark. We don't allocate any unusual resources, but we don't slack off, either. We act as if this conversation never happened. And in doing so, Coulson added, picking up the thread, we allow the original chain of events to unfold, leading to the successful rescue we witnessed in the vision. Bingo, Hermione said, a pleased, a good student look on her face that made Fury's eye twitch. But how long do we have to wait? Pepper asked, her voice tight with anxiety. The logical part of her understood, but the emotional part, the part that was screaming with worry for Tony, found the idea of just waiting unbearable. To be shown a miracle and then be told to do nothing was a special kind of torture. Hermione mused, pretending to think. With my current magical reserves, the furthest I can see is about 1 month. The scene at the airport, it will happen within a month. I'm sure of it. A collective, quiet sigh of relief went through the room. A month. They could wait a month. Hermione was relieved as well. Not because her magic was real, but because her deception had been so thoroughly accepted. She had no desire to cause a butterfly effect that could derail the entire MCU timeline. Her foreknowledge of this world was one of her greatest assets, a roadmap through the coming chaos. Until she was powerful enough to weather any storm, she had no intention of changing the plot. Besides, she had her own plans for Tony Stark, and they required him to become Iron Man, right on schedule. Just as the tension in the room began to ease, Hermione's eyes rolled back in her head. Ouch! She cried out, a sharp, sudden gasp of pain. She stumbled, clutching her head, her face contorted in agony. Hermione! Natasha and Pepper rushed forward simultaneously, supporting the small, staggering girl before she could fall. Hermione's face was chalk white, her body trembling, and a sheen of cold sweat had broken out on her forehead. The backlash! She managed to gasp out, her voice thin and reedy. Peeking at the threads of fate, it's not without a price. The three agents exchanged a look of dawning horror. The prophecy, it physically harms her? In their focus on the strategic value of her gift, they had never considered the cost to the giver. A wave of guilt washed over them. Prophecy is a forbidden branch of magic for a reason, Hermione explained, her words punctuated by pained breaths. The strain on one's magical core is immense, but the real danger is to the soul. That's why, in the entire history of the wizarding world, there have only ever been a handful of true seers. She managed a weak, but undeniably proud, smile. Despite the gravity of the situation, the three adults felt a collective, helpless sigh in their hearts. She's still showing off, even now. The sheer, indomitable childishness of it, even in the midst of her suffering, was both exasperating and deeply endearing. The sight of the small, brilliant, and powerful girl looking so pale and weak was too much for Natasha and Pepper. Their professional and maternal instincts roared to life. Pepper, in particular, was consumed with a fresh wave of guilt. This is my fault, she thought, her heart aching. I pushed her. For Tony. That idiot, getting himself kidnapped and making this sweet, brave child suffer. When he got back, she was going to make him thank Hermione personally, and then she was going to let Hermione hit him. Hard. Fury watched, his mind a whirlwind of calculation. His first, cynical reaction was to suspect a scam. But then he looked closer. The girl's pallor, the genuine pain in her eyes, the way she was trembling, it was too perfect a performance. And besides, she was just a child. How could she possibly be that cunning? Miss Granger, he said, his voice gruff but sincere. You were injured in the service of SHIELD. We are in your debt. If there is anything you require, anything at all, you have but to ask. We will do everything in our power to provide it. Hermione's eyes, which had been squeezed shut in pain, fluttered open. A hopeful, almost desperate light shone within them. Really? She whispered. Anything. A sudden, terrible feeling of foreboding washed over Nick Fury. I need a dragon's heartstring, she began, counting on her fingers. A few phoenix feathers, a vial of fresh unicorn blood, some acromantula venom for my potions. Fraud. It was a fraud. Fury screamed internally. Wait, hold on, he said quickly, holding up a hand. Dragons? Phoenixes? Miss Granger, those are creatures of myth. We can't possibly. Hermione's hopeful expression crumpled into one of profound, heart-wrenching disappointment. Oh, she said, her voice small and sad. That pitiful look was a direct hit to Pepper's already sensitive heart. She's in this state because she was helping us, she said, turning on Fury with a fierce, protective glare. And you can't even fulfill one little wish for her. Little wish? Fury thought, his one eye twitching. Did you hear the shopping list? She's asking for a zoo of mythical beasts. But he knew there was no reasoning with Pepper in this state. He was outmaneuvered. My apologies, Miss Granger, he said with a heavy sigh. Magical items of that nature are beyond our capabilities. For now. But how about this? Any non-magical item you require, anything that exists on this earth, SHIELD will procure for you. No questions asked. A slow, triumphant smile blossomed in Hermione's heart. Checkmate. She now had the logistical and material support of the most powerful intelligence agency on the planet, all on their dime. They were hooked. Once you get a taste of the convenience and power of magic, you can never go back. After pretending to recover for another moment, she straightened up, the pained expression vanishing from her face. Well, I should be going. A brand new, polished Nimbus 2000 materialized out of thin air in her hand. Amidst four pairs of shocked, speechless eyes, she sat sideways on the broom, picked up her new crystal ball from the desk, and floated serenely toward the open window. You can fly. Fury finally managed to stammer, his mind officially blown for the 10th time that day. Hermione paused at the window and looked back at him as if he were an idiot. "Can you walk?" she asked. The spymaster nodded dumbly. "Then why," she said with a withering sigh, "would you think a wizard can't fly?" Before he could answer, she gave a cheerful wave. "Bye, Sister Pepper. Bye, Sister Natasha." And with that, she shot out of the window and into the open sky, the broom quickly becoming a small, distant dot before vanishing from sight. After a long, stunned silence, Pepper and Natasha looked at each other. Natasha's gaze was thoughtful as she looked Pepper up and down. The woman was powerful, charismatic, and clearly besotted with their little wizard. An inexplicable, entirely unprofessional sense of crisis began to bubble up inside her. Little Hermione has always had a soft spot for pretty sisters, Natasha thought, a strange, proprietary feeling rising in her chest. "I can't let this one steal her. Plus support me and throw power stones." Chapter 24, Chapter 24, A Different Kind of Monster. 430 plus advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. The Great Hall at Hogwarts was a warm, vibrant sea of joy and celebration. Hundreds of carved jack-o'-lanterns floated lazily below the enchanted ceiling, their candle-lit grins casting a cheerful, flickering glow over the 4 long house tables. A swarm of enchanted bats fluttered harmlessly near the rafters, and the air was thick with the rich, sweet scent of pumpkin, cinnamon, and 1,000 different kinds of candy. Hermione sat at the Gryffindor table, a small, amused smile on her face as she watched the other students stuff themselves with sweets. "If I ate like that," she thought, "I'd have diabetes before I mastered half the spells in the library." Suddenly, the great oak doors of the hall slammed open with a deafening crash, silencing the cheerful din. Professor Quirrell, his face pale and slick with sweat, his turban knocked askew, stumbled into the room. "Troll!" he shrieked, his voice a high-pitched, terrified wail that echoed off the stone walls. "Troll in the dungeons! Thought you ought to know." And with that, his eyes rolled back in his head, and he collapsed onto the floor in a perfect, theatrical faint. For a single, stunned second, there was absolute silence. Then, chaos erupted. The entire student body began to scream. Amid the pandemonium of shrieking students and scraping benches, Hermione calmly wiped her mouth with a napkin, her movements precise and unhurried. "So," she thought, a cold, analytical calm settling over her, "it begins." She glanced at Quirrell's motionless form on the floor and had to suppress a sigh. The acting is just terrible. He was a professor of defense against the dark arts, his curriculum literally included lessons on how to handle dark creatures like trolls. Yet here he was, supposedly frightened into a dead faint by the mere presence of one. If she were Dumbledore, her suspicions would be screaming. Then again, she mused, her eyes narrowing slightly as she took in the scene, perhaps they already are. Dumbledore's calmness in the face of the announcement was a little too perfect. Perhaps this wasn't news to him at all. Perhaps he was simply a chess master, watching with detached amusement as his opponent made a clumsy, predictable move. "Silence!" Dumbledore's voice boomed through the hall, imbued with a quiet power that cut through the panic like a physical force. The screaming instantly subsided. He rose slowly to his feet, his presence radiating an aura of absolute authority. "Prefects," he said, his voice calm and steady, "lead your houses back to the dormitories, immediately. Teachers, you will follow me to the dungeons." The students, soothed by his unshakable calm, began to organize. "Gryffindors! This way, and stay together!" Percy Weasley shouted, his chest puffed out with self-importance. As the students began to file out of the Great Hall, a mischievous, dangerous idea sparked in Hermione's mind. Resisting the urge to walk over and pull Quirrell's anti-gravity turban off right then and there, she fell into step with the departing crowd. The corridors were dark, the only light coming from the occasional torch and the flashes of lightning that illuminated the rain-lashed windows. The atmosphere was heavy with a nervous, fearful energy. "How did a troll get in?" Harry whispered, his voice tight with anxiety. "They're stupid creatures," Ron replied, trying to sound braver than he felt. "Probably just wandered in. Or maybe someone's playing a prank. Do you want to know for sure?" Hermione's voice was a low, conspiratorial whisper beside them. Harry's eyes lit up with a mixture of fear and irresistible curiosity. "You know." Hermione glanced up and down the crowded corridor, then deliberately slowed her pace, letting a small gap form between them and the students ahead. She gave the two boys a slow, deliberate wink. They understood immediately. As the main group of Gryffindors turned a corner, the trio slipped away, melting into the shadows of a side corridor. "Let's go take a look," Hermione said, a mysterious, thrilling smile on her face. "Then we'll know." "But, the prefects," Dumbledore said. Harry stammered. "Stop being a coward, Potter," she said, her smile turning into a challenging grin. "Are you coming, or not?" She turned and strode confidently down the dark, empty corridor, not waiting for an answer. Harry and Ron exchanged a look of shared dread and resignation. They were used to being pulled into Hermione's strange orbits by now. With a shared shrug, they hurried to catch up. The deeper they went into the castle, the colder and more eerie it became. The only sounds were the distant rumble of thunder and the echo of their own footsteps. Hermione," Ron whispered, his voice trembling slightly. "Maybe this wasn't such a good idea." Suddenly, Hermione stopped, holding up a hand. Ron was about to ask why, but Harry clapped a hand over his mouth, his eyes wide with terror. From the end of the corridor ahead, a smell hit them, a foul, overpowering stench of unwashed bodies, rotting meat, and something vaguely like a public toilet. It was followed by a sound, a low, guttural grunt, and the heavy, rhythmic scrape, scrape, scrape of something massive being dragged across the stone floor. A flash of lightning illuminated the hallway, and for a terrifying second, they saw it. A hulking, 12-foot-tall silhouette of muscle and malice, its skin the color of dull granite. Its massive body filled the corridor, and in one hand, it dragged a colossal wooden club as thick as a small tree. "I think," Ron whispered, his voice barely audible, "the troll is no longer in the dungeons." "It's heading for the girls' bathroom," Harry breathed, realizing where they were. "Someone might be in there." "We have to, wait, Hermione, what are you doing?" To his absolute horror, Hermione had drawn her wand and was now walking towards the monster, her expression one of cold, focused intensity. "You're both insane," Ron muttered, but he drew his own wand and followed, Harry right beside him. The troll, sensing movement, turned its small, dull, reptilian eyes upon them. It let out a low, rumbling roar that shook the very stones of the castle and raised its massive club. The sight of the weapon, whistling through the air as it swung down towards them, was enough to paralyze Harry and Ron with pure, abject terror. Their feet felt like they were rooted to the floor. Their minds went completely blank, filled with a single, repeating thought. "Hermione is going to get us killed." At the last possible second, a clear, commanding voice cut through their fear. "Protego!" A translucent, shimmering dome of blue light erupted in front of them. The troll's club slammed into the magical barrier with a deafening boom, the impact sending cracks of force spider webbing across the shield's surface. The shield shuddered violently, but it held. The troll, its tiny brain unable to comprehend why its attack had failed, blinked in stupid confusion. "Humph," Hermione sneered, her wand held steady. The monster, enraged by the defiance of this tiny human, roared again and raised its club for another, even more powerful blow. Wingardium Leviosa. The club was wrenched from the troll's grasp by an invisible force. It flew up into the air, hovering high above the monster's head. The troll looked up, its expression one of pure, baffled stupidity. Hermione's lips curled into a cold, predatory smile. She adjusted her grip on her wand, her stance shifting into that of a beater lining up a shot. With a sharp, sideways flick of her wand, the levitating club swung in a vicious arc and smashed into the troll's left knee. There was a sickening crunch of bone, and the monster roared in pain, stumbling. Before it could recover, she sent the club crashing into its other knee, bringing the giant down to the ground with a thunderous crash. Now, the real work began. She swung her wand again and again, and with each movement, the club in the air responded, smashing down onto the troll's prone form with brutal, merciless precision. A blow to the temple. A crushing strike to its back. Another to its skull. The sound of splintering wood and cracking bone echoed in the corridor. It wasn't a fight. It was a systematic, terrifyingly efficient execution. Finally, after one last, definitive strike that caved in the monster's head, she let the spell go. The bloody, splintered club clattered to the floor beside the troll's massive, broken, and now very still body. Harry and Ron were huddled together, trembling, clinging to each other in sheer terror. They weren't afraid of the dead troll. They were afraid of the small, calm girl who had just so brutally and effortlessly killed it. With her back to them, Hermione knelt beside the corpse. She produced a small, empty glass vial from her robes and, with a quiet, non-verbal spell, drew a single, glowing thread of crimson light, the creature's magical essence and blood from the body. It swirled into the vial, which she then corked and pocketed. Her grimoire buzzed with satisfaction. Magical creatures. Mountain troll, collected. Dark arts. Dark harvest, current soul energy, 20. Not a bad night's work, she thought. Just as she stood up, the sound of hurried, panicked footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Professor McGonagall, followed by Snape and a few other teachers, rounded the corner and skidded to a halt, her eyes widening in horror at the scene of absolute carnage before them. PLS support me and throw power stones. Chapter 25, Chapter 25, A Walk in the Woods. 430 plus advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. The silence that followed the troll's death was somehow louder than the fight itself. The air was thick with the coppery tang of blood and the foul, sewer-like stench of the dead monster, a smell that clung to the back of the throat and made the eyes water. Harry and Ron were still huddled together, trembling, their wide eyes fixed not on the corpse, but on the small, calm girl standing over it. Then came the sound of running footsteps, and the professors arrived. Professor McGonagall skidded to a halt, her sharp eyes taking in the scene in a single, sweeping glance, the three tiny first years, the carnage, the massive, broken body on the floor. Her face, for a split second, was a mask of pure, unadulterated horror. Relief that the children were alive warred with a fury so profound it seemed to make the air crackle. Snape glided in behind her, his expression unreadable, but his nostrils flared at the stench. "Well," he drawled, his voice a silky, venomous whisper. "It seems some of our students enjoy a bit of after-hours monster hunting." "Explain," McGonagall commanded, her voice dangerously quiet. Hermione was about to give a concise, factual report, but a shaky voice cut her off. "It was me, Professor." Ron Weasley took a half-step forward, looking like he was about to be sick. "I went looking for it. I heard about it, and I wanted to see it. I made them come with me. It was my fault." Hermione stared at him. "What is this idiot doing?" The lie was clumsy, unbelievable, and an act of such unexpected, selfless loyalty that it genuinely caught her off guard. Harry, ever the loyal friend, immediately jumped in, nodding vigorously. "Yeah, Professor. It was Ron. We told him not to, but he wouldn't listen." Snape let out a soft, disdainful laugh. "And I suppose you defeated it by boring it to death with tales of your poverty, Mr. Weasley," he sneered. Look at that club. Explain how the three of you overpowered a fully grown mountain troll. Ron and Harry's mouths opened and closed, but no sounds came out. They looked helplessly at Hermione. I did it, she said, her voice flat. You. Snape's sneer was a masterpiece of contempt. Do not insult my intelligence, girl. Hermione didn't argue. She just raised her wand. The massive, blood-soaked club on the floor shuddered and then lifted silently into the air. With a flick of her wrist, she sent it smashing into the stone wall beside Snape's head with a deafening crack, showering him with dust and splinters. She held it there, hovering menacingly, and met his gaze with cold, empty eyes. Snape's face went rigid. He said nothing more. McGonagall's expression was a storm of conflicting emotions: shock, awe, and a terrifying flicker of Gryffindor pride. But her duty as a teacher won out. That was the most reckless, idiotic, and irresponsible thing I have ever seen, she said, her voice like cracking ice. 5 points from Gryffindor. For each of you. She paused, taking a deep breath. However, Miss Granger, in the face of extreme danger, you demonstrated a level of magical talent and bravery that is exceptional. You protected your fellow students. For that, I award Gryffindor 10 points. So, a net loss of 5 points, Hermione calculated. Teacher logic. Utterly infuriating. Before the lecture could continue, the wheezing, shuffling form of Argus Filch appeared, dragging Draco Malfoy by the scruff of his neck. Caught this one skulking near the third-floor corridor, Professor, Filch rasped. Spying. Malfoy, seeing the dead troll, went pale. Another rule-breaker, McGonagall sighed, her patience clearly gone. 5 points from Slytherin. And you, Mr. Malfoy, can join them in their detention. Tonight. With Hagrid. On the long, dark walk down to the gamekeeper's hut, Malfoy whined incessantly. My father will hear about this. Making me traipse through the mud with these blood traitors in a mud-blood. Hermione ignored him, her mind focused on the new data points in her grimoire. The troll had yielded a massive 10 points of soul energy, confirming her theory that more powerful creatures gave a greater reward. More importantly, the magical creatures feature was a game-changer. It wasn't just a bestiary, the grimoire suggested she could use the creature's essence to imbue other things with its properties. The possibilities were interesting. Hermione. Ron had sidled up next to her, looking awkward. Listen, about before, me taking the blame and all. Oh, God, no, she thought, a jolt of alarm shooting through her. He's not about to confess his undying love, is he? I was just wondering, he mumbled, shuffling his feet, if maybe I could borrow your Nimbus 2000? Just for a bit? Seeing as I saved you from detention and all. Relief washed over her. He wants to borrow the broom. Thank God. This was a simple transaction. Loyalty for a loan. She could work with that. Fine, she said. And if you continue to be useful, I'll get you one of your own after the season is over. Ron's jaw dropped. They reached Hagrid's hut, where the giant gamekeeper met them with a massive crossbow and a disappointed look. Right then, he sighed. In the forest, there's something that's been hid in the unicorns. We're going to find it. Malfoy's face went from pale to a ghostly white. The Forbidden Forest? But, there are werewolves. Oh, there's more than werewolves in there, lad, Hagrid said cheerfully, which wasn't at all comforting. The forest was a wall of darkness, a place that felt ancient and alive. The air was cold and damp, smelling of rot and wet earth. Every rustle in the undergrowth, every snap of a twig, made Malfoy jump. After what felt like an eternity, Hagrid stopped. There, on a patch of dark moss, was a pool of liquid silver, glowing with a soft, sickly light. Unicorn blood, Hagrid said, his voice a low, sorrowful rumble. Something evil did this. Something cursed. He decided they'd split up, taking Harry and Ron with him to track the wounded animal, leaving Hermione with a whimpering Draco Malfoy. You watch for werewolves," Malfoy stammered, his back pressed against a tree. Hermione ignored him. She knelt by the glowing, tragic pool of blood. This was an unexpected opportunity. She pulled out a small glass vial and, with a quick, silent charm, drew a single, shimmering silver thread of the magical substance into it. Her grimoire buzzed with the acquisition. Magical creatures. Unicorn, collected. Symbol of purity. Blood can sustain a cursed life. PLS support me and throw power stones. Chapter 26, Chapter 26, A Muggle Solution. 430+ Advanced Chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. Hey! Are you deaf? I'm talking to you. Malfoy's voice was a sharp, arrogant whine that cut through the oppressive silence of the Forbidden Forest. He, Draco Malfoy, heir to a sacred and ancient pure-blood line, was used to being the center of attention. Since arriving at Hogwarts, the freshmen of Slytherin orbited him like nervous little planets. To be so thoroughly and completely ignored by this mudblood, was an infuriating new experience. "I heard you," Hermione replied without breaking her stride, her voice flat and bored. Her eyes were scanning the forest floor, tracking the subtle signs of passage that the others had missed. "And I'm ignoring you. If you continue to make pointless noise, I will leave you here by yourself to discuss your feelings with the Acromantulas." A cold, moist wind rustled the high branches, and the darkness around them seemed to deepen, pressing in on all sides. Malfoy shivered, a visceral, primal fear overriding his indignation. He took a hasty step closer to Hermione's small, unconcerned form. The next second, as if embarrassed by his own weakness, he puffed out his chest. "Humph," he sneered, trying to reclaim some semblance of control. "I'm not afraid of a few spiders. When we get back, if you've got any guts, you'll face me in a proper wizard's duel." "Oh!" Hermione finally stopped and glanced at him, a single, amused eyebrow raised. "Are you sure you want to do that, Draco?" Malfoy's face froze. The casual, almost intimate use of his first name was somehow more disarming than a threat. And then the memory of the troll, of the brutal, systematic execution he had only heard about, flashed in his mind. He remembered the looks on the other Gryffindors' faces, not just awe, but genuine fear. He remembered the way Professor Snape, his own head of house, had been silenced by a single, menacing gesture from this small, quiet girl. "Gods," he thought, a cold knot of dread tightening in his stomach. "What am I doing?" "Let's go," Hermione said, her attention already back on the trail. "I know which way it went." She nodded in the direction they were heading, then glanced back the way they'd come, where Hagrid's lantern was now a faint, distant star. They went the wrong way. Her certainty was absolute, infuriating. For a man who had been the school's gamekeeper for decades, Hagrid had the tracking skills of a blind flobberworm. It was no wonder he'd been so easily framed for the Chamber of Secrets incident. Twice. They walked on in silence for a few minutes, but Malfoy's nervous energy couldn't be contained. "How do you know this is the right way?" he whispered, his voice cracking. "Are you sure you're not just getting us lost? We should have stayed with the oaf." Hermione had had enough. She spun around, her eyes flashing with a cold, adult anger that was utterly terrifying in a child's face. "Shut up," she commanded, her voice low and dangerous. "I am trying to concentrate, and your incessant whining is making it difficult. Frankly, Malfoy, explaining the principles of tracking to someone with your limited intellect would be a waste of my breath. If you don't trust me, feel free to go back on your own. Otherwise, be quiet." Malfoy was stunned into silence. She was mean to me. No one, not even his mother, was ever truly mean to him. His fear and humiliation curdled into a familiar, ugly rage. "Don't you get so smug," he snarled, his voice trembling. "You're nothing but a filthy little mudblood." His words were choked off by a strangled gasp. Because just ahead of them, in a small, moonlit clearing, was a scene from a nightmare. A unicorn, its coat as pure and white as freshly fallen snow, lay on its side, its breath coming in ragged, shallow gasps. And hunched over it, like a vulture, was a figure cloaked in a black, tattered robe. The figure was lying on the unicorn's chest, its face buried in a wound on the creature's neck, and it was drinking its blood. They could hear the greedy, slurping sounds. The figure raised its head, and in the pale moonlight, they saw silver, shimmering blood dripping from the corner of its mouth. Malfoy's scream was a high-pitched, piercing shriek of pure, unadulterated terror. Startled by the noise, the black-robed figure rose, turning its unseen face toward them. It didn't walk, it floated, a silent, spectral horror gliding over the forest floor, coming right for them. Malfoy turned to run, tripped on an unseen root, and fell backward. He scrambled away on his hands and feet until his back hit the cold, hard trunk of an ancient oak, his mind completely blank with fear, able to do nothing but watch the monster drift closer. Just as the figure was about to pounce, a sound ripped through the ancient, magical silence of the forbidden forest. It was a sound that didn't belong here, a sound that was loud, violent, and brutally mundane. Crack! The cloaked figure jerked as if struck by an invisible fist. It staggered, its smooth, floating motion faltering, and it dropped to the ground. Crack! 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 A series of deafening explosions, each accompanied by a brilliant flash of fire from Hermione's position, echoed through the trees. The robed figure convulsed with each impact, a low, guttural roar of pain and pure, undiluted outrage tearing from its throat. It twitched a few more times on the forest floor and then lay still. Hermione stood with her feet planted, holding the Glock 9mm she had taken from the dead robber in New York in a firm, two-handed grip. The anachronistic sight of a 12-year-old witch in Hogwarts robes holding a modern semi-automatic pistol was so bizarre it defied comprehension. With practiced, economical movements, she ejected the empty magazine, pulled a fresh one from a pocket in her robes, and slammed it home with a satisfying click. She raised the pistol again, aiming it squarely at the motionless figure on the ground. "Faker," a voice hissed, not from the figure's mouth, but seemingly from the air around it. It was a voice of pure, ancient hatred. The black-robed thing scrambled to its feet and fled, not floating now, but running, a clumsy, rolling, and incredibly fast retreat into the deepest shadows of the forest. "Knew you were faking it," Hermione thought with a cold smirk. She had no intention of actually killing him. Not yet. She lowered the gun and turned its barrel toward the whimpering, paralyzed lump of pure blood wizard that was Draco Malfoy. "What was that you were saying just now?" she asked, her voice dangerously sweet. "Something about mud? I didn't quite catch it." Malfoy swallowed hard, his eyes wide with a new, more immediate kind of terror. He shook his head, unable to form words. Hermione let the pistol drop to her side. There was no sport in it. Just then, Hagrid, Harry, and Ron came crashing through the undergrowth. "What was that noise?" Hagrid bellowed. "Sounded like thunder." They had seen the dark shape fleeing and had rushed toward the sound, fearing the worst. As he got closer, Harry felt a sharp, stabbing pain in the scar on his forehead. "Nothing," Hermione said calmly, making the pistol vanish back into her robes with a flick of her wrist. "Met the thing that's been attacking the unicorns. I scared it off." Harry and Ron didn't even question it. After the troll, they would have believed her if she'd said she'd wrestled it into submission. A mere murderer was nothing. Hagrid, however, had seen the unicorn's body. Who would do such a thing, he growled, his voice thick with sorrow and rage. Voldemort, obviously, Hermione thought. Failed to get the stone, so now he's slumming it, drinking unicorn blood to survive. She noted with a clinical detachment that the Dark Lord, even in his weakened, parasitic state, could take multiple 9mm rounds and still run away. Impressive. What's wrong with him? Harry asked, finally noticing the pathetic, whimpering state Malfoy was in. He's a coward, Hermione said with a helpless shrug. Got a little spooked. Harry and Ron looked at Malfoy with matching expressions of deep, satisfying contempt. It was then that Hermione felt the familiar, pleasant buzz from her grimoire. She checked it internally. The unicorn, having been killed by Voldemort in her vicinity, had triggered her Dark Harvest. Dark Harvest, current soul energy, 520. 500 points for one unicorn, she thought, a thrill of pure, triumphant glee shooting through her. What a good man, that Voldemort. Always willing to do the dirty work. For a brief, dark moment, she wondered how many unicorns were left in the forest and did the math. No, bad Hermione, she chided herself, forcibly expelling the dangerous thought. She looked at the dead, beautiful creature, at her terrified pure-blood classmate, and at her two loyal, clueless followers. The game was getting more interesting and more profitable by the minute. PLS support me and throw power stones. Chapter 27, Chapter 27, A Tale of Two Phones. 430 plus advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. They emerged from the oppressive darkness of the forbidden forest under the cold, watchful light of the moon. Malfoy was a wreck. His legs, having turned to jelly at the first sight of the cloaked monster, refused to function. He had to be half dragged, half carried between a disgusted Harry and a long-suffering Ron, his teeth chattering uncontrollably as he whimpered about werewolves and mudbloods with guns. When Snape saw the state of his prize Slytherin, his face contorted into a mask of cold fury. He directed a venomous glare at Hagrid, promising a full report to the headmaster, before turning his usual vitriol on Harry. But as he lectured, Harry didn't flinch. Instead, he watched the potion's master with a new, thoughtful expression. He'd seen the man's undisguised hatred, but he'd also just seen him rush into a dangerous forest, seemingly to ensure their safety. It didn't make sense. Hermione, watching the traumatized look in Malfoy's eyes whenever they accidentally met hers, simply shook her head with a sigh. Honestly, Voldemort, she thought with a flicker of dark humor, look how you've frightened the child. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. The world twisted with a familiar, nauseating lurch. The damp, earthy smell of the Hogwarts grounds was violently replaced by the sharp, metallic tang of a New York back alley. She had been gone for less than a minute when the phone in her pocket buzzed to life. She pulled out the sleek, black, state-of-the-art satellite phone Shield had given her. Hello. Little Hermione. Natasha's voice, warm and professionally cheerful, came through the line. I have great news. They found Stark a few weeks ago. He's back. I wanted to tell you sooner, but, well, we haven't been able to reach you. Oh, that's wonderful. Hermione replied, pitching her voice to sound relieved and happy. And don't worry about it. School has been terribly busy lately, I haven't had much time to come out. She paused, then added a touch of calculated vulnerability. You're not mad at me, are you, Sister Natasha? On the other end of the line, Natasha's heart gave a slight pang of guilt. Mad? Of course not, she said, her voice softening. How could I be? I was just worried. I've missed you. When are you going to come visit me at headquarters again? After a few more minutes of pleasantries, they hung up. Natasha sighed. The girl was a ghost. Despite their seemingly warm relationship, she knew next to nothing about Hermione's actual life. She was a little fox, smart and elusive, and until they earned her absolute trust, the kind she seemed to reserve for the mysterious Dumbledore, she would keep them at arm's length. Hermione, on the other hand, scoffed as she ended the call. Missed me? Right. More likely Fury was getting impatient for more intel. With a quiet, non-verbal charm, she scanned the device. A faint, almost imperceptible magical haze revealed a tiny, sophisticated listening device embedded deep within the phone's casing. Honestly, she thought, rolling her eyes. A spy is always a spy. It didn't matter. Their Muggle technology was completely useless across dimensional barriers. She tucked the SHIELD phone away and pulled out a second, much more normal-looking smartphone. The moment it powered on, it lit up with dozens of notifications. A quick glance showed they were almost all from one person. She found the single contact in the address book and dialed. This phone wasn't a tool of espionage. It was a gift, secretly slipped to her by Pepper Potts. Sister Pepper. I'm back, she chirped, her voice genuinely bright this time. Little Hermione. Pepper's voice on the other end was a rush of pure, unadulterated relief. Oh, thank God. I couldn't reach you, I was so worried. I called SHIELD, but they were so tight-lipped, they just told me not to worry. How can I not worry? You're just a child, even if you do have. She trailed off, still not quite able to say the word magic. A real, honest-to-goodness warmth spread through Hermione's chest. Natasha's affection was a professional tool, a means to an end. She understood it, but she couldn't truly accept it. Pepper's concern, however, was pure. It was real. I'm fine, really, Hermione said, her voice softening. I was back at Hogwarts. School has been insane. Quidditch practice is brutal. Hogwarts? Pepper asked, confused. What's that? And where do you even go to school? I looked through the enrollment records for every private school in the New York area and couldn't find your name. Hermione's internal smile turned into a scowl. Nick Fury, you manipulative bastard. He hadn't told Pepper a single thing, deliberately keeping his assets compartmentalized, leaving this kind, worried woman completely in the dark. It's a long story, Hermione said. I'll explain when I see you. Where are you now? I'm at the office. Where are you? I'll send a car right now. Hermione scratched her head. I'm not actually sure. But don't worry about the car. I'll come to you. Just stay on the line. With that, she hung up, summoned her Nimbus 2000, and cast a disillusionment charm over herself. She kicked off from the grimy alley floor and soared into the sky. The feeling was pure, unadulterated freedom. She weaved through the steel and glass canyons of Manhattan, an invisible phantom on a magical broomstick, the city lights a sprawling galaxy of jewels below her. High up in Stark Tower, in the vast, minimalist CEO's office, Pepper Potts held her phone, a worried frown on her face. Hermione? Hermione, are you there? All she could hear was a loud, rushing sound, like wind whistling past an open microphone. Just as she was about to hang up, she heard a faint tap, tap, tap sound from behind her. She froze. It sounded like someone was knocking on the window. But that was impossible. She was dozens of stories up, the only thing behind her the endless, empty sky. She turned slowly. And her heart stopped. Floating outside the floor-to-ceiling window, sitting calmly sideways on a broomstick, was a small, petite figure in a black robe. When the figure saw her, it broke into a wide, brilliant smile and waved. On her pretty face, her eyes were curved into happy little crescents, her smile revealing two perfect dimples. She was, in that impossible moment, the most adorable thing Pepper had ever seen. Little Hermione. Pepper gasped, covering her mouth with her hands. She could see Hermione's mouth moving, the faint sound of her voice barely audible through the thick, reinforced glass. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind caught the broom. It bucked violently, and Hermione lost her balance, tipping sideways and falling off with a small, surprised yelp. "Ah!" Pepper screamed, pure terror seizing her. Before she could even process what had happened, Hermione shot back into view, this time hanging upside down, her calves hooked securely around the broom handle, a slightly sheepish grin on her face. She pointed at herself, then gestured emphatically toward the inside of the office. Pepper finally understood. She rushed to the window and fumbled with the locks, her hands shaking. As soon as it was open, Hermione expertly flipped herself back onto the broom and flew into the office with a smooth, graceful movement, landing softly on the plush carpet. Before Hermione could even say a word, Pepper had rushed forward and enveloped her in a tight, fierce hug. "You crazy, reckless child!" Pepper scolded, her voice thick with a fear she couldn't conceal. "You could have been killed. What were you thinking, doing something so dangerous?" "Dangerous?" Hermione thought, genuinely confused. She and the other beaters did far more reckless stunts during Quidditch practice every single day. But seeing the real, terrified relief in Pepper's eyes, she knew better than to argue. She just relaxed into the hug and offered a soft, placating, "Oh. Plus support me and throw power stones." Chapter 28, Chapter 28, First Contact. 430 plus advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. "Where have you been?" Pepper asked, her voice a mixture of stern reprimand and profound relief as she finally released Hermione from the fierce hug. "I called and called, I left dozens of messages. I was worried sick. I was at school, of course," Hermione replied simply. "But I checked," Pepper insisted, her brow furrowing in confusion. "I had my staff run a search on every private school in the tri-state area. There's no record of you anywhere." "That's because I don't go to school in New York," Hermione said, deciding it was time to rip the band-aid off. "I attend Hogwarts." She paused for a beat, then added for clarity, "It's a wizarding school." "Oh, a wizarding school," Pepper repeated, nodding absently before the words fully registered. Her eyes went wide. "Wait. What school?" Hermione tilted her head. "I'm a witch," she said, as if explaining the most obvious fact in the world. "So naturally, I have to go to a school for witches and wizards. Where else would I learn all my magic?" Pepper just stared at her. When she had called Hermione Miss Wizard at SHIELD, it had been a sarcastic nickname, a way to process the impossible by framing the girl as a character from a fantasy novel. She had assumed Hermione was a gifted child, a mutant, someone with a rare genetic anomaly that gave her superpowers. She thought the magic talk was just a child's way of understanding those powers, a fantasy she'd built for herself. But now, looking into Hermione's serious, sincere eyes, a new, far more reality-shattering possibility began to dawn. "You're not joking," Pepper whispered, her voice filled with a dawning horror and wonder. "You're telling me that wizards, that magic, it's all real?" Hermione sighed. To prove her point, she flicked her wand and transfigured a stack of Stark Industries quarterly reports into a flock of fluttering, paper doves that circled the office before settling back into a neat pile. After another demonstration that involved levitating Pepper's desk chair, she finally seemed to accept it. "So, you spend your time at Hogwarts," Pepper said slowly, testing the word in her mouth, "and you only come back here when you're on break?" Hermione nodded, and then gave her a more detailed, accurate version of the story she had told SHIELD, explaining the basics of the hidden magical world. As Pepper quietly absorbed this world-shattering information, her expression shifted from shock to something much sadder. "I'm sorry, Hermione," she said, her voice full of genuine regret. "After Tony got back, I should have brought him to thank you in person. But I couldn't reach you, and, well, Tony didn't believe it. He was convinced Shield had hired a child actor and used some kind of advanced hologram technology to fool me. Hermione nodded. That sounded exactly like Tony Stark. She wasn't angry. From his perspective, it made perfect sense. He had been through a hellish, traumatic ordeal, escaping a terrorist camp only through his own genius and the sacrifice of a good man, Yinsen. To be told that his survival was preordained by some magical prophecy would feel like a complete negation of his suffering and Yinsen's sacrifice. She wouldn't have believed it either. He's been different since he got back, Pepper continued, a deep, weary frustration seeping into her voice. He's locked himself in his workshop, building these armored suits. He shut down the entire weapons division, the company's main source of revenue, without a single thought for the consequences. And he's left the entire mess for me to clean up. I'm just his secretary, but suddenly I'm running a multinational corporation and trying to stop our stock from tanking, all while he plays with his toys. She let out a long, tired sigh. He just left this morning. Flew to the Middle East to test his new suit. He just got back from there, and now he's running right back in. Hermione's head snapped up. The Middle East. The Mark III. The plot was moving faster than she'd thought. Tony had just gone to Gulmara to destroy his own weapons and the terrorists using them. Sister Pepper, she said suddenly, her voice urgent. I'm so sorry, but I have to go. Something just came up. I'll be back later, I promise. And before Pepper could even form a question, Hermione had summoned her Nimbus 2000, hopped on, and shot out of the open window, a small, black-robed figure disappearing into the bright blue sky. She flew at full speed, the roar of the wind in her ears. This was a reckless, impulsive decision, driven not by strategy, but by the pure, unadulterated fanish glee of her past life. It was a chance to see him in person, in the suit, in the air. A chance she might never get again. She cast a disillusionment charm, her form blurring into the sky, and headed out over the ocean, following the flight path she knew he would have to take back to his Malibu mansion. Soon, she saw it, a glint of gold and hot rod red, breaking through the clouds like a miniature sun, moving at a speed that made her own top-of-the-line racing broom feel like a child's toy. It was the Iron Man armor. And it was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen. She pulled her broom alongside the suit, flying parallel to it, completely invisible. The sound of its repulsors was a powerful, satisfying hum. In her past life, she'd had the action figures, the posters. She had dreamed of flying in this very suit. And now, the real thing was right here. Overcome by a wave of pure, childish awe, she reached out a hesitant hand and gently, reverently, touched the cool, smooth metal of the armor's shoulder plate. Inside the suit, Tony Stark was running a post-mission diagnostic, the satisfying glow of victory still warming his chest. The raid on Gulmara had been a success. The suit had performed flawlessly. But there was always room for improvement. Jarvis, he said, his voice echoing slightly inside the helmet. Run a stress analysis on the flight stabilizers. I felt a bit of a wobble during the vertical ascent. Right away, sir, the calm, British voice of his AI replied. And sir, I may be detecting a sensor malfunction. Lay it on me, J. I am detecting a tactile contact on the outer shell, starboard pauldron. The shape and temperature readings are consistent with. Jarvis paused, as if rerunning the data. A human hand, sir. Tony snorted. A hand, Jarvis? At 30,000 feet, going Mach 1? Did a flight attendant get locked out? Recalibrate your sensors. I have, sir. The data remains consistent. Then it's battle damage, Tony said dismissively. A piece of shrapnel probably bent a sensor plate. There was a moment of silence. Sir, Jarvis said again, his voice now laced with a note of genuine confusion. Although what you say is logical, the contact appears to be moving. It has trailed down the arm and is now on the primary repulsor casing. Jarvis, I swear, if you're developing a phantom limb syndrome, I'm replacing your code with a speak and spell. With all due respect, sir, the contact is now caressing the arc reactor housing. It's what? Tony's annoyance was quickly turning to genuine concern. Okay, now you're just being creepy. There's definitely a bug in your code. I'll run a full diagnostic when we get back. Another long pause. Sir, Jarvis said, his voice now sounding almost nervous. The data remains consistent. And the hand appears to have been touching the suit for the duration of our return flight. From head to toe. Almost as if it were taking inventory. That's it, you're grounded, Tony declared. He was convinced his multi-billion-dollar AI was having a full-blown digital meltdown. But what happened in the next second made his heart stop, and his breath catch in his throat. A crisp, clear, and distinctly female voice, with a prim British accent, spoke, not through his comms, but seemingly from the empty air right beside his helmet. Jarvis isn't wrong, the voice said cheerfully. I'm right next to you. PLS support me and throw power stones. Chapter 29, Chapter 29, Magic vs Mach 2. 430 plus advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. Tony Stark's mind, arguably the most advanced computational device on the planet, simply blue-screened. He turned his head with the stiff, slow movement of a malfunctioning robot, his pupils dilating as his helmet's HUD struggled to focus on the impossible sight. There, flying not 10 feet from his right shoulder, was a little girl. She was perched on a wooden broomstick, her strange black robes fluttering violently in the supersonic wind, a look of cheerful curiosity on her face. Sir, Jarvis's calm, synthetic voice stated, a fraction of a second too late. A humanoid heat signature has just been detected in your immediate vicinity. ICIT, Jarvis. Tony roared, his voice a strangled mix of terror and disbelief. Through analysis, sir, this appears to be the same entity that was making physical contact with the suit. Thank you, Captain Obvious, shut up. Tony yelled, cutting him off. His mind was a maelstrom of chaotic, contradictory data. A child. In a Halloween costume. At 30,000 feet. Flying on a broom. Who had been touching his suit? It was a string of absurdities so profound that it threatened to unravel his entire understanding of reality. Hi. Hermione chirped, giving a cheerful little wave. She even said hello. Tony took a deep, shuddering breath, forcing his racing heart back into a semi-normal rhythm. He needed data. He needed to impose logic on this madness. Who, he said, his voice strained, are you? Hermione mused, tapping a finger against her cheek and looking up at the sky as if contemplating a deeply philosophical question. That's a very complicated question. Do you mean my name? My species? Or my purpose for being here? All of it. I want to know all of it. Tony screamed in his head. My name is Hermione Granger, she began, launching into a bizarre, rapid-fire monologue. I'm 12 years old. I live in London. I'm a witch. I attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I'm in my dormitory by 8 o'clock every night. I don't really care for sweets, but I do enjoy a nice cup of tea. I go to bed at 11 and get a full 8 hours of sleep. Before bed, I do 20 minutes of wand-warming exercises. All the professors say I'm perfectly normal. Her voice was a bewildering, disorienting stream of information. What the hell is this? A bit? Is she doing a bit? Tony's mind snagged on a single word. Hermione. That name. It was familiar. Where had he heard it? Pepper. Pepper had been rambling about a child Shield had brought in. A predictor. A wizard. He stared at the small girl flying effortlessly beside his multi-billion-dollar suit of armor, and the carefully constructed, science-based walls of his worldview began to crumble. No, he thought, shaking his head violently. Magic doesn't exist. It's a trick. There's nothing that can't be explained by science. I'm just missing the data. His eyes, analytical and sharp, scanned the broomstick. That's it. It had to be. It was some kind of next-generation, single-person aircraft, disguised as a primitive piece of wood. The bristles were probably some kind of advanced ion thruster. The wood, a carbon nanotube composite. But that didn't explain how a small child was surviving the extreme temperatures and low pressure of this altitude. Or how her voice was cutting through the roar of the wind so clearly. Or the technology that had made her completely invisible to his sensors. Are you a SHIELD agent? Tony asked, his mind settling on the most plausible, if still insane, explanation. Trained since birth? God, the government is a cesspool. Using kids to do their dirty work. He sighed, a wave of paternalistic concern washing over him. Listen, kid. You shouldn't be doing this. Pepper mentioned you, she really likes you. Why don't you quit? The Stark Group will fund your entire education. Go to MIT. You're clearly a genius. Hermione just curled her lip in a disdainful sneer. SHIELD? Please. They couldn't afford me. Before Tony could formulate a witty retort, Jarvis's voice, now laced with genuine urgency, cut in. Sir, an incoming call from Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes. He has marked it as a top priority emergency. Patch him through, Tony sighed. Tony. What the hell is going on? His best friend's voice crackled over the comms. I've got 2 bogies on my tail, and they look like they're after an unidentified craft that has your energy signature all over it. I'm just taking my new convertible out for a spin, Rhodey, Tony quipped, his eyes darting nervously behind him. Don't lie to me, man. A terrorist camp in Gulmara was just wiped off the map. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? First I'm hearing of it. Sounds like someone's doing your job for you. Tony, so help me God, is there something you're not telling me? Rhodey pressed. Because I'm looking at something right now that's about to get blown out of the sky. Just as he finished speaking, a deafening roar ripped through the sky behind Tony. Sir, Jarvis announced calmly, 2 F-22 Raptors are approaching at speed. They have achieved weapons lock. A little late with the warning, Jay. Tony yelled. He slammed his thrusters to full, the armor rocketing forward as he tried to outrun the fighter jets. The next second, a flash of light under each jet's wing. 2 missiles detached, leaving brilliant white smoke trails as they streaked across the sky, closing the distance with terrifying speed. Missile inbound, a blaring, red warning flashed across Tony's HUD. His first instinct was to deploy flares and dive. But then he remembered. He risked a glance over his shoulder. The little girl on the broom was still there, struggling to keep up. She was directly in the blast radius. Damn it, he swore. He made a split-second, heroic, and utterly stupid decision. He killed his forward momentum, spun around, and flew directly back towards the oncoming missiles, hoping to draw them away from her. Hermione watched the gold and red suit rocket away from her, and a flicker of genuine annoyance shot through her. So fast! Her Nimbus 2000 was a masterpiece of magical engineering, but it was no match for a jet engine. Just as she was about to cast a subtle tripping jinx to slow him down for being a show-off, he spun around and came flying back, waving a hand frantically to the side, motioning for her to get away. She turned. And saw the 2 missiles, now terrifyingly close, screaming right for her. She understood instantly. He wasn't trying to show off. He was trying to save her. Humph! You've got a conscience after all, she thought. For Pepper's sake, then. Let's see what this armor is really made of. She accelerated, the magic of the broom responding to her will. She shot past Tony, placing herself directly between him and the oncoming warheads. Tony saw her move, and his heart stopped. What is this kid doing? She's going to get herself killed. It was too late to dodge. The missiles were meters away, their proximity detectors about to trigger. He braced for the inevitable, cataclysmic impact. Just as he was preparing to be blown into a million tiny pieces, he heard a clear, powerful shout from the girl in front of him, a single, strange word that cut through the roar of the jets and the shriek of the missiles. Protego. He turned his head just in time to see a faint, shimmering dome of translucent blue energy erupt into existence, enveloping both of them in a perfect, silent sphere. The next second, the world turned white. PLS support me and throw power stones. Chapter 30, The Last Straw. 430 plus advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. The world turned white. The roar of the explosion was a physical, crushing force, a deafening wave of sound that overloaded the suit's every sensor. Tony was thrown through the sky like a discarded toy, his armor tumbling end over end in a dizzying, uncontrolled spin. Structural integrity at 70%. Aft stabilizers offline. Warning! Warning! Jarvis's voice was a frantic, distorted scream in his ear amidst a cacophony of alarms. Tony fought the G-forces, firing his repulsors in short, desperate bursts to arrest the spin. When he finally stabilized, the sky was empty. The lingering smoke of the explosion was already dissipating on the wind. The F-22s were banking in the distance, their deadly work done. But the girl was gone. Jarvis, scan for her, he ordered, his voice tight. Life signs. Heat signature. Anything. Scanning, sir. The silence that followed was heavy, absolute. Nothing. No life signs detected in the blast radius. A cold, heavy dread, thick as lead, settled in Tony's gut. He stared at the empty patch of sky where she had been just seconds before. Gone. Vaporized. A child. A strange, impossible, and deeply annoying child, but a child nonetheless. And she was dead because of him. He had paraded his new suit through the sky, drawing the attention of the military, and he had dragged her into his mess. First Jensen, now this kid. The weight of it was crushing. A hot, unfamiliar rage surged through him, directed at the jets, at Rhodey, at the whole stupid, trigger-happy world. But mostly, it was directed at himself. Oh, for heaven's sake, that was terrifying. I nearly dropped my wand. A familiar, cheerful voice sounded from directly behind him. Tony's head whipped around, his movements stiff with disbelief. And there she was. Floating on her ridiculous broomstick, looking slightly disheveled and deeply annoyed, but very much alive. She was patting her black robes down, a faint shimmer of residual energy from her broken shield still clinging to her like dust motes. His mind struggled to process the relief, the confusion, the sheer impossibility of it. You're not dead," he blurted out. Hermione glared at him, her eyes flashing with genuine anger. "You're the one who's dead. What on earth were you thinking, flying back towards a missile? It wasn't even locked onto me. If I hadn't been there to protect you, you'd be a cloud of very expensive confetti right now." She had a point. He also saw, in that moment, the genuine fear that had been hiding beneath her annoyance. The shield had held, but barely. He had almost gotten them both killed. The last of his anger evaporated, replaced by a strange, new respect. "Rhodey," he barked into his comms. "It's me. That's me in the sky, I'm in the suit. Call them off. Now. And there's a civilian child up here with me." Rhodey's voice came back, a mix of shock and fury. "Tony. A suit? What the hell are you? Wait, A child? My pilots see one bogey, you. Radar is clean otherwise. I know, just. It's complicated. Tony turned, intending to point at Hermione, but the space beside him was empty again. He felt a light tap on his shoulder plate and sighed. This again. From the empty air beside him, he heard 3 sharp, angry whispers. Diffindo! 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 He looked over just in time to see one of the billion-dollar F-22 Raptors, flying in a smooth, graceful arc, suddenly and silently come apart at the seams. It didn't explode. It was deconstructed. A wing sheared off, then the other. The cockpit separated cleanly from the fuselage. The pieces tumbled through the air in a slow, impossible ballet of destruction. A moment later, a parachute blossomed against the blue sky as the terrified pilot ejected from the wreckage. Tony, what did you do? Rhodey screamed in his ear. That's a 21st century fighter jet. You can't just blow it up. Tony, who had been wrongfully blamed for many things in his life, knew when to cut his losses. I'll pay for it, he yelled, and cut the connection. He hovered in the sudden silence, the remaining F-22 circling at a safe distance before turning tail and fleeing. Hermione, he called out tentatively to the empty sky. I'm here, her voice replied, and she shimmered back into existence beside him. Tony stared at the empty space where the jet had been. Okay, he said, his voice dangerously calm. I need a scientific explanation. Now. The energy shield, the invisibility, and the spontaneous, catastrophic structural failure of that aircraft. Give me the data. Hermione rolled her eyes with a long-suffering sigh. For the last time, she said, her voice dripping with exasperation, it's magic. Magic. How are you not getting this? She pointed her wand at his chest plate, where a long, ugly gash from the shockwave had torn through the metal. Reparo. Tony heard a faint, grinding sound and watched in utter disbelief as the gash in his armor began to knit itself back together. The torn metal flowed like liquid, the seams fusing, the paint reappearing until the suit was as pristine and perfect as it had been when he'd first put it on. Sir, Jarvis's voice said, sounding as stunned as an AI could, all damage to the suit has been, for unknown reasons, completely repaired. Structural integrity is back at 100%. That was it. That was the last straw. The final, irrefutable piece of data that sent his entire, science-based worldview crashing down in flames. Magic is real, he muttered to himself, the words feeling alien and absurd on his tongue. How can magic be real? What's so strange about it? Hermione said, shaking her head. The universe is full of things you don't understand. You haven't even learned all of your own sciences, and yet you presume to know everything about mystery. Sister Pepper was right. You are incredibly arrogant. Tony was quiet for a long time, just floating there, high above the world. Finally, he let out a long, slow breath. Okay, he said. Okay. I believe you. He turned to her. You're not SHIELD. They really couldn't afford you. My name is Hermione Granger, she said, as if reintroducing herself to this new, humbled version of him. He nodded. Tony Stark. He paused, his old habits dying hard. A smirk crept onto his face. Genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist. And a narcissist, Hermione added calmly, without missing a beat. Tony's smirk vanished. He, Tony Stark, the man who could captivate any room, was being completely and utterly owned by a 12-year-old witch. He felt a strange, unfamiliar sensation, the feeling of being genuinely impressed and deeply, deeply irritated at the same time. They began the flight back to Malibu in a new, slightly awkward silence. Then, Tony noticed something. The girl's broom, while fast, was struggling to keep up with his suit's casual cruising speed. An idea, the first truly Tony Stark idea he'd had since this whole insane encounter began, sparked in his mind. He couldn't out-magic her, he couldn't outwit her, but he could sure as hell outfly her. A sly, competitive grin spread across his face. "PLS support me and throw power stones." Chapter 31, Chapter 31, The Tortoise and the Rocket Man. 430 plus advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. "Hey, little wizard." Tony's voice, filtered through the suit's external speakers, was laced with a familiar, arrogant confidence. He hovered in the air beside her, the sunlight glinting off his gold and hot rod red armor. The brief, humbling experience of having his entire worldview shattered was already being papered over by his indomitable ego. He had been outsmarted and outmaneuvered, but this, speed, flight, technology, this was his domain. "I'm feeling generous," he continued, a smirk evident in his tone. "How about a little race? To Stark Tower? We'll see what's faster, your little magic broomstick or my state-of-the-art suit." Hermione looked at him, her expression one of profound speechlessness. He was a 40-year-old man, the head of a global corporation, and a certifiable genius, and he was acting like a 10-year-old boy on a playground. He was so transparent. His pride had been wounded, and he was desperately trying to find some way, any way, to reassert his dominance. A slow, wicked smile spread across her face. "All right, Mr. Stark. You're on." She paused, letting the hook set. "But we need stakes. To make it interesting." "Name your price, kid," Tony said with a dismissive wave of his gauntlet, utterly confident. "A research grant? A pony? New set of robes?" "No," Hermione said, her smile widening. "The loser, upon arriving at the tower, has to find Sister Pepper, look her directly in the eye, and bark like a puppy. 3 times." Tony was silent for a moment, processing the sheer, childish absurdity of the wager. Then he burst out laughing, a loud, metallic sound from his speakers. "You got a deal, kid. I haven't had this much fun in years." This was perfect. He'd win, of course, and then he could gently rib her about her overconfidence. "I'll even go easy on her," he thought magnanimously, "so she doesn't lose too badly." Hermione's grin turned predatory. "You have no idea what you just agreed to. First one to the president's office wins," Tony yelled. With a final, cocky salute, he engaged his thrusters. The sound was a deafening roar. In an instant, he broke the sound barrier, the sonic boom a thunderclap that rattled the clouds. He was a red and gold bullet, a streak of light vanishing into the horizon. Hermione was left hovering in the sudden, ringing silence, the wind from his departure still whipping at her robes. She knew the Nimbus 2000, for all its magical prowess, couldn't hope to match that kind of raw, brute force velocity. But she had never intended to play fair. "Oxio, Iron Man suit," she whispered, pointing her wand at the distant, rapidly shrinking speck. Tony was exhilarated. This was what he was built for. The sky was his, the wind was his, the sheer, unadulterated thrill of speed was his. He glanced at his HUD. No sign of the little wizard. He'd probably lost her the moment he'd hit Mach 1. Then, he felt it. A sudden, inexplicable drag. It felt as if he'd deployed an anchor into thin air. The suit's forward momentum slowed dramatically, his velocity dropping back below the speed of sound with a jarring lurch. "Sir, I am detecting an unknown, persistent kinetic force pulling against our primary thrusters," Jarvis's voice announced, a fraction of a second too late. "No kidding, Jay." Tony grunted, pushing the thrusters harder. The suit strained, the arc reactor's output spiking on his HUD. He turned his head and saw, to his utter disbelief, that Hermione was no longer a distant speck. She was gaining on him, or rather, he was being dragged back towards her. An invisible, unbreakable tether seemed to connect them across the sky. He was towing her. "You're cheating," he yelled, his voice a mix of fury and grudging admiration. Her voice, magically amplified, came back to him on the wind, dripping with smug innocence. "Cheating? Mr. Stark, you said we should see whether my magic was stronger or your suit was stronger. I'm using my magic. Are you saying I'm not allowed to?" Tony was speechless. He was trapped by the exact terms of his own arrogant challenge. There was nothing he could do but grit his teeth and push his thrusters to their absolute limit, the suit screaming in protest as it fought against both the wind resistance and her infuriating magical tow rope. Hermione, meanwhile, was having the time of her life. The raw power of the Iron Man suit was incredible. Even with a full-powered summoning charm latched onto it, she couldn't actually pull him back. She could only slow him down and get a free ride in his slipstream. It was a perfect, magical stalemate. Seeing that he was still slowly pulling away, Tony's triumphant laugh echoed again. "Ha ha ha! Just a clever trick, kid. Not enough to beat pure power." He was right. She couldn't actually overtake him this way. But, as anyone who had ever played a racing video game knew, winning wasn't just about being the fastest. It was about making your opponent slower than you. A devilish grin spread across her lips. Tony saw that smile on his HUD's magnified view, and his blood ran cold. Hermione slowly raised her wand again. "Oh no," Tony thought. "She's starting again. Impedimenta." Boom. Tony felt his suit slam into something solid and unyielding. The impact was jarring, a full-body jolt that rattled his teeth and sent a cascade of yellow warnings flashing across his HUD. What was that? Did we hit a flock of birds? Negative, sir, Jarvis replied instantly. No obstacles detected on any sensor. Impedimenta. Hermione's voice chirped again. Boom. Another invisible impact, this one harder than the last, sending him into a brief, uncontrolled spin. Impedimenta. Boom. Impedimenta. Boom. Impedimenta. Boom. The rest of the flight was a special kind of hell. Tony was battered and bruised, his multi-billion-dollar suit stumbling through the sky like a drunk, constantly crashing into invisible walls that his sensors insisted weren't there. It was the most humiliating and uncomfortable flight of his life. Finally, through the haze of his concussion, he saw it. Stark Tower. The finish line. He was battered, but he was still ahead. He pushed the thrusters one last time, ready to end this nightmare. He didn't notice that Hermione, having ceased her magical assault, had glided up right beside him. She gave him a sweet, innocent smile, and then shot ahead, zipping through the open window of his office a full 10 seconds before him. She hopped off her broom, turned, and waved as Tony, unable to decelerate in time, came crashing through the massive, tempered glass window with a deafening explosion of shattering glass and screeching metal. He plowed through his own office, taking out a desk, a sofa, and an abstract sculpture before finally skidding to a halt against the far wall. The door to the office slid open. Pepper Potts stood there, a stack of documents in her hand, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated fury as she surveyed the absolute carnage. "Tony Stark," she roared. Tony's faceplate retracted. He glanced at Pepper's thunderous expression. He glanced at Hermione, who was giving him a sweet, expectant smile. He was trapped. There was no escape. He took a deep breath, the sound of his own dignity shattering like the window behind him. "Woof," he said, the sound a pathetic, defeated bark. "Woof. Woof." Then he turned and, with his thrusters at a humiliating 50%, fled the scene. PLS support me and throw power stones. Chapter 32, Chapter 32, A Tale of Two Bald Men. 430 plus advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. The air in the Afghan desert was a physical, oppressive thing, a shimmering blanket of heat that smelled of sand, sweat, and cheap, smoking oil. A convoy of black, dust-covered luxury cars rolled into the heart of the Ten Rings terrorist camp, the armed, turban-clad militants watching their arrival with a mixture of suspicion and greed. A man in a pristine, tailored suit stepped out of the lead car. He was bald, his head gleaming under the harsh sun, his expression one of bored impatience. He was flanked by several men who, despite their own suits, moved with the cold, predatory efficiency of seasoned mercenaries. From the largest tent, another bald man emerged. This one was different. He was a mountain of muscle, his face a roadmap of scars, and he carried the bloody, brutal stench of a man who lived and breathed violence. This was Raza, the leader of this particular Ten Rings cell. The two bald men faced each other across the dusty compound, a silent standoff between corporate villainy and brutish thuggery. "Welcome," Raza rumbled, his voice like grinding gravel. "Raza," the man in the suit replied, his tone clipped and dismissive. He was Obadiah Stane, the interim CEO of Stark Industries, a friend of Tony's late father, and the architect of his supposed nephew's recent kidnapping. Raza gestured to the fresh, puckered burn scars that covered half of his face. "A gift," he said, his voice laced with venom, "from Tony Stark." Obadiah let out a soft, contemptuous laugh. "If you had simply killed him as we agreed, Raza, your face would be as pretty as it ever was." "The price you offered was for a simple assassination," Raza countered, his eyes narrowing. "For the genius of Tony Stark, the price changed. We were going to have him build us a new Jericho missile. And instead, he built himself a suit of armor and leveled your entire camp," Obadiah said, his voice dripping with condescending amusement. "Clearly, your business acumen leaves something to be desired. Now, show me what you salvaged." Knowing he had lost the argument, Raza led Obadiah into the main tent. Standing there, crudely reassembled and illuminated by a single, bare bulb, was the Mark I armor. It was a monstrous, brutish thing, a walking tank built from scrap metal and sheer, desperate genius. "This," Raza said, his voice full of a greedy, proprietary pride, "was left behind when Stark escaped. My men recovered the pieces." Obadiah's eyes, which had been full of contempt, now shone with an intense, covetous light. It was ugly, primitive, but he could see the potential. It was the prototype, the genesis of a new era of warfare. "Imagine," Raza said with a sinister grin, "an army of these. We could rule all of Asia." "You couldn't rule a child's birthday party," Obadiah thought. He had no time for the petty ambitions of these desert thugs. He patted Raza on the shoulder, a gesture that looked almost friendly. "I can give you this armor, Obadiah. But in exchange, when your scientists perfect it, you will provide me with a legion of iron soldiers." "Of course," Obadiah said with a meaningful smile. As he spoke, he pressed a small, discreet button hidden in the palm of his hand. A low-frequency, high-intensity sonic pulse emanated from his device. Raza's eyes widened in shock. An invisible force seized his entire body, paralyzing his nervous system. He collapsed into a nearby chair, his body rigid, unable to move, a silent scream trapped behind his clenched teeth. Obadiah looked down at him, his smile cold and predatory. He had never intended to negotiate. As he walked out of the tent, a series of muffled gunshots erupted from outside. In seconds, his mercenaries had eliminated every last member of the Ten Rings. The black convoy drove away into the desert, leaving only silence and death behind. Stark Tower, Tony's workshop. The atmosphere here was a world away from the blood and sand of Afghanistan. The air was cool and crisp, smelling of ozone and expensive coffee, and the only sounds were the soft hum of high-tech machinery and the cheerful beeps and bloops of a video game. Hermione was sprawled on a plush leather sofa, her fingers flying across a game controller. Tony was tinkering with the leg actuator of the damaged Mark III, while Pepper Potts entered the room with a tray of freshly cut fruit. So, let me get this straight, Tony said, not looking up from his work. There are actual, legitimate schools for this magic stuff? What did you call it again? Hogwarts. Hogwarts, Hermione corrected without taking her eyes off the screen. And yes, there are plenty of them. Hogwarts is just the most famous. It's the MIT of the wizarding world. Tony let out a self-satisfied laugh. So you're a top-tier student, hey? Not bad. Still a long way to go to catch up to me, of course, but you're at the peak of what an ordinary person can achieve. Hermione paused her game. She slowly turned her head and looked at Pepper, her expression completely deadpan. Sister Pepper, she asked, her voice dangerously sweet, am I allowed to hit him until he stops being arrogant? Pepper, who had heard Tony's comment, just sighed, a weary but fond expression on her face. She gave Hermione an apologetic look. She was used to Tony's titanic ego, but she was still worried it would offend their new, terrifyingly powerful friend. Fortunately, Hermione just seemed to treat it with the same weary exasperation she did. Don't lie on your back and play games, little sister, Pepper said, changing the subject as she walked over. It's bad for your eyes. Sit up and have some fruit. Hermione immediately sat up and opened her mouth wide like a baby bird. Honestly, Pepper said, shaking her head as she placed a piece of cantaloupe in Hermione's mouth. So unladylike. You'll never find a boyfriend if you keep acting like that. The cheerful light in Hermione's eyes instantly vanished, replaced by a flicker of something cold and distant. The sweet cantaloupe in her mouth suddenly tasted like ash. I am a handsome, she thought, before cutting off the familiar, painful train of thought. Never mind. Tony watched the intimate, maternal scene from across the room, a strange pang of jealousy in his chest. Pepper never fed him fruit. Ever since Hermione had started coming over, his status in his own home had plummeted. Pepper had invited Hermione over several times a week after the race, and had finally managed to force Tony into giving her a proper, if grudging, thank you. The turning point had been when Pepper explained that Hermione had suffered a painful physical backlash from performing the prophecy. That had given Tony pause, and his gratitude, when he finally expressed it, had been surprisingly sincere. Now, a strange, comfortable, and deeply chaotic dynamic had formed between the three of them. Hermione's sharp, cynical wit was the perfect counterpoint to Tony's arrogant bluster, and they had developed a relationship that was equal parts bickering siblings and intellectual rivals, with Pepper acting as the perpetually exhausted but loving mother figure. By the way, Tony said, trying to steer the conversation back to something he could understand. What are the actual mechanics of your magic? Why the rhyming chants? And how do you channel the energy through a piece of wood? Is it a focus? A conductor? What's the power source? Hermione, who was now resting her head comfortably in Pepper's lap, looked over at him, a glint of amusement in her eyes. The questions were endless. He was a man who saw a miracle and immediately wanted to take it apart to see how it worked. It was, she had to admit, one of his more endearing qualities. Plus support me and throw power stones. Chapter 33, Chapter 33, A Necessary Cruelty. 430 plus advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. It's a simple matter of applied arcane theory, Hermione said, lounging on the plush sofa in Tony's workshop, not even bothering to look up from her game. Magic is the energy, the incantation is the code, and the wand is the focusing array. It channels the user's will to temporarily overwrite the rules of reality. She gave him a condescending little smile. It's far too troublesome to explain to a muggle. Perhaps I'll bring you a first-year textbook. A genius like you should be able to grasp the basics. Tony's mouth twitched. He was a man who had built a miniature arc reactor in a cave, from a box of scraps, and this 12-year-old was talking to him like he was a particularly slow toddler. One of these days, he muttered under his breath, turning back to his work, I'm going to build an anti-magic suit. Then we'll see who's condescending. He put down his tools, a new, serious expression on his face. Pepper, he said, looking up at her. I need your help. Pepper, who had been arranging a plate of fruit, paused. With what, Tony? He slid a small, encrypted flash drive across the workbench. I need you to go to my office terminal. Hack the main server, get me all the recent shipping manifests. Look in the ghost drive, the executive archives. Everything. He had realized the obvious. The weapons showing up in the hands of terrorists weren't stolen, they were being sold. There was a traitor inside Stark Industries, and he needed proof. Pepper didn't move. A quiet, heavy stillness settled over the room. And what are you going to do, Tony? She asked, her voice dangerously calm, when I bring you that information. Hermione quietly put down her game controller. The atmosphere had shifted. What do you think I'm going to do? Tony said, completely missing the warning signs. I'm going to find my weapons, and I'm going to destroy them. I have to clean up my own mess. Pepper's eyes filled with a deep, weary sadness. Tony, I will do anything for you, you know that. But I can't help you do this. I can't help you kill yourself. Tony's face hardened. This is the only thing that matters, Pep. There are no more art galas, no more charity dinners. This is my one and only mission now. Then I'll resign, she said, her voice barely a whisper, but the words hit with the force of a physical blow. Tony exploded. You'd leave me now, he shouted, his voice cracking with a hysterical, guilt-ridden fury. After all these years? You stood by my side while my weapons were killing innocent people, but now that I'm trying to save them, you want to walk away. You're not saving anyone, Tony. Pepper's voice rose to match his, tears of frustration welling in her eyes. You're on a suicide mission. I can't watch you do it. I won't. She shook her head, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek, and turned away. Tony watched her walk toward the door, a look of utter, desolate abandonment on his face. His fury evaporated, leaving only a hollow, helpless feeling. He looked over at the one person left in the room. Hermione, he began, his voice pleading, you get it, right? You're not leaving too. Hermione had already stood up. She looked at this brilliant, broken man, this so-called winner who now looked like a lost, pitiful child, and she knew that the time for gentle prodding was over. It was time for a stronger dose of medicine. Tony, she said, her voice as cold and clear as ice. Why in the world would you think I would choose you over her? Tony flinched as if she had slapped him. Even Pepper, her hand on the door, stopped and looked back. Sister Pepper, don't, Hermione said, her voice filled with an unquestionable authority that made both adults fall silent. She turned her full, merciless attention on Tony. You want to be a superhero? You want to save the world? Fine. But have you, for one single second, stopped to think about what she went through while you were gone? Do you have any idea how she held this entire company together, how she fielded calls from the military and lied to the press and worked herself to the bone, all while being terrified that you were dead? No. Of course you don't. Because you came back, and you never asked. You never thanked her. You just locked yourself in here with your toys to numb the pain. Every word was a perfectly aimed blow. She thought she would finally get a break when you returned, but you just handed her the keys to the kingdom and dove back into your trauma. She manages your life, she runs your company, and she worries about you every single second of every single day. The only reason I even come here, Tony, is because it's the only time she ever allows herself to relax. She is your assistant, Hermione continued, her voice rising with a cold, righteous fury. She is not your wife, or your mother, or your partner. She is an ordinary person who you are asking to commit corporate espionage, an act that could land her in prison, just because you know she cares enough about you to do it. That life, the one you're so eager to throw away, was bought and paid for by the sacrifice of Yinsen. Are you trying to protect the world, or are you just looking for a glorious way to die because you can't live with the guilt? If it's the latter, she said, her voice dropping to a dangerous whisper, I can help you with that right now. She casually waved her hand. Diffindo. An invisible blade of force shot across the room and sliced a solid steel workbench cleanly in half with a high-pitched, metallic shriek. Tony stammered, his face pale as a sheet. He took a staggering step forward. The next second, the tip of her wand was pressed against the arc reactor in his chest. A terrifying, palpable aura of power erupted from her. The air in the lab crackled with raw magic. A violent hurricane swirled around her small form, sending tools, documents, and pieces of equipment flying. For the first time, Tony and Pepper were seeing not just a clever child, but the awesome, terrifying weight of the word wizard. Incendio duo. Several pillars of roaring, white-hot fire erupted from the tip of her wand. The flames, imbued with a malevolent, serpentine life, twisted and coiled around Tony, forming a blazing, inescapable cage that separated him from the rest of the world. The heat was so intense it began to melt the metal around him. Having done all this, Hermione turned her back on him. Sister Pepper, let's go, she said calmly. Let him sit in the fire for a while and figure out what it is he truly wants. She took Pepper's unresisting hand and led her from the room. Pepper paused at the door, looking back at the man she loved, trapped and broken in a circle of magical flame. I'll get you the documents, Tony, she said, her voice quiet but firm. Her steps faltered for a second. Then I'll resign. Watching them disappear out the door, Tony felt the last of his strength leave him. He collapsed to the floor, his head in his hands, surrounded by the roaring flames and the silent, mocking reflection of his own face in the armor that was supposed to save the world. Outside, Pepper couldn't help but look back, her professional resolve crumbling, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated worry. Hermione, your flame, is Tony's life in danger. PLS support me and throw power stones. Chapter 34, Chapter 34, as long as I can get there. 430 plus advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. Pepper stared back at the roiling cage of fire, her hand flying to her mouth, her professional composure completely gone. Hermione, the fire. Will he be all right? Is he safe? Hermione shook her head, giving Pepper's hand a reassuring pat. Don't worry, Sister Pepper. It's just a normal flame, not something dangerous like fiend fire. It looks terrifying, but it's controlled. It will burn itself out in a few minutes and won't leave a single scorch mark on him. Dark magic like fiend fire? Pepper's mind briefly snagged on the terrifying implication before she decided, for the sake of her own sanity, to let it go. She looked at the small, serious girl beside her, and a wave of profound, unexpected emotion washed over her. In the midst of the worst crisis of her life, abandoned by the man she loved who was lost in his own trauma, the one person who had truly seen her, who had understood her pain and stood up for her, was this strange, impossible child. Tony, oh, Tony, she sighed, the sound a mixture of exasperation, worry, and a love she could no longer deny. He's a work in progress, Hermione said with a knowing sigh of her own, sounding wise beyond her years. It was the curse of the superheroes' loved ones, she knew, to be caught in the turbulent wake of their greatness and their pain. But Pepper was the one person in this world who had shown her genuine, uncomplicated kindness, and she wouldn't let her be consumed by Tony's self-destructive crusade. Thinking of this, a mischievous glint returned to Hermione's eyes. She leaned in close to Pepper and whispered conspiratorially, "You're still thinking about that narcissist, aren't you?" She grinned. "You like him, don't you?" The question, so blunt and so true, made Pepper's heart skip a beat. A hot, undeniable blush spread across her cheeks. She looked down at Hermione's teasing, all-knowing smile and finally broke, glaring at her with feigned annoyance. "You're a menace," she said, her voice betraying her with a slight tremor. "A child shouldn't be teasing adults about such things." Hermione just rolled her eyes. "Please. The way you two look at each other when you think no one is watching? A blind man could see it." Pepper was flustered into silence. After a long moment, she looked back toward the office, her expression turning worried again. "Do you think we were too harsh? What you said about Yinsen?" "No," Hermione said, her voice firm, losing all its childish playfulness. "For a man like Tony Stark, a man who has built an armored shell around his heart as much as his body, only the most drastic measures will work. We can't afford to wait for him to figure it out on his own." She looked up, her brown eyes meeting Pepper's, and her voice dropped to a quiet, profound whisper. "Don't worry, Sister Pepper. He will be fine." She gave her a small, confident smile. "Have you forgotten? I have seen the future." Later that night, at the Stark mansion in Malibu, Tony flopped onto the massive, white leather sofa in his cavernous living room, a glass of whiskey in his hand that he didn't taste. He stared up at the high, vaulted ceiling, the rhythmic crash of the Pacific Ocean outside the only sound in the vast, empty house. Hermione's words echoed in his mind, a brutal, unrelenting chorus of his own failings. How Pepper managed to get through every day. "Not only do you not know, but after you came back, you never asked." He hadn't asked. He had been so consumed by the roaring fire of his own guilt, by the ghost of Yinsen's face and the phantom screams of the people his weapons had killed, that he had never once stopped to consider the war Pepper was fighting on his behalf. She had been his rock, his one constant, and he had treated her like a piece of office equipment, taking her loyalty and her love for granted. He was a hopeless, selfish bastard. And she was right about his self-destructive streak. He knew it. Deep down, he knew that his frantic, all-consuming quest to become Iron Man wasn't just about atonement. It was a death wish. He was throwing himself into the fire again and again, hoping that one day it would finally consume him, because maybe then, the guilt would finally stop. "I have to apologize," he murmured to the empty room, the decision finally solidifying in his heart. "I have to fix this." He stood up, wiping a hand across his tired face. The next second, a familiar, avuncular voice came from the shadows. "A bit of a rough day at the office, Tony." Tony's eyes widened, and he fell straight to the ground, his body seized by a high-frequency sonic vibration that locked his every muscle. A familiar face loomed over him, a kind, warm smile on his lips that didn't reach his cold, dead eyes. "Obadiah Stane." "Relax, Tony," Obadiah said, putting away the sonic paralyzer with a soft click. "A neat little toy, isn't it? Shame it never passed government regulations." He pulled a strange, pincer-like device from his pocket. "You know, when I ordered the hit on you, I was worried. Killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, and all that." Tony stared up at him, his mind reeling with the agony of betrayal. "Obi, the man who was like a father to me. But you just had to survive, didn't you?" Obadiah continued, his voice a low, conversational purr as he aimed the extractor at the glowing arc reactor in Tony's chest. "You had to build this little masterpiece. You had to lay one last golden egg for me." With a grunt of effort, he plunged the device into Tony's chest and ripped the reactor free. An unimaginable, searing pain exploded through Tony's body. "I forgot, you can't talk anymore," Obadiah said, admiring the pulsing blue light of the reactor in his hand. "By the way, asking Pepper to dig into the company's servers, not your smartest move. She's a brilliant woman. Such a shame. I really was hoping to keep her on." Hearing Pepper's name, a surge of pure, impotent rage and terror shot through Tony. He strained against his paralysis, veins bulging in his neck, a silent scream trapped in his mind. Obadiah just shook his head, turned, and walked away, leaving him to die on the cold marble floor. After what felt like an eternity, the paralysis began to fade. But a new, more terrifying sensation was taking its place. A cold, spreading numbness, and a sharp, stabbing pain as the shrapnel in his chest, no longer held back by the electromagnet, began its slow, inexorable march toward his heart. The old one, his mind screamed. Pepper, she kept the old one. He knew if he didn't get to it, he would be dead in minutes. He began to crawl. Every movement was an agony, his body leaving a weak, desperate trail across the polished floor. He had to live. Not for himself. For Pepper. She was in danger. He had to save her. He finally reached the workshop, his vision blurring. He could see it, on a display stand, the simple, crude reactor he had built in a cave, now encased in a glass box with the words "Proof that Tony Stark has a heart." He stretched out a trembling, desperate hand. As long as I can get there, just a little further. But his strength was gone. His body reached its limit, and he collapsed, his arm outstretched, his fingers just inches from salvation, as his life began to slip away into a cold, welcoming darkness. Just as he was about to let go, a cheerful, familiar voice cut through the haze. "Yo! Need a hand?" Hermione hovered on her broomstick in the center of Tony's workshop, looking down at the dying man on the floor. "Tisk, tisk," she said, shaking her head. "Leaving a man to crawl on his own floor. So dramatic." The voice, the same voice that had annoyed and infuriated him for weeks, now sounded like the most beautiful music Tony had ever heard. Wingardium Leviosa. With a flick of her wand, the glass case shattered, and the old arc reactor floated through the air, aimed itself at the gaping, bloody hole in Tony's chest, and slid neatly into place. The reactor lit up. Tony sat up with a sudden, violent gasp, his lungs filling with air, his heart hammering against his ribs. He was alive. He looked up at the small girl on the broom, 1,000 questions and 1,000 thank yous dying on his lips. There was no time. "Hermione," he rasped, his voice raw. "It's Obadiah. He was the one who tried to have me killed. He knows Pepper has the evidence. She's in danger." He struggled to his feet, stumbling toward the Mark III armor. "I have to suit up. Please, you have to get to her first. You have to save her." "I know I was wrong," he pleaded, his voice cracking with a desperate, newfound humility. "But right now, I can only ask for your help. Plus support me and throw power stones." Chapter 35, Chapter 35, A War of Iron and Wool. 430 plus advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. You want an apology?" Tony asked, his voice raw with disbelief. He was dying, betrayed, and his only hope for salvation was a 12-year-old witch who was currently teasing him. "Fine. I'm sorry. I'm a narcissistic jerk. Now can you please hurry up? The man who tried to kill me is currently on his way to kill the woman we both care about." Hermione's teasing smile vanished, replaced by a cool efficiency. "Don't worry," she said, her voice suddenly calm and reassuring. "I care about Sister Pepper's safety far more than you seem to. She's not alone. She went straight to SHIELD the moment she left your office. Coulson is with her. She's safe, for now." She paused, then added a small, kind lie. "In fact, she's the one who sent me. She was worried Obadiah might come back to finish the job. I didn't expect to find you crawling on the floor like this. I really should have taken a picture." The news that Pepper was safe, and that she had been thinking of him, washed over Tony with a wave of profound relief that was so strong it almost buckled his knees. "Okay," he said, a new, cold fire igniting in his eyes. Good. In that case, it's time to settle the score. He strode towards the automated gantry in the center of his workshop. Jarvis, let's suit up. The massive robotic arms whirred to life, a complex and beautiful dance of man and machine. They encased him in plates of gold and hot rod red titanium, the clicks and hisses of the armor locking into place a symphony of imminent destruction. As the faceplate slid down with a final, definitive hiss, the playful, broken man vanished, replaced by the grim, determined visage of the Iron Man. Are you sure you don't need my help? Hermione asked, leaning against her broom, an impressed look on her face despite herself. The suit was, undeniably, a masterpiece. This is a fight between adults, kid. Tony's voice, now a synthesized, metallic baritone, came from the suit's external speakers. You go back to Pepper. Help Coulson keep her safe. That's an order. It wasn't arrogance, not this time. It was a genuine, protective command. He had already dragged one child into his war today, he wouldn't do it again. Hermione just pouted. The sky clears, the rain stops, and he thinks he's invincible again. She remembered the man gasping for life on the floor just moments ago. Fine, she said with a shrug. But be careful. Try not to get blown up. It would be very inconvenient to have to explain it to Pepper. With a final, sarcastic little wave, she hopped on her broom and shot up through the hole in his living room floor, disappearing into the night sky. That kid, Tony thought, watching her go. Every time I talk to her, I lose 10 years off my life. He couldn't understand it. She treated Pepper with such warmth and affection, but with him, every word was a sharp-edged barb. The thought that maybe, just maybe, Pepper was simply a more likable person than he was, did not occur to him. The night sky above New York City erupted in fire and thunder. From the streets below, horrified citizens watched as two metal behemoths, one sleek and agile, the other a brutish, hulking monster, waged a private war amongst the skyscrapers. On a rooftop a safe distance away, Pepper Potts stood beside Agent Coulson, her hands clenched into tight fists, her eyes fixed on the distant, fiery chaos. She had watched Hermione appear out of nowhere on her broomstick, a calm, silent spectre in the midst of the city's panic. I'm back, the girl had said simply. Tony, was all Pepper could manage to ask. He's on his way, Hermione had replied, her gaze fixed on the battle. He wouldn't let me help. Said he had to handle it himself. Men and their egos. Now, all they could do was watch. The sounds of the battle were a terrifying symphony of destruction, the high-pitched shriek of repulsors, the guttural roar of a minigun, the deafening crash of metal on metal, and the explosive boom of rockets. Tony, please be careful, Pepper whispered to the empty air. Coulson stood beside her, his expression grim, his hand resting on his sidearm. It was a useless gesture, he knew. SHIELD had protocols for this kind of urban warfare, but they were all terrible options. With so many civilians in the area, their only choice was to contain the damage and pray that their guy won. I'm worried, Pepper said, her voice trembling. Can we get closer? I have to see what's happening. Miss Potts, that's not advisable, Coulson began, his tone professional but firm. The risk of collateral damage is too high. He wasn't just worried about her, he was worried about the small, magically powered child beside him. An injured or killed wizard would create a diplomatic incident of cosmic proportions. Pepper turned her pleading eyes to Hermione. Hermione nodded. No problem. She patted the back of her broom. My apparition is a bit spotty with passengers, so you'll have to ride with me. Hold on tight. Coulson's eyes widened. Apparition? Space jump? He made a mental note of the new magical terms. Pepper didn't hesitate. She clambered onto the broom behind Hermione. To her surprise, the moment she was seated, an invisible force seemed to lock her in place, holding her more securely than any seatbelt. With a powerful kick, they launched into the sky. Coulson, his duty to protect overriding all other concerns, made a decision. "All agents, advance on my position," he ordered into his comms. "We're moving in." The feeling of flying on a broomstick was terrifying, exhilarating, and utterly surreal. The wind whipped through Pepper's hair, the city lights a dizzying tapestry below, as they soared through the night, closing in on the battle. And what a battle it was! The Ironmonger, a clumsy, oversized, and brutally powerful version of Tony's suit, was a walking engine of destruction. It tore a car in half and threw it at Iron Man, who dodged with acrobatic grace, peppering the larger suit with repulsor blasts that sparked harmlessly off its thick hide. "I propped you up for 30 years, Tony." Obadiah's voice, a distorted, furious roar, boomed from the Munger's speakers. "I built this company from the ground up while your father was off chasing girls and glory. It should have been mine." "Tony's power is failing," Hermione said from the front of the broom, her voice calm and analytical, cutting through the chaos. "The Mark III's reactor can't sustain this level of combat. Obadiah's is stronger, but his targeting systems are slow. Tony needs to exploit that, but he's fighting with his heart, not his head. Especially you." Obadiah screamed. A missile pod, as thick as a man's forearm, rose from the Ironmonger's shoulder and fired. Tony tried to evade, but he was too close, his power levels too low. The missile exploded against his chest, and he was thrown backward through the air, his suit sparking and trailing smoke as he crashed onto the roof of a nearby building, dazed and vulnerable. "PLS, support me and throw power stones." Chapter 36, Chapter 36, Icy Embrace, Fiery Demise. 430 plus advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. "A frog?" Hermione repeated, her eyebrow raised in mock surprise. My. An apology from Tony Stark. It truly is a strange day." Tony, still dazed from the blast and furious at Obadiah, didn't have time for her games. "If you want apologies, I'll give you 10 a day, kid, but right now, we're out of time." Hermione waved a dismissive hand. "Calm down, Mr. Panic. I care about Sister Pepper more than you do. She's with Agent Coulson, and SHIELD has her locked down. She's safe." She paused, then added with a mischievous grin, "She actually sent me to check on you. Said she was worried you'd get yourself killed. I came in just in time to see you doing your best impression of a dying bug on the floor. Should have recorded it." "Ha ha ha ha." Tony's face, hidden inside the helmet, twisted in a mix of irritation and profound relief. "Glad to know she's okay," he muttered. A new, cold resolve settled over him. "Good. Then it's just me and Obi." Down in the workshop, Jarvis finished the final diagnostics. "Suit integrity at 100%, sir." "Let's go," Tony growled, and with a powerful roar of his repulsors, he shot out of the workshop. Hermione watched him go, a small, knowing smile on her face. The Mark III was undeniably beautiful, a masterpiece of design and engineering. "You sure you don't need any help, Iron Man?" she called out. "Children should stay out of adult fights, kid," Tony's voice came, already distant. "Go keep Pepper company." Hermione rolled her eyes, a silent, exasperated sigh. "Ah, the rain has stopped, and the confidence has returned. I wonder who was just begging for help like a newborn kitten." "Just try not to get your metal bits bent too badly," she called after him. "And don't forget who to call when you inevitably get your butt kicked." Then she jumped on her broom and shot off in the direction of Pepper and Coulson. Tony, a shrinking speck in the distance, felt his eye twitch inside the helmet. "That child. She drives me absolutely insane. Why is she so nice to Pepper and such a terror to me?" He didn't realize that for Hermione, Pepper was a calm port in a storm, while he was the storm itself. The battle raged. Obadiah, inside the crude but powerful ironmonger suit, was a wrecking ball of furious steel. The Mark III, sleek and agile, was dancing around him, peppering him with repulsor blasts that sparked harmlessly off the Munger's heavy armor. "You've improved the armor, Tony." Obadiah's voice roared from the Munger's speakers, a guttural sound of rage and glee. "But so have I." With a thunderous roar of ignited thrusters, the ironmonger's massive frame lifted off the ground, spewing thick black smoke. It lumbered into the sky, chasing after the more nimble Iron Man. "Sir, the ironmonger is capable of flight," Jarvis stated, his voice calm amidst the chaos. "Thanks for the completely useless update, Jay," Tony shouted, dodging a clumsy punch that would have crushed him. He was burning through his temporary reactor's power too quickly. The fight was a desperate ballet of brute force against clever agility, raw power against advanced technology. Finally, with a sickening clang, Tony slammed into a building and slid to the ground, half kneeling, his suit sparking. The temporary arc reactor was failing. He was out of juice. "Ha ha 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 ha!" Obadiah's triumphant roar echoed through the night. "My armor is superior, Tony. This company belongs to me." Tony looked up, his eyes burning with defiance. "Superior?" Hermione's voice, from a few minutes ago, replayed in his head. An ugly fight, on both sides. She was right. Obadiah's suit was a brute. His only improvements were bigger guns and thicker armor. The core reactor, the very heart of the technology, was his. The AI, the brains, was his. Obadiah was just a glorified thug in a glorified tin can. Pepper watched from afar, her heart in her throat. Seeing Tony defeated, she made a silent plea to Hermione, her eyes wide with fear. Hermione nodded. Just as Obadiah raised his massive, clanking fist for the killing blow, a sharp, clear voice rang out from the sky. "Bombarda Maxima!" Boom! A blinding explosion erupted from the ironmonger's chest, sending a massive fireball skyward. The force of the blast sent Obadiah stumbling backward, his hulking suit listing drunkenly before crashing to the ground. Then, Tony watched in disbelief as Hermione descended from the sky on her broomstick, a small, black-robed avenging angel. Pepper, meanwhile, rushed to Tony's side, her face a mask of frantic worry, checking him for injuries. "What are you doing here, Pep?" Tony rasped, trying to push himself up. "I told you to stay away." "Don't you dare blame her," Pepper shot back, her hands on her hips, a protective glare aimed at Tony. "I made her bring me. I told her to come help you." Coulson and his SHIELD agents finally arrived, their faces a mixture of relief and bewildered awe at the sight of the small girl who had just blasted a multi-ton suit of armor. Hermione hovered above the scene, a smug smile on her face. "Look at you, Mr. Adult Fights Only," she said, her voice dripping with amusement. "Lying on the ground. Not so arrogant now, are we? This is what happens when you don't listen to children." Tony just gritted his teeth, his face burning inside the helmet. Hermione turned her attention to the struggling ironmonger. "Let me handle this." Everyone tensed. Pepper and Tony, having seen her power, had a grudging confidence, but Coulson was rigid with fear. He had no idea what this wizard could actually do against a metal behemoth. Obadiah, slowly climbing to his feet, stared at the small girl who stood before him, wand raised, looking impossibly small against the wreckage. He burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha ha! What is this, Tony? Your illegitimate child? Sending a little girl to fight your battles for you?" Hermione sighed, a long, weary sound. She pointed her wand at the ironmonger. The previous blasting spell had barely scorched the armor. It was thick. Too thick. "I heard everything you just said, Uncle," Hermione said, her voice eerily calm. "First of all, I would never, ever want to be the daughter of that narcissist. Tony groaned. Secondly, Hermione continued, her gaze fixed on Obadiah, after listening to you, I have only one question. What? Obadiah growled, still trying to rise. How can someone as utterly stupid as you exist in this world? She asked, a look of genuine confusion on her face. Her tone was so utterly dismissive that it cut Obadiah's rage clean in half. What did you say, you little brat? You can't even build your own reactor, Hermione continued, unperturbed. You stole that one from him. And you're trying to kill the only man on the planet who can build more. How exactly do you plan to mass-produce these suits once Tony is dead? Did you even think that far ahead? She shook her head. And after all this tonight, after attacking him in the middle of a city, you think you're just going to walk back into Stark Industries and run the company? You'll be lucky if you don't spend the rest of your life in a maximum security prison. Even a child like me understands this. You're dreaming. How did someone so unbelievably idiotic get into a position of power in that company? I think I could do a better job. Obadiah roared, a primal sound of pure, unadulterated fury. Every word Hermione said was a poisoned dart, striking at the core of his carefully constructed delusion of genius. Arg! You little devil! You'll pay for that! He lunged forward, his massive fist raising to crush her. Look out, Hermione! Tony shouted, the sound of Obadiah's rage a familiar melody of his own frustrations. For the first time, he found himself genuinely enjoying someone else putting Obadiah in his place. Impedimenta. The charging ironmonger suddenly tripped over nothing, its huge mass crashing to the ground with a thunderous clang. Everyone, including Obadiah, stared in stunned silence. Obadiah picked himself up, shook his head, and charged again. Crash! Another invisible trip. Another clumsy fall. He picked himself up. Charged. Fell again. Tony watched the familiar scene with a growing sense of dread and a flicker of something akin to awe. Oh no! Not this! This is so much worse than getting blown up. After the third fall, Obadiah finally got it. He pointed a shaking finger at Hermione. You! What did you do? It seems you're not going to come any closer, Hermione said, her smile utterly devoid of warmth. In that case, let's make sure you stay put. Glacis Maxima. With a sharp, clear incantation, a thick, shimmering wave of ice erupted from her wand. It slammed into the ironmonger, instantly encasing the massive suit in a suffocating shell of ice. The freezing cold spread outwards, a visible ripple, covering everything within a 5-meter radius in a layer of frost. A chilling, icy wind swept over the stunned onlookers. Obadiah, trapped inside the suit, felt his blood run cold, the warmth draining from his body. But more than the cold, it was the sheer, impossible power of the girl before him that terrified him. What is this? Magic? Superpower? Cold? Hermione asked, her voice calm as she looked at the freezing giant. Then let me warm you up. Incendio Tria. Several pillars of fire, thicker than tree trunks, erupted from the tip of her wand. They swirled and twisted like living serpents, converging on the ice-encased ironmonger from all directions. The ice began to hiss and crack, steam erupting as fire met frost, illuminating the night sky in a blinding, terrifying display. PLS support me and throw power stones. Chapter 37, Chapter 37, A Pound of Flesh. 430 plus advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. The fire roared. The ice cracked. Inside the metal coffin of the ironmonger, Obadiah screamed, a muffled, gurgling sound of a man being cooked and frozen at the same time. Coulson and his men could only watch, their hands hovering uselessly near their sidearms. This wasn't a fight. It was a damn exorcism. Then, as quickly as it began, it was over. The flames vanished. The ice sublimated into mist. The night was silent again, save for the crackle of burning debris. Hermione stood in the quiet, her face illuminated by the cherry-red glow of the superheated armor. She raised her wand. Expelliarmus. The word was spoken with a strange, almost bored finality. A thin red line of light shot out and hit the monger's chest. It wasn't a blast. It was a key turning a lock. With a deafening shriek of protesting metal, the ironmonger came apart. Not in an explosion, but a violent, catastrophic disassembly. The helmet flew off, the gauntlets were ripped away, the chest plate tore free from its moorings. It was like watching a car get unwrapped by a hurricane. Obadiah Stane was left standing there, exposed and blinking in the sudden silence, his face a mask of utter, mind-broken confusion. He looked down at his own hands, then at the scattered pile of what, a moment ago, had been his god machine. A low, gurgling sound escaped his lips. He pitched forward and hit the asphalt, dead before he landed. Hermione's eyes widened slightly. Hey! Well, that works. The thought was cold, clinical. Expelliarmus. Works on armor. Note to self, file under ways to annoy Tony later. Tony watched it all from the ground, his HUD displaying his own heart rate flatlining for a second in sheer, existential terror. The suit. His suit. Her spell could just, take it apart. Take him apart. The thought was a cold spike of fear in his gut. HMMPH, Hermione grunted, looking at her wand with a slightly dissatisfied expression. Still not as efficient as I'd like. If Dumbledore would just let me use the dark arts, this whole mess would be a cloud of ash right now. Coulson heard the words dark arts and took an involuntary step back. His face was pale. The situation had gone from a superhuman altercation to something far older and more terrifying. Miss Granger, he said, his voice strained but professional. My team can secure the scene. I need to update the director. He couldn't get away fast enough. As the SHIELD agents moved in, Tony, with Pepper's help, struggled to his feet. He looked at Obadiah's body, the man's eyes wide with a final, lingering look of shock. A pleasant, cold jolt of energy flowed through Hermione. 50 points, her internal grimoire noted. From a muggle? Interesting. Importance must be a factor. A few minutes later, the sirens were a distant song. Tony, now out of the armor, stood staring at the wreckage, a ghost in his own war zone. The adrenaline had faded, leaving behind a hollow, aching void. Hermione walked up and stood beside him in the quiet. I should be dead, he said, his voice a raw whisper. He wasn't talking to her, just to the night. I should have died in that cave. Yinsen, he told me not to waste it. My life. So I came back, and what do? I build a better weapon. I put on a suit. It's all I know how to do. It's the only way I can live with it. His voice was broken, stripped of all its usual bravado. It was the sound of a man confessing to a child because she was the only one who had seen the full, ugly truth of him. So you want to die? Hermione asked, her tone blunt, not unkind. Fine. But at least die after you've actually fixed something. Dead men don't get sequels. Tony let out a shaky, humorless laugh. You're a real piece of work, you know that. He looked at her, really looked at her, and saw not a child, but something ancient and unreadable. The things you said before, in the workshop. Thank you. Don't thank me, she shot back, the old sharpness returning. Thank Pepper. She's the one who cares if you live or die. I just don't want to have to find her a new boss. I will, he said, and it sounded like a vow. He stuck out a hand, the gesture feeling strange and new. Tony Stark. She didn't shake it. She just slapped his palm with her own, a quick, light tap. Hermione Granger, she replied. Which? A silence settled between them. Then, Hermione's eyes narrowed with a mischievous glint. "By the way," she said, "I believe someone promised to apologize to me 10 times a day. We can start now." She raised her wand and wiggled it. "Or I can start taking your suit apart again. Your choice." Tony's jaw twitched. The brief, heartfelt moment was over. God, she's annoying. The next day. "Iron Man," Tony said, looking at the newspaper headline. He took a sip of his coffee. "It's got a nice ring to it. Technically inaccurate, the suit's a gold titanium alloy, but still. It's catchy." Pepper, applying a dab of concealer to the bruise on his cheek, just sighed. Agent Coulson walked in, looking like he hadn't slept. He handed Tony a stack of white note cards. "Your press conference is in 5, he said, his voice flat. "Just read the cards. The official alibi is on there. Your robot bodyguard malfunctioned. The end." Tony looked down at the neat, government-approved lies on the cards, and a familiar, rebellious smirk began to play on his lips. "PLS support me and throw power stones." Chapter 38, Chapter 38, A New Kind of Family. 430 plus advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. The air backstage was thick with the buzz of 1,000 camera flashes and the low, hungry roar of the press corps waiting in the auditorium. Tony stood in front of a full-length mirror, but he wasn't looking at his own reflection. He was looking at Pepper, who was carefully adjusting his tie, her movements precise and focused. "Just read the cards, Tony," she said, her voice a soft, calming presence in the pre-show chaos. "Agent Coulson's alibi is solid. Your robot bodyguard malfunctioned. You, in a separate, heroic bodyguard suit, neutralized it. Simple. No one gets hurt." Tony nodded, but his eyes were distant. "You know," he said quietly, his gaze finally meeting hers in the mirror, "if I really were Iron Man, my girlfriend would probably be worried sick. She'd be terrified I was going to get myself killed one day." He stared at her reflection, his meaning hanging heavy and unspoken in the air between them. "What were you thinking, Pep? That night on the roof?" Pepper's hands stilled on his tie. "Which night?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "That night," he said softly. "The dancing. The balcony. The world outside, the press, the cover story, it all faded away. There was only the two of them, reflected in the glass, on the verge of something they had been avoiding for 10 long years." An ambiguous, charged silence filled the room. From his corner, Agent Coulson suddenly found the pattern on the ceiling tiles to be the most fascinating thing he had ever seen. Crunch! The sound was so loud and so jarringly out of place that it shattered the delicate moment like a pane of glass. Tony and Pepper jumped, looking around in confusion. "What was that?" Tony asked. "Crunch, crunch, crunch." The sound was coming from below them. They both looked down. Sitting on the floor between them, her back against a roadie case, was Hermione. She was holding a large, red apple and taking huge, deliberate, and incredibly noisy bites out of it. Feeling their gazes on her, she looked up, an apple slice still visible in her mouth. "Wath?" she asked, spraying a fine mist of apple juice. "When did you get here?" Tony yelped, genuinely startled. Hermione swallowed, her expression one of utter disbelief. "When did I? I came with you. I sat between you in the car on the way over. Have you both gone blind?" Tony just stared. That couldn't be right. The ride over had been just him and Pepper, the silence thick with a nervous, romantic tension. He would have noticed a whole other person sitting between them. Wouldn't he? Hermione looked from Tony's baffled face to Pepper's suddenly blushing one, and the pieces clicked into place with an infuriating clarity. Her eyes narrowed. "Oh, I see," she said, her voice dripping with a cold, theatrical fury. You were so busy making goo-goo eyes at each other that you literally rendered a third human being invisible. You are a menace, Tony Stark. A scoundrel who loses all sense of humanity in the presence of a pretty woman. She stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at him. I should have left you on the floor to die. You don't deserve to be saved. With that one, perfectly aimed accusation, Pepper's face went from a soft pink to a deep, embarrassed crimson, and she quickly turned away. Crunch, 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 Hermione continued, taking out her anger on the poor, unsuspecting apple. The romantic atmosphere had been thoroughly and completely annihilated. Pepper, returning to her professional default, gave Tony's collar one last, brisk tug. It's time for you to go on. Missed my chance, Tony thought, shooting a venomous glare at Hermione. You did that on purpose. Blah, Hermione replied, sticking her tongue out at him. Hermione Granger, he growled through clenched teeth. In a quiet viewing room backstage, Pepper and Hermione watched the press conference on a large monitor. Tony was at the podium, the note cards with Coulson's carefully crafted alibi in his hand. He looked at them, then at the sea of reporters. A familiar, rebellious smirk spread across his face. He tossed the cards aside. The truth is, he said, leaning into the microphone, I am Iron Man. Pepper groaned, burying her face in her hands. Oh, Tony. You just couldn't help yourself, could you? Hermione just sat there, a slow, satisfied smile on her face. The timeline is secure, she thought. Pepper, seeing the girl's strange smile, mistook it for a lingering pout. She put a comforting arm around her. You know how he is, little sister. Don't let him get to you. She saw Hermione idly twirling her wand, making it float and spin in her palm. You know, she said, her voice full of genuine gratitude, you saved his life. Twice now. He really does owe you. Anything you want, you just ask for it. I'll make sure you get it. Hermione's eyes lit up. Anything, Pepper added quickly, except for dragon hearts and phoenix feathers. I still have no idea what those are. HMMPH, Hermione grunted, slumping back against Pepper's side. It's not that I don't want to help, Pepper explained gently. It's just, we're muggles. We don't have access to those things. Well, Hermione said, a sly, calculating glint in her eye, there is one thing. I need Tony's help to modify my broomstick. Just a few, small upgrades. The harvest had come. She had played the part of the good, helpful child. She had built a foundation of trust and affection. And now, she was cashing in. Her plan was simple and elegant. By becoming Pepper's beloved little sister, she had gained an unbreakable emotional foothold in Tony's life. Pepper was the key to his heart, and by extension, his resources. She didn't need to control Stark Industries. She just needed to control the woman who controlled the man who ran it. Tony Stark, the great Iron Man, would now be working for her, whether he knew it or not. That night, the top floor of Stark Tower was a quiet, elegant celebration. Tony, in a sharp tuxedo, and Pepper, in a stunning white suit, stood by the panoramic window, 2 glasses of champagne in hand. Hermione, in her usual black robes, sat at the enormous dining table, glaring at the glass of sparkling apple juice Pepper had insisted she drink. A private chef had prepared a world-class Cantonese dinner, and as they ate, a new, comfortable dynamic began to settle over them. Tony and Pepper, finally acknowledging the unspoken feelings between them, were having their first real date, with their strange, magical, and slightly grumpy adopted daughter sitting between them. Later, they flew back to the Malibu mansion. Hermione, as an undocumented person, had no home of her own, so Pepper had insisted she stay with her. And now that Pepper and Tony were, for all intents and purposes, together, it meant this vast, empty mansion was her new home, too. As the three of them stepped into the grand, darkened foyer, a sudden, unnatural chill filled the air. The automated lights, which should have turned on the moment they entered, remained dark. The usual, gentle hum of the house's systems was gone, replaced by an unnerving, absolute silence. Hermione, who had been tired and content just a moment before, suddenly went rigid. Her head snapped up, her eyes narrowing as she stared into the impenetrable darkness in the center of the hall. A low, almost inaudible hiss escaped her lips. Something was here. Something was wrong. PLS support me and throw power stones. Chapter 39, Chapter 39, The Pitch. 430 plus advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. What was that? Pepper whispered, her hand instinctively tightening on Tony's arm as they stood in the vast, pitch-black foyer of the Malibu mansion. Hermione didn't answer. She just stood perfectly still, her head tilted, listening to a silence that wasn't empty. Tony, his senses still sharp from the previous night's battle, also felt it. A subtle wrongness. The house was dead. The usual soft hum of Jarvis's servers, the gentle whir of the climate control, it was all gone. He silently moved in front of Pepper, his body a protective shield. His eyes were fixed on the small, black-robed girl, who now seemed like the most dangerous and reliable thing in the room. "It's all right," Hermione's voice was a calm, reassuring whisper in the oppressive darkness. "It's an acquaintance. Don't be nervous." She raised her wand, a slow, deliberate movement. Lumos Maxima. A brilliant, blinding ball of white light erupted from the tip of her wand, shooting to the high ceiling where it expanded, flooding the entire hall with the stark, unforgiving light of a miniature sun. And there, caught in the middle of the room in a deeply uncool, mid-stride pose on his way to the sofa, was a figure in a long, black leather coat. The figure froze, one hand in his pocket, the other halfway to an imaginary switch, a carefully rehearsed "I've been waiting for you" expression on his face now looking utterly ridiculous. The bald, one-eyed head was particularly conspicuous. Pfft! Hermione couldn't hold it in. A loud, undignified snort of laughter escaped her lips. She knew exactly what he had been planning. The classic spymaster entrance: wait in the dark, let the targets come in, and then dramatically reveal yourself in a swiveling chair or on a sofa with a cool one-liner. She had seen it 100 times in movies. But she'd just ruined his entire performance, catching him before he'd even gotten into position. It was, without a doubt, the funniest thing she had seen all week. "Who the hell are you?" Tony's voice was a low, angry growl, "and what are you doing in my house?" Pepper, recognizing the man from SHIELD, just folded her arms, her expression a mixture of annoyance and disapproval. Breaking and entering was, apparently, standard procedure for them. The man in black, after a moment of frozen embarrassment, recovered with the practiced ease of a man who had navigated far more chaotic situations. The awkwardness vanished, replaced by an aura of unshakable authority. He ignored Tony and walked forward, his one good eye fixed on Hermione. "Nick Fury," he said, his voice a calm, deep baritone. "Director of SHIELD. He's good," Hermione thought, still trying to suppress a giggle. That level of shamelessness is a superpower in itself. "I came to talk to you about the Avenger." "Not interested," Tony cut him off, stepping forward. "I don't care who you are. Get out of my house. Now." "Mr. Stark," Fury said, his patience already wearing thin, "I strongly suggest you listen." "Hey, boiled egg!" Hermione chirped, finally getting her laughter under control. Fury's one eye twitched almost imperceptibly. He immediately shifted his entire focus from Tony to her, recognizing in an instant who the real power in the room was. "Good evening, Miss Wizard." "Why are you here?" she asked. "Did you bring Sister Natasha with you?" "Agent Romanoff is on another assignment," Fury replied. "Oh," Hermione said, her tone flat and disinterested, and she said nothing more. Fury's professional composure finally cracked, a flicker of genuine panic in his eye. That's it? Just oh? That's not the right reaction. Where was the childish disappointment? Where was the concern for her favorite pretty sister? He glanced at Pepper, who was now standing protectively beside Hermione, her hand resting on the girl's shoulder. Oh, no, he thought, a cold, strategic dread washing over him. I've lost her. The house has been robbed. His entire, carefully constructed plan to use Natasha as a handler for their most valuable and unpredictable asset had been completely undone by kindness and a steady supply of fruit. A major strategic blunder. Tony, just listen to him, Pepper said, her voice calm and reasonable. She gave his arm a gentle squeeze. They did their best to help when you were missing. If it wasn't for Shield, I never would have met Hermione. The words were meant to be calming, but to Fury, they sounded like a new girlfriend telling a man he should be grateful to his ex for the introduction. Yeah, Tony, listen to what the boiled egg has to say, Hermione added helpfully. He did a very good job protecting Sister Pepper last night. The ex even paid for the hotel room, Fury's mind supplied, a wave of despair washing over him. He felt like he was losing a custody battle he didn't even know he was in. Seeing that both Pepper and his resident magical anomaly were against him, Tony let out a long, frustrated sigh. Fine, he grumbled. You've got 2 minutes. Talk. Fury, deciding to cut his losses and push forward, regained his composure. I'm here to talk to you about the Avengers Initiative. The Avengers? Tony frowned. Sounds like a boy band. Who are you getting revenge on? It's not revenge, Fury said, pinching the bridge of his nose. It's a response team. An initiative to bring together a group of remarkable individuals to fight the battles that we never could. What a stupid name, Tony mouthed silently. But then the rest of it clicked. This wasn't just a debriefing. This was a recruitment pitch. And he was the star player. A familiar, smug expression returned to his face. You've got a good eye, Fury, I'll give you that, Tony said, his head held high. But the world already has Iron Man. I think I can handle global security on my own. No need to join your team of Wonder Twins. And there it is, Fury thought. The legendary Stark ego. He was prepared for this. Really? Fury said, his voice dangerously calm. Because as I recall, the omnipotent Iron Man was getting his suit handed to him last night by a man in a clumsy knockoff. And if I'm not mistaken, you only survived because this Miss Wizard stepped in and saved your life with her powerful magic. Tony's breath hitched. The words were a direct hit, a cruise missile aimed straight at his most vulnerable point. It was the truth, and they both knew it. That's because Obadiah stole my tech, he stammered, a weak and stubborn defense. It was my suit fighting my suit. And in the end, Iron Man still won. At that moment, Pepper pulled gently on his arm. He looked at her, and her expression was serious, pleading. Tony, she said softly. I think you should listen to him. Carefully. PLS support me and throw power stones. Chapter 40, The Consultants. 430 plus advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. Tony stared at Pepper, his face a mask of wounded pride. I had it under control. No, you didn't, Pepper said, her voice soft but unyielding. She stepped closer, her hand resting gently on his arm. Tony, you can't do this all by yourself. The armor is powerful, but you are not the armor. You're a man. You get tired, you make mistakes. What happens when the next Obadiah comes along and there's no one there to save you? We can't go through that again. She wasn't just talking about his safety, she was talking about his loneliness, about the crushing weight he was trying to carry all on his own. Tony fell silent. He looked at the wreckage of his home, at the memory of his own helplessness as Obadiah ripped the life from his chest. She was right. He had almost died. Again. Miss Potts is correct, Stark, Fury's deep voice cut through the silence. This world is infinitely larger and more complicated than you know. There are things hidden in the dark that would make your ironmonger look like a child's toy. He gestured with his chin toward Hermione, who was watching them with a quiet, unnerving intensity. A month ago, did you believe in magic? In a hidden world with its own schools and governments? You think you're the only impossible thing out there? You're not even the most impossible thing in this room. The Avengers Initiative is not about replacing you. It's about making sure you're not alone when the real threats arrive. The argument was sound. It was logical. And it came at the one moment in Tony's life when his own ego was fractured enough to let the logic in. I'll think about it, he finally said, the words tasting like a concession. Fury nodded, recognizing the victory. Now came the next phase. In the meantime, he said, his tone shifting, there's another matter. SHIELD would like to formally invite you to become our primary technology consultant. Tony let out a short, humorless laugh. You couldn't afford my hourly rate. He paused, then a slow, familiar smirk returned to his face. But, seeing as you did a decent job protecting Pepper last night, I suppose I can lend you my brain power. As a friend. He added, mostly for his own benefit, don't read too much into it. Having secured one asset, Fury turned his attention to the other, far more valuable one. Miss Wizard, he began, his voice taking on a more respectful tone, regarding the Avengers. Whoa, hold on a second, Tony interrupted, stepping in front of Hermione protectively. His eyes narrowed. What, now you're recruiting child soldiers, Fury? We adults can't handle it, so you're going to ask a 12-year-old to go fight your battles for you. I absolutely would if I thought I could get away with it, Fury thought. But he knew, looking at the protective stances of both Tony and Pepper, that it was a non-starter. You misunderstand, Mr. Stark, he said smoothly. I would never put a child in harm's way. I merely wish to extend a similar offer to Miss Granger. Not as a technology consultant, but as a consultant for the mystical arts. Me? Hermione asked, pointing at herself with a look of wide-eyed surprise. Precisely, Fury said, turning on the charm. You come from a world we know nothing about. The knowledge you possess could be vital to protecting this planet from threats we don't even understand yet. With your assistance, SHIELD can better uphold justice and fight evil. Hermione's eyes lit up with a sudden, genuine excitement. So? I'd be like a professor? From Hogwarts? I could teach people. Of course, Fury nodded, sensing an opening. And can I use physical punishment on the stupid students? She asked, a devilish grin spreading across her face. Fury's professional smile faltered. Excuse me. You know, she continued cheerfully, detention, extra homework, maybe turn them into a ferret for a little while if they're particularly annoying. He stared at her, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. He was beginning to think this might be a terrible, terrible idea. As long as, he said, hesitating for a rare moment, you don't permanently harm any of my agents. He decided to pivot. It would be even better if you were willing to teach them a spell or two. And there it is, Hermione thought. The real request. She shook her head, her expression turning serious. It's not that I don't want to, it's that I can't. Magic chooses the wizard, you see. People with magical potential are very rare, and the Ministry has ways of monitoring them. Any magical child born anywhere in the world is found and recruited by one of the major wizarding schools long before you muggles would ever notice them. Is there no other way? Fury pressed, a hint of desperation in his voice. No, Hermione said simply. It's possible, in theory, to allow a muggle to use an enchanted object to cast a simple spell, but it's incredibly difficult, the effect is weak, and it would immediately alert the Ministry's aurors. You don't want a squad of magical police kicking down your door to arrest your agents, do you? Fury fell silent, the dream of a magical army dying before it could even form. So you're really going to be a consultant for these spooks? Tony asked, looking at Hermione with a frown. Why not? She shrugged. It sounds interesting. In her mind, the real reason was far more strategic. The world needs to learn about magic eventually. I might as well be the one to control the narrative. Tony turned to Fury, his expression shifting into that of a ruthless businessman. All right, Fury. If she's going to be a consultant, let's talk salary. What are you paying her? Fury blinked. Salary. He had honestly assumed he could get her for free, appealing to her childish sense of heroism. What, you thought you were going to get away with hiring a child laborer and not even paying her? Tony sneered. This isn't the 19th century. Given her unique value, what's your offer? $1 million a year. Fury ventured, testing the waters. Tony laughed out loud. $1 million? That's an insult. You know what? I'll offer her $10 million a month to be an exclusive consultant for Stark Industries. Your move, eye patch. Fury's face darkened. He was being played, and he knew it. He looked to Hermione for help, but she was just poking her cheek with a finger, a thoughtful look on her face. You know, she said, cutting through the tense, high-stakes bidding war, I don't really need money. She looked at Fury, her expression one of pure, innocent curiosity. But, those TV shows say that organizations like yours have a lot of interesting things. Old things. Things you find that you can't explain. I'm a collector. She gave him a sweet, disarming smile. Instead of money, how about you just give me access to your archives, to your collections, to all your most interesting secrets? Fury stared at her, his mind reeling. Access? To the vault? To the 0-8-4 files? She wasn't asking for money. She was asking for the keys to his entire secret kingdom. PLS support me and throw power stones. Chapter 41, Chapter 41, The Roar of the Crowd. 430 plus advanced chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. Fury's mind raced, weighing the colossal security risk against the immeasurable potential reward. Giving this child access to S.H.I.E.L.'s deepest secrets was an act of pure insanity. But she was also the key to understanding a power that could rewrite every rule of modern warfare. It was a devil's bargain. All right, he said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble of capitulation. I agree to your terms. Level 7 access, to start. So, he continued, trying to regain some momentum, when can you begin your consultation? I can have a list of our top theoretical physicists and engineers ready for you to brief by tomorrow. He was desperate to begin, to start quantifying and categorizing this impossible new science. But Hermione just shook her head, a self-important, put-upon look on her face. I'm afraid I'm quite busy for the next few weeks, she said, puffing out her chest. There's a rather important Quidditch match coming up. As Gryffindor's new star beater, my presence at daily training is absolutely mandatory. Quidditch? Tony, Pepper, and Coulson all asked at the same time, their voices a chorus of confusion. Did I not mention it? Hermione blinked, feigning surprise. She then launched into a brief, animated explanation of the wizarding world's favorite, and most violent, sport. To her surprise, Tony and Pepper were instantly captivated. The idea of a high-speed, full-contact aerial sport with 4 different balls and a bizarrely complex set of rules appealed to both Tony's love of chaos and Pepper's fascination with this strange, new culture. Can we watch? Pepper asked, her eyes lighting up with genuine excitement. Can we come see you play? That's difficult, Hermione began. Hogwarts is magically concealed from muggles. She paused, a slow, clever smile spreading across her face. But I think I might have an idea. A few minutes later, as Hermione was giving Tony the technical specifications for a magical-to-digital visual relay device she wanted him to build, Fury let out a worried sigh. He looked out at the city, at a world he was sworn to protect, and felt a profound sense of unease. With Iron Man's public debut, he had a feeling the floodgates were about to open. The Avengers Initiative was no longer a theoretical proposal, it was an imminent and desperate necessity. Hogwarts, the Quidditch pitch. Today was the day. The first match of the season. Gryffindor vs Slytherin. The air in the locker room was thick with the smell of wood polish, old leather, and nervous sweat. The 6 other members of the Gryffindor team were a mess of frayed nerves and adrenaline. Hermione, however, was a picture of calm. She sat on a bench, already changed into her scarlet and gold uniform, methodically taping the handle of her beater's bat. As the others chattered nervously, she discreetly pulled a small, silver sphere from her pocket. It looked like a miniature, polished snitch. With a whispered, non-verbal charm, its tiny wings began to beat, and it silently lifted into the air, phasing through the locker room ceiling, completely unnoticed. In Tony Stark's lab, thousands of miles and one dimension away, a monitor flickered to life, showing a perfect, bird's-eye view of the Quidditch pitch. Hermione. Harry's quiet voice pulled her from her thoughts. He sat down beside her, his face pale, his knuckles white where he gripped his new Nimbus 2000. I need to talk to you later, he whispered, his eyes darting around the room. Ron and we've found something. Something important. I need your help. Library, she replied without looking at him, her voice a low murmur. After the game. Harry nodded, a visible wave of relief washing over him. The puzzles that had been tormenting him for weeks, Snape's strange behavior, the 3-headed dog on the 3rd floor, suddenly felt manageable. When in doubt, ask Hermione. It had become their new mantra. Thinking was overrated when you had a walking, talking magical supercomputer on your team. Hermione, for her part, already had a good idea of what he was talking about. The Philosopher's Stone. The main plot was moving along, right on schedule. But that was a problem for later. Today, she had only one goal: win the game, and if possible, beat several of the Slytherin players into a bloody pulp. All right, team, listen up. Oliver Wood's voice cut through the nervous chatter. He paced back and forth in front of them, his face a mask of intense, barely controlled stress. The preparation time was over. They walked down the dark, narrow tunnel that led to the pitch. The muffled roar of the crowd was a physical, vibrating presence, a wave of sound that grew louder with every step. As they emerged into the bright, crisp autumn daylight, the roar became a deafening, all-consuming explosion of noise. The entire stadium was a sea of color: scarlet and gold, green and silver, blue and bronze, yellow and black. Banners waved, horns blew, and the collective voice of the entire school rose to greet them. Gryffindor! 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 And in that moment, something strange and unexpected happened. Hermione, the detached observer, the reincarnated adult, the cold, calculating strategist, felt a powerful, unfamiliar surge of emotion. A wave of fierce, tribal pride. A sense of belonging. She looked over at the Gryffindor stands and saw Ron, Neville, and Seamus, their faces red from shouting, waving a massive, hand-painted banner that read "Go Gryffindor." For a single, fleeting moment, the weight of her 2 lives, of her dark secrets and grand plans, fell away. A genuine, unrestrained smile spread across her face. She was not a transmigrator or a secret weapon. She was a Gryffindor. And she was here to win. Nervous, Harry? Wood asked, his own voice tight with anxiety. Harry nodded, swallowing hard. "Don't be," Wood said, trying for a reassuring tone. "First time I played, I was nervous too." "And then what happened?" Harry asked. "Then I took a bludger to the head 2 minutes into the match and woke up in the hospital wing a week later," Wood said cheerfully. Harry went even paler. Wood looked over at his other rookie, his star beater, expecting to see a similar case of nerves. But Hermione wasn't looking at him. She was swinging her bat lightly in her hand, her gaze fixed on the green-robed Slytherin team across the pitch, a look of pure, predatory hunger on her face. A new, more immediate fear seized Wood. "Please remember you're supposed to protect us, too," he prayed. "Please remember that. And now, welcome to the pitch, the players of the Gryffindor team." Lee Jordan's magically amplified voice boomed across the stadium. With a powerful kick, the 7 red-robed players shot into the sky, circling the pitch to a deafening roar of applause. They took their positions, hovering in a loose formation, the wind whipping at their robes. And today's match, of course, is the classic rivalry, Gryffindor vs Slytherin. Lee Jordan screamed, and the crowd went wild. He began to introduce the players, his voice full of energy and shameless Gryffindor bias. "And for Gryffindor, a bold new strategy this year, with not 1, but 2 first-year players," he announced, his voice full of surprise. "The new Gryffindor Seeker, Harry Potter." The stadium erupted, the name alone enough to send a fresh wave of excitement through the crowd. "And," Lee Jordan paused for dramatic effect, "in the beater position, the one, the only, the famous library witch, Hermione Granger." At the mention of her nickname, a massive, confused, but overwhelmingly enthusiastic roar went up from the Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff stands. "Seems you're quite popular," Wood said, a surprised grin on his face. The Weasley twins flew up on either side of her. "She's the smartest, prettiest, and most terrifying first year in the castle," Fred said with a wink. "Who wouldn't love her?" George added. "Our little brother Ronnie is completely smitten." Hermione shot them a glare that could have curdled milk, and they wisely zipped away. She hadn't sought out popularity, but her combination of beauty, brains, and a terrifying, untouchable mystique had, apparently, gained her a legion of fans. She looked across the pitch at the Slytherin team, their faces a mixture of sneering arrogance and a very real, very satisfying fear. Her brief, warm feeling of belonging was gone, replaced by a cold, familiar focus. The game was about to begin. "PLS support me and throw power stones." Chapter 42, Chapter 42, A Different Kind of Game. 430+ Advanced Chapter, patreon.com/snowing_melody. The two teams hovered in the center of the vast aerial stadium, 2 islands of color in the crisp autumn air. The roar of 100,000 screaming students was a physical pressure, a wave of sound that vibrated in their bones. Below them, Marcus Flint, the hulking, buck-toothed captain of the Slytherin team, sneered across the gap at Oliver Wood. "What's the matter, Wood?" he taunted, his voice a low, brutish drawl. "Finally run out of actual players? Had to recruit a couple of babies to fill out your roster." Wood's hands tightened on his broomstick, his jaw clenched. "They're twice the player you'll ever be, Flint," he shot back, though his voice lacked conviction. He knew the odds were against them. Gryffindor's losing streak was the stuff of Hogwarts legend. "Is that so?" Flint laughed, a ugly, grating sound. "Tell me, when was the last time Gryffindor even saw the Quidditch Cup?" "Not since Charlie Weasley was here, and he's been off chasing dragons for years." "You're a joke." Wood turned to his own team, his face a mask of strained optimism. "All right, team," he said, trying to project a confidence he didn't feel. "Don't listen to him. Just play your game. Remember, it's about sportsmanship. Friendship first, competition second." Flint let out another roar of laughter. "Friendship first? That's what losers say to make themselves feel better. The whole point of a competition is to win. To crush your opponent. To stand on their broken bodies and lift the trophy. He's right, you know. The voice was quiet, cold, and came from Wood's own side. Every player, Gryffindor and Slytherin alike, turned to look at Hermione. What? Wood stammered. The buck-toothed Slytherin captain looked genuinely surprised. You think so too? Of course, Hermione said, her voice devoid of emotion. Playing a game without the intent to win is a meaningless exercise. Why would you ever choose to lose when you can win? She looked at Flint, a slow, cold smile spreading across her face. But you're wrong about one thing. And what's that? He asked, intrigued. It's not competition first, friendship second, she said, her smile widening into something predatory and deeply unsettling. Her voice dropped to a low, menacing whisper. It's competition first, and your opponent's utter annihilation second. Before anyone could process the sheer, un-Gryffindor-like ruthlessness of that statement, a loud, shrill whistle blast ripped through the air. Madame Hooch tossed the quaffle, and the game began. Stark Tower, New York. Look, Tony. There she is. Pepper exclaimed, pointing at the massive, high-definition screen that dominated one wall of the workshop. The image was crystal clear, a perfect, magical live feed of the Quidditch match. After a few days of intense, collaborative work, Tony's engineering and Hermione's enchanting had successfully created a quantum-entangled scrying device. It wasn't transmitting a signal, it was showing them a direct, real-time window into another dimension. Nick Fury stood behind them, his arms crossed, his one good eye taking in every detail. This wasn't just a game to him, it was a priceless intelligence opportunity. The sight of hundreds of witches and wizards, of a fully realized magical culture, was the final, irrefutable proof his analytical mind had needed. The wizarding world was real. The famous library witch, Hermione Granger. Lee Jordan's magically amplified voice boomed from the screen's speakers. Library witch. Tony snorted. They call her that? The kid I know is more of a pint-sized agent of chaos. A wild girl. They all realized, in that moment, how little they truly knew about the small, enigmatic girl who had so violently and completely upended their lives. Well, Pepper said with a warm smile, as a massive cheer of Hermione. Hermione, went up from the crowd on screen, she's certainly popular. She had been worried the girl was an outcast at her strange, secret school. It was a relief to see she had friends. The whistle blew, and the world exploded into motion. 14 players shot off in 14 different directions, a chaotic swarm of red and green against the bright blue sky. Angelina Johnson, one of Gryffindor's star chasers, snatched the quaffle out of the air and tucked it under her arm, banking hard toward the Slytherin hoops. But a green-robed chaser, Bletchley, was on her in an instant. He didn't go for the ball, he flew straight into her, a clear case of blatching that was too fast and too brutal for the referee to call. Angelina grunted, losing her balance and nearly falling from her broom as the quaffle tumbled from her grasp. Alicia Spinnet, her teammate, was there to catch it, expertly weaving through the chaos. But then Marcus Flint shot out from below her, his shoulder slamming hard into her side. It was another blatant, illegal move, and Alicia cried out in pain as the quaffle fell once more. A wave of boos and hisses came from the stands. On the sidelines, Professor McGonagall was on her feet, her fists clenched, her face a mask of cold fury. Flint just laughed, proud of his dirty work. In his mind, rules were for the weak. All that mattered was winning. The good news for Gryffindor was that there was someone else on the pitch who wholeheartedly agreed with that philosophy. The bad news for Flint was that her name was Hermione Granger. From her position high above the action, she had seen it all. A cold, dangerous smile touched her lips. "All right then," she murmured to herself. "So that's how we're playing today. Violent. I can do violent. She urged her nimbus forward, accelerating with breathtaking speed. She flew directly at a Slytherin player who was about to intercept Alicia. Then, she did something no one in the history of Quidditch had ever done. She jumped. She launched herself off her own broom, her body a blur of scarlet and gold. In midair, she performed a perfect, spinning kick, a move straight out of a martial arts movie from her past life. The Slytherin player didn't even have time to scream. He just looked up, his eyes wide with disbelief, as Hermione's foot connected squarely with his face. There was a sickening crunch of breaking bone and cartilage that was audible even over the roar of the crowd. The player was launched from his broom as if he'd been hit by a cannonball, pinwheeling unconscious into the safety nets below. Hermione, meanwhile, landed gracefully back on her broom, which had been hovering dutifully beneath her. The entire stadium was plunged into a moment of pure, stunned silence. The next second, the Gryffindor stands erupted in a disbelieving, ecstatic roar of laughter and applause. The Slytherins were on their feet, screaming for a foul, their faces purple with rage. Lee Jordan's commentary was a masterpiece of confusion. Well, I'm not sure what the call is on that one, folks. It seems Slytherin's illegal blatching has been answered by a beautiful, if brutally effective, flying sidekick from Gryffindor's new beater, Hermione Granger. Hermione just cracked her knuckles, a cold, satisfied look on her face. She had been tasked with protecting her team. She had just eliminated a threat. In her mind, she was just doing her job. She turned her gaze to the next green-robed player, her intent clear. The game had just changed. PLS support me and throw power stones.